Chapter 1. It hurts. I'm so tired. I'm so sore. Damn the system, isn't it just a time travel? Why make it so hard? As soon as he regained consciousness, Lin Feng felt that his body was about to fall apart, and there were only 3 feelings of pain, fatigue, and soreness all over his body. Am I going to die again? No way, I just came here. Isn't there a system? Where is it? Lin Feng began to observe the surrounding environment. This is a spherical room with various training equipment. There is a large cylinder in the middle and a machine like a computer. Ah! It hurts, what's going on? Suddenly, a sharp pain attacked his brain, and Lin Feng quickly held his head and groaned. After a long time, Lin Feng came back to his senses. I became Sun Wukong? What a joke, this is actually the Dragon Ball world. A Dragon Ball world full of powerful people who can destroy a planet at any time? Didn't you say that I would travel to a rich second-generation family? Damn system, you fooled me. Send me back quickly, I want to go back to my original world. Memories emerged from the depths of his mind, and Lin Feng finally realized his current identity and couldn't help cursing. Ding! Due to some irresistible factors in the system, the host must practice hard if he wants to survive in this world. Now the first task is released. Practice until the combat power reaches more than 180,000 within 3 days. Success, reward a martial arts secret book. Failure, you will be killed by the Jinyu Special Forces. What? Only 3 days? Are you kidding me? Am I not the 1 in a million genius you picked? Damn, you won't give me some medicine to increase my fighting power. Lin Feng was upset. He actually only had 3 days. There are only 3 days left before landing on Namek. The host must improve his combat effectiveness before then. The system did not answer Lin Feng's question, but repeatedly reminded him. Hey, if you want me to practice to more than 180,000, you have to give me a method. Besides, I don't have any practice method now. Lin Feng was not satisfied. Time was so tight and he had just crossed over. How could he have the experience to practice? Ding! In order to complete the task for the host, a martial arts secret book is awarded. However, only the first 3 levels need to complete certain tasks to obtain the subsequent skills. As the system's voice fell, 5 martial arts secret books appeared in Lin Feng's mind, namely Yi Jinjing, 9 Yang Magic Skill, 9 Yin Manual, Xian Tian Kung Fu, Long Xiang Pruchna Kung Fu, 9 Yin Magic Skill, Yi Jinjing, 9 Yang Magic Skill, 9 Yin 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 Magic Skill. Damn, this is the Dragon Ball world, you give me Jin Yang's martial arts skills. System, are you kidding me? Lin Feng felt that his future was bleak, but the system ignored his protests and did not respond at all. Lin Feng had no choice but to stare at several martial arts secrets and analyze them carefully. Although these martial arts secrets only have the first 3 levels, they are all top martial arts secrets. The Yi Jinjing is too difficult to practice and takes a long time. Forget it, I'll pass it. The 9 Yin scriptures are similar, both require a long period of practice, and have little effect on me at the moment, so forget it. Xian Tian Gong. It seems to be the best. But it still takes a long time to practice, and the requirements are too high. Most importantly, it also requires a pure yang body. Sun Wukong even has a child, this is also passed. Dragon Elephant Pruchna Sutra, this one takes longer, although it is very powerful, but I only have 3 days now. After choosing and choosing, only the 9 Yang magic art is the most suitable for Lin Feng's current needs. From the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, it can be seen that Zhang Wuji practiced the 9 Yang magic art to perfection in just a few years. Moreover, the 9 Yang magic art is the most powerful, and it also has a body protection function and excellent recovery ability. However, the biggest disadvantage is the lack of corresponding power skills. No matter what, the system only requires the combat power to reach more than 180,000, and there is no requirement that it must be fully exerted. It is just right for this 9-yang magic art. Soon Lin Feng decided to use the 9-yang magic art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-yang magic skill. Please increase your combat power from 20,000 to 180,000 within 72 hours, otherwise you may be killed if you encounter a plot character. The system reminded Lin Feng again, letting him know that this place is very dangerous. After a flash of white light, Lin Feng's mind was filled with the first 3 levels of the 9-yang magic skill, and he mastered it instantly without having to learn. I still don't believe it. With such an advanced cultivation secret book, I can't catch up with the original Sun Wukong's cultivation speed. I have seen the plot of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lin Feng instantly decided that he must surpass the Sun Wukong in the original work, and now he has to adapt to the identity of Sun Wukong. From this moment on, Lin Feng decided. Chapter 2. From now on, I am Sun Wukong. Goodbye, Lin Feng. Sun Wukong did not start practicing immediately. Instead, he recalled the original Sun Wukong's memories bit by bit in his mind, including King Ken, Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, and of course, the Sky Dance technique and some previous practice methods. After a few hours, Sun Wukong finally integrated all his original memories together. But he had to complain that the practice methods of this world were too general. In Sun Wukong's memory, this world had reached a very advanced level in the practice of energy. But there was no systematic practice of qi. Most of them could only rely on meditation or external methods to practice. This is also the most common practice method in the original work. Vegeta's gravity practice is purely based on the body. The cultivation of the body is also called external skills. Piccolo's method is more sophisticated. He can rely on meditation to improve his combat effectiveness. But he does not have a set of advanced training methods, so the combat effectiveness he improves is getting less and less, and finally he can't catch up with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. But now it's different. Sun Wukong has the 9-yang magic art, which is the best secret to improve internal strength, that is, the energy in the body. So he didn't take the remaining 5 senzu beans, which are used to save his life and are also the last hope. Moreover, he has learned the 9-yang magic art, and in the future, he will be much faster than others in the vigor and recovery of energy. Sun Wukong opened a personal page equipped by the system in his mind. Host, Sun Wukong. Combat power, 20,000. Defense power, 18,000. Martial arts, Ultra Instinct is the highest, 10. Spirit Bomb, 9. King of Kings, 7. Kamehameha, 7. Sky Dance, 3 After Image. Fist, 5. Sun Fist, 2. 9-yang magic art, first 3 levels 7. I only have 20,000 combat power. I need to cultivate to more than 180,000. This is extremely difficult. Forget it. Let's fight. I don't believe I can't do it. As an orphan in his previous life, Sun Wukong's character is not to admit defeat. The hardships made him develop a strong character. Forget it, I won't eat the magic beans. 1 less bean for every one I eat. Besides, I don't necessarily have to practice with external bodybuilding methods. The 9-yang magic art is an expert in restoring qi. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in meditation and began to practice the 9-yang magic art to sense the qi in his body. It should be said that the 9-yang magic art is quite magical. In less than a moment, he felt the powerful qi in his body. Then he began to try to control the qi and circulate it according to the meridian diagram of the 9-yang magic art in his mind. The process was very smooth. Soon, Sun Wukong had practiced qi for 5 cycles until he felt that the qi in his body had doubled. Well, 10 hours have passed. The qi in my body is now twice as much as before, so my combat effectiveness should also be improved. Sun Wukong entered into meditation, and the page in his mind was quickly displayed. Combat power, 50,000. Defense power, 48,000. This result made Sun Wukong very satisfied. His qi was restored and his combat effectiveness was improved. Moreover, the 9 Yang magic art was originally a defensive martial art, which indirectly improved his own defense. It was really the most suitable martial art for him at present. After leaving the training room, Sun Wukong made some food. He was reluctant to eat the magic beans. Back in the training room again, this time Sun Wukong decided to continue practicing with the original bodybuilding method. Because he is now a Saiyan body, and every time a Saiyan's qi is completely consumed and then recovered, his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Although being injured is the fastest way to improve, if you hurt yourself, the effect is not great. Besides, Sun Wukong does not have this tendency to self-abuse, and this method also has many disadvantages. In the early stage the improvement is very fast, but it will take a lot of time to stabilize in the later stage, otherwise it would not take Vegeta so long to break through the Super Saiyan. So after thinking about it, Sun Wukong decided to move forward steadily and not leave any hidden dangers for himself. He believes that everything has a cause and effect relationship, and the success in the early stage represents the difficulties in the later stage. He has the 9 Yang magic art, and improving combat effectiveness is no slower than using injuries. But now Sun Wukong is standing in front of a red button and is a little hesitant. The current setting is 100 times the gravity, and he doesn't know if he can bear it. In memory, the original Sun Wukong only lasted a few seconds under 100 times the gravity and had to eat the senzu beans. But in the end, when he was about to eat the senzu beans, he was crossed over by this system with his soul, and directly shattered the original Sun Wukong's soul, which allowed him to successfully integrate Sun Wukong's memory. Sun Wukong, who only had 20,000 combat power, dared to do this. Now my combat power has doubled. Am I not as good as him? Sun Wukong quickly made up his mind and pressed the red button directly. Have fun reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 3. Boom. When Sun Wukong pressed the red button, he felt that his whole body was squeezed by an extremely strong pressure. There was a huge pressure from all directions all the time to squeeze his body, even every cell in his body was squeezed up. Hoo, this pressure is so strong. No wonder the original Sun Wukong couldn't bear it. At this time, Sun Wukong even felt that his breathing was difficult, and he could even hear the creaking sound of the bones in his body. That was the result of bearing tremendous pressure. This 100 times gravity is not just about carrying a 100-ton weight. Gravity acts on the whole body and even every cell of the human body. So, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and held on. Suddenly he remembered the secret of the 9 Yang magic art. Let him be strong as he is, and the breeze caress the hills. Let him be arrogant as he is, and the bright moon shines on the river. Let him be cruel and evil as he is, but I have enough true energy. He learned from Zhang Wuji in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, always using the 9 Yang true qi to protect his body, and even every cell in his body. Soon 10 minutes passed, and Sun Wukong was able to move his hands and feet. Half an hour later, Sun Wukong finally fully adapted to the 100 times weight. Force, now he can move under the current gravity. He began to swing his fists according to the memory, and each time he exerted his full strength, he wanted to use up the energy in his body as quickly as possible. After several hours of full-strength boxing and kicking practice, Sun Wukong quickly recovered his original level of skills and combat. After all, he still had many of his original memories. So in just a few hours, he recovered his original level of skills and combat, and the rest could only rely on his own practice and his own understanding. After running the 9 Yang divine art again to restore all his energy, Sun Wukong's combat power at this time has reached 100,000, and his defense power has also increased, reaching 90,000. This level finally gave him a lot of self-protection capabilities. He remembered that in the Jinya force, the highest combat power Jinya was only 120,000. But now it has just passed after 29 hours, he still has 43 hours, which is enough for him to increase his combat power to 180,000. But now he doesn't care about anything, he just feels sleepy. He has been practicing since he woke up. Although the 9 Yang magic art can eliminate fatigue, mental fatigue is not so easy to recover. He must also sleep to buffer this fatigue. After a nap, Sun Wukong was finally resurrected with full blood. Looking at the time on the spacecraft, it is still 36 hours away from Namek. He knows that he is running out of time, because he knows that the Jinya force is just an appetizer. Now there are stronger opponents on Namek. Frisia, the first big boss of Dragon Ball, is on Namek. The battle between them is inevitable, but now he is not the original Sun Wukong. He can't break through the Super Saiyan directly just because Krillin was killed. So he must work harder. He wants to increase his combat power to the limit of the Super Saiyan, so that he can break through the Super Saiyan naturally. He believes that the system will definitely release tasks related to Frisia later, so he must be prepared in advance. In the last 36 hours, Sun Wukong almost didn't miss any minute or a second. He was either running the 9 Yang magic skill or practicing boxing and kicking with all his strength, using meditation and body training methods to fully improve his combat power. The effect is also amazing. In these 36 hours, he actually directly increased his combat power to an astonishing 3 million, and his defense power also reached 2.8 million, which was beyond Sun Wukong's original expectations. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again in Sun Wukong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task, and the combat power exceeds 180,000. Now you are rewarded with the first 3 levels of the martial arts secret book Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's mind, and soon the first 3 levels of Vajra Indestructible Divine Art were imprinted in his mind. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, there are 12 levels in total. Each level increases the defense by 10 times, and rebounds 10% of the attack, with a maximum rebound of 80%. Once performed, the human body's appearance is like wearing golden armor, and it is transformed into a Vajra body. It can resist all attacks from external forces. If you practice to the highest level, you have already glimpsed the way to Mahayana and can be promoted to an immortal. I'm rich. The third layer means 30 times the defense, and it can also bounce back other people's attacks. Awesome, this time even Frisia can hardly hurt me, it really is a must-have for fighting. Sun Wukong almost drooled, now he has become a meat shield fighter. Chapter 4. But at this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly felt an inexplicable call from the depths of his soul, as if in a distant place, a close blood relative was calling him. Is this Son Gohan calling me? Is it Goku's son calling me? A feeling of blood connection made him feel an unprecedented sense of family affection. Don't worry, Gohan. Wait for me, I'm almost there. Although Sun Wukong couldn't get into the role of a father right away, it didn't stop him from liking this feeling, which he had never enjoyed as an orphan. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong was on the spaceship, with his hands in the shape of a calyx flower, and he blasted out Qigong with all his strength in the opposite direction of Namek. The spaceship, which originally needed several hours to land, suddenly increased its speed several times. Half an hour later, the spaceship that Goku was on finally arrived on the planet Namek. Without a pause, he flew directly towards Gohan and Krillin. Before landing, Goku was already there. The Nemesis sensed the two people's aura from the outside world. and the aura of the two people was getting weaker and weaker, so he used Kamehameha to speed up. On Namek, a bald man was lying on the ground with a heavy wound. He shouted to the sky, "Gohan, be careful! Don't worry about me! Run!" In the sky not far away, a 6 or 7-year-old child was flying towards a pineapple-headed alien. The pineapple-headed child was Rikum from the Jinya force. The blue and red-skinned aliens beside him were Bart and Geese, who were watching the battle. They watched with interest as Rikum was playing with Son Gohan in the air. "Haha, little devil, come and hit me, let's see what you can do." Rikum teased Son Gohan arrogantly while releasing various energy bombs. Chirp, chirp. Although Son Gohan wanted to fly to Rikum and defeat the bad guy, Rikum kept releasing energy bombs, hitting him continuously and knocking him back a distance. Vegeta, who was far away, covered his chest with his left hand. He was injured by Rikum. Although he was very angry that Son Gohan was teased by Rikum, he was powerless. "Damn Jinya force! When I recover from my injury, I will kill you all." He was not concerned about Son Gohan, but Son Gohan now represented the identity of the Saiyans. Rikum teased Son Gohan like this because he looked down on them, the Saiyans. "Rikum, stop playing around. Get rid of this kid quickly, we still need to meet up with the boss." G-Eyes was getting a little impatient and reminded him. "Got it. All right, kid, I won't play with you anymore. I'll send you off." Rikum laughed grimly. He was also tired of playing. "Gohan, run away." Krillin saw that something was wrong and looked up at Son Gohan's position. But before he could finish, Rikum flew out and in an instant he was in front of Son Gohan, who had just dodged the energy bomb. Then Rikum made a very funny flying kick, but in the eyes of Krillin and Vegeta, this move was like a death warrant. Bad guy! Son Gohan knew that he couldn't avoid Rikum's flying kick, and he trembled with fear. After all, he was only 5 years old. "Everything is over, now let me show you Master Rikum's Rikum flying kick." "Ah, who are you?" "Ah!" A flash of white light passed by, and Bart and G-Eyes were blown back dozens of meters by a strong air current. They looked at the figure in front of Rikum in shock. A handsome and cold young man stood in front of Son Gohan and grabbed Rikum's right leg with one hand. I didn't see how hard he used, but Rikum's forehead was already sweaty, and his face was full of pain. "Dad! Dad, you're finally here! I'm so scared, but I can protect Uncle Krillin, and I can fight." When Son Gohan saw Son Goku for the first time, he rushed over. He was very attached to Son Goku. Especially since Raditz came to Earth and caused Son Goku to die once. Holding the little boy in his arms, Son Goku didn't know what to say for a while. A very wonderful feeling surged in his heart. There was joy, pride, and some nostalgia. Is this the relationship between father and son? So familiar, yet so strange. Sun Wukong knew in his heart that it was familiar because it was the memory of the original Sun Wukong. It was strange because he was a newborn. "It's okay, I'm here, leave the rest to me." Sun Wukong patted Sun Wuhan's little head and said in a very calm tone. "Have fun reading on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 5. What did you say? You want to send my son to hell? You are not qualified. Let me send you there. Go to hell." Sun Wukong exerted force on his hand. Rikum had no ability to resist. He was thrown around by Sun Wukong like a dead dog. Finally, Sun Wukong pulled Rikum's body back and threw it towards himself, then kicked him quickly. Bang! Li Kumu, who was originally very impressive in the eyes of Vegeta and others, was like a dead dog at this time. He was thrown around by Sun Wukong and finally kicked in the chest. Swish! Rikum flew away like a meteor, and all the bones in his chest were broken by the kick. There was no hope. What? Gis and Bart, who were watching the battle, saw that Likum had been defeated by this new opponent before they could make a move. They were shocked. Bart, did you see his movements clearly? How strong is his fighting ability? Gis was a little unsteady in his words. In the previous moment, he had no time to detect Sun Wukong's fighting ability. I didn't see clearly. Who is he? Is he also a Saiyan monkey? Impossible. Bart was extremely shocked. For the first time, he felt that he had no advantage in speed, and his self-confidence suffered a great blow. Kakarot, have you become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta flew over and looked at the relaxed Son Goku with an expression of disbelief. Not yet. I am still just a normal Saiyan, far from the Super Saiyan. How did you end up like this? You are still known as the most talented Saiyan, but you look so miserable now. Sun Wukong was very disdainful of Vegeta's current appearance. This guy has been subdued by the Jinyu force. Damn it! I will definitely take revenge. Kakarot, don't be complacent, I will catch up. Sure enough, stimulated by Sun Wukong, Vegeta quickly woke up from his confusion and became the arrogant prince again. Sun Wukong came to Krillin with Sun Wuhan in his arms. After a careful examination, he found that many bones in Krillin's body were broken, but they were not fatal. So Sun Wukong did not let Krillin take the beans. He knew that there was a healing name Qian nearby Dendi, who could heal any injuries. Hey, you two are also in the same group with that guy, right? Come on, I'll take care of you too. Sun Wukong said to Gis and Bart. The disdainful attitude made them very angry, but they dared not say anything. Bart, who was the fastest, couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly, and Likum, who was the second most powerful, was killed instantly. They were almost scared out of their wits by Sun Wukong's move. At this time, Jinyu, who was helping Frieza collect the Dragon Balls from a distance, suddenly looked up in the direction of his subordinates. Rikum's aura disappeared? The auras of Gis and Bart are also weakening, what's going on? Did Vegeta do something again? Jinyu was a little confused. At this moment, Gis's cry for help came from the communicator in his ear. Captain Jinyu, another Saiyan monkey has arrived. He is very powerful and can take down Rikum with one move. What? Killed Likum with one move? You guys hold on first, Gis, I'll be there soon. After Jinyu collected several huge Dragon Balls, he immediately flew towards Gis and the others. Although he didn't mind the life and death of these team members, if one of them died, the dance formation he set up by himself would be imperfect, which was what he cared about the most. Are you stalling for time? Or are you waiting for your Captain Jinyu to rescue you? Interesting, then I'll wait and kill you all together, so I don't have to look for you one by one. As soon as Sun Wukong saw the two of them, he knew they were stalling for time, and they should have informed their Captain Jinyu. But he didn't mind, and during this time, he simply treated Krillin and Sun Gohan. The true energy of the Nine Yang Divine Art can not only restore one's own injuries, but also has a good effect on the injuries of others. It's just that it's not as strong as the healing name Qian Dende. After all, he has superpowers. Hey, Gohan, you and Krillin have both improved a lot. You now have a combat power of over 10,000, which is a big improvement. Sun Wukong knew that this was the result of the Great Elder of Namek developing their potential, but now he could only pretend that he didn't know. No, this is all thanks to the help of the Great Elder. Krillin was a little embarrassed and told them that the Great Elder of Namek had helped them develop their potential. P.S. This book will be updated 4 to 5 times a day before it goes on sale, and we will try our best to ensure it is on sale within 15 days. I hope you will support it. Chapter 6. But, unfortunately, the Great Elder's place has been occupied by Frieza. The Great Elder is also in danger. Goku, you have to be careful of Frieza. And the captain of the Jinyu force. Krillin said the latter, his tone became excited. He was hit hard by these aliens. Kakarot, Frisia is the culprit who destroyed our planet Vegeta. He is also the demon who killed your father Bardock. All of us Scions must kill him and take revenge. Vegeta was very excited when he heard Frisia's words. At this moment, he came closer just to know why Sun Wukong's fighting power increased so quickly. It's coming. Sun Wukong did not respond to Vegeta's words, but turned his head in one direction, where a strong force was flying towards him. What? Jinyu is coming. Vegeta was shocked and stepped back. However, when he saw that Sun Wukong didn't care about Jinyu at all and looked calm, Vegeta couldn't help but wonder, is Kakarot stupid? Or does he not know Jinyu's strength at all? Jinyu is not something these little minions can compare to. Krillin, take Wu to the back. I'll leave this here. Vegeta, if you are interested, you can stay and have a look. The Scion's fighting power is definitely not comparable to these little ants. Our potential is the strongest. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta lightly, and then ignored him, just looking ahead. Whoosh, a sharp sound piercing the air was heard, and a spaceman with lavender skin and two horns on his head appeared above Gi's and Bart. Captain, you are finally here. That Scion monkey is in front of us. He is too arrogant. Gi said angrily, looking at Sun Wukong who did not move at all. But they did not know that Sun Wukong was just playing with them. His ultimate goal was only Frisia. If they could not defeat the Jinyu force, fighting Frisia would be just courting death. Don't worry, I want to have some fun with this Scion too. I haven't encountered such an enemy for a long time, and I'm a little excited. Jinyu slowly flew in front of Sun Wukong and smiled evilly. You, a Scion, are indeed very powerful. Although I was not here just now, through your fight with Rikum, I already know that your combat power is only about 90,000. This is already quite powerful. If it weren't for King Frisia's order, I might have wanted to recruit you as my team member. But now, it's a pity. Now you can only die in the hands of me, Jinyu, because my combat power is higher than yours. All Scion monkeys deserve to die. After saying this, Jinyu's mouth hung a hint of coldness. Really? But if you think so, then that's it. You can do whatever you want. I'll take over. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed coldly at Jinyu. He felt that Frisia had already started to act, and the elder was probably going to die. He also wanted the elder to develop his potential. Maybe this way, he would be one step closer to breaking through the Super Scion. Haha, are all Scions so arrogant? Even if you have a combat power of about 90,000, what can you do to me? I am not comparable to Rikum and the others. Jinyu said sarcastically as if he had heard some joke. Yes, Scion, our captain is not that simple, you should be prepared to die. Gi's looked at Sun Wukong with a calm face and said sarcastically. I was planning to play with you guys for a while, but now I don't have the patience anymore. Sun Wukong glanced at Jinyu coldly. Can't your detector accurately detect combat power? Then I will show you the difference between us. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, and at the same time a strong aura emerged from him, making Jinyu, who was originally relaxed, become horrified. Fighting power 100,000, 120,000, 180,000. And still increasing. How is this possible? Jinyu trembled as he looked at Sun Wukong whose fighting power was still increasing. He had never thought that the fighting power of this Scion would be so strong that he could not even think of resisting. This is impossible. How did Kakarot become so powerful? Last time on Earth, he was no match for me. Now. Vegeta on the other side was also shocked by the number on the detector. He never expected that Sun Wukong would become so much stronger that it was even beyond his reach. PS5 updates every day, hope for your support. Chapter 7. This is Goku's energy, so powerful. Gohan, maybe we are safe this time, maybe Namek will be fine too. Krillin and Son Gohan were far away, but they were still shocked by the powerful energy that Son Goku burst out. They didn't expect that Son Goku's fighting power would change so amazingly after not seeing each other for a long time. Well, Dad is the best. With the appearance of Son Goku, Son Gohan felt much more at ease, no longer so frightened, and found his backbone. SHH. The energy flowing around Sun Wukong became more and more dense, and the air around him seemed to have solidified. However, Sun Wukong had no intention of stopping the surging energy at this time, and continued to attack Jinyu and others mercilessly. Battle, combat power 300,000. It's unbelievable, is this your true strength? Jinyu seemed to be asking himself, he seemed to be in a state of excitement, unable to extricate himself. Is this the strength of the Saiyans? How can we beat him? This is simply impossible. Captain Jinyu's combat power is only 120,000, but it is still not enough in front of this Saiyan. No wonder King Frieza wants to kill all the Saiyans. Gi's, who was watching the battle, of course also knew the current combat power of Son Goku from his detector. He felt a chill, he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. Haha, I've already scared you guys. Let me make it clear to you that I haven't fully exerted my current strength. This is only 1/10 of my strength. Sun Wukong's entire figure at this time seemed like a god descended from the sky, with awe-inspiring power, making Jinyu and others panic and confused, and they had no intention of killing the enemy. What? This is only 1/10 of your combat power. Jinyu was in shock. His combat power had reached 300,000, but it was not the true strength of this Saiyan. Could it be? Jinyu suddenly looked at Son Goku, his tone full of uncertainty. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jinyu was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that the Saiyan in front of him was the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Kakarot? Did he really do it? Is this legend true? Vegeta didn't know whether he should be happy or helpless. Super Saiyan has always been a legend, and it has always been his only obsession and the only goal that supports his revenge. Now if the legend is true, then his goal can definitely be achieved. But unfortunately, the first person to reach Super Saiyan was actually a low-level warrior, which made him feel embarrassed. But what he didn't know was that the legend of Super Saiyan was of course true. It's just that Sun Wukong is still a long way from becoming a Super Saiyan, and it's not that easy to do. First of all, let me make it clear that I have not yet become a Super Saiyan. I will repay Frieza for everything he has done to us Saiyans. A cosmic villain like him who often destroys other people's homes will definitely be punished by justice. And I am here to stop your evil deeds on behalf of King Kai of the North, so you will eventually die in my hands. Sun Wukong looked at the dazed Jinyu and smiled indifferently. He now represents the side of justice, and King Kai of the North is backing him up. Since you haven't become a Super Saiyan yet, I'm relieved. But I like your super strong fighting power now. Jinyu suddenly smiled evilly. As if everything was under control, then took off the detector beside his ear and threw it to Gi's. Please keep it for me. Is the captain going to use that? It must be, haha, Saiyan, your doom has come. Gi's took the detector thrown by Jinyu and said excitedly. Then I will take care of your super fighting power. Jinyu said, and suddenly stretched out his right hand and thrust it fiercely into his chest. What? Is he crazy? What is he doing? Vegeta, Krillin and others were shocked by Jinyu's strange behavior. What is going on? If you can't beat me, there's no need to hurt yourself. Tisk tisk, you're really interesting. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered some scenes, and while laughing at Jinyu, he was cautious and observed the surrounding environment. Jinyu was actually hurting his own body, doing something unexpected, and then shouted to Sun Wukong. Exchange. PS The new book is released 5 times a day, I hope all the readers will support it. The current plot will connect Z, the movie version, and GT little by little, and will also introduce the plot of Super. Of course, Dragon Ball Heroes is also indispensable. In addition, regarding the angel Bardos and the beautiful goddess of destruction, do you have any opinions? Chapter 8. A beam of white light quickly attacked Sun Wukong. Under the expectant gaze of the other Jinyu team members, the white light hit Sun Wukong's body with a bang. Finally, after a long time, the white light gradually dissipated. Captain, you succeeded? Captain, your current combat power is at least 300,000, which is really enviable. Ji saw Sun Wukong standing still in front of him and walked over. Then he handed the detector over. He was very envious of the captain for having such a powerful trick. In his eyes, Jinyu's combat power is probably not much different from that of King Frisia. Captain? I'm sorry, I'm not your captain. I'm still the scion you want to destroy. Sun Wukong said something that shocked both Ji and Bart, then pointed at the frog jumping on the ground and smiled. That's your captain. Unfortunately, your captain has turned into a frog. This is good, no need to fight, he can still keep his life. This is called reaping what you sow. He has exchanged so many bodies before, and now it's time for him to taste the bitterness. Following the direction pointed by Sun Wukong, Ji indeed saw a lively frog, performing various human-like performances, as if saying that it was the real Jinyu. However, Ji and others were a little bit unconvinced. Their powerful Captain Jinyu just turned into a frog like this, which was too dramatic. Sun Wukong was also sweating coldly. He had forgotten about this matter before, until he saw Jinyu hurting his body, he suddenly remembered it. Fortunately, a frog jumped nearby at this time. With his speed of up to 3 million combat power, Ji and others naturally could not detect his movements. Ji, who didn't believe everything, focused his attention on the original Captain Jinyu. After all, if Jinyu didn't succeed in taking Sun Wukong's body, it could be attributed to the failure of this move. But when Ji saw the next move of Jinyu's physical body, they completely collapsed. Because at this time Jinyu's body was on all fours, jumping slowly towards the distance, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Scion, how do you want to deal with us? Do you want to kill us? You should know that King Frisia is on this planet. If you kill us, King Frisia will definitely not let you go. Ji has recovered from the shock of Jinyu turning into a frog. With the strength of this scion, it can be said that he can easily kill them without any effort. Do you think Frisia will let us go if I don't kill you? As early as when he was about to attack us scions, there was only hatred between us scions and him. You can go without worry, I will let him accompany you soon. At this moment, Sun Wukong will naturally not be as fussy as in the original book. When it is time to be ruthless, he will never show mercy. Let's go. Sun Wukong released an energy wave with one hand, which directly engulfed Geese. An enemy is an enemy, and he is still an enemy even if he doesn't fight back, so he should just kill him. Seeing that Geese was dead, Bart was a little confused. His figure had already begun to slowly retreat, and the direction was surprisingly where their aircraft landed. Perhaps he was quite confident in his self-proclaimed speed as the fastest in the universe, so he wanted to rely on his speed to escape to Frisia's side. Haha, Scion Monkey, let's see how you can catch up with me now. Looking at Sun Wukong who has turned into a black dot, Bart felt so happy. Just now, after knowing that Sun Wukong's combat power exceeded 300,000, the shadow of death has been hanging over him, and he dared not make any moves at all. But now even Captain Jinyu is dead, so he can only run away desperately. Where are you going? You are too slow. The voice was very calm, but it grabbed Bart's heart like a devil's soul. Bart turned his head slowly in horror, and what he saw was Sun Wukong's right hand that was gathering huge energy. Bart only had time to let out a final scream before he was blasted to ashes by the merciless Sun Wukong. The difference in combat power was too great, and the speed was simply incomparable. Well, Wukong seems to have become a different person. He would not kill people like this before, but these are all cosmic villains, so let them die. But his personality... Krillin was a little worried watching Sun Wukong from a distance. As a fellow apprentice of Sun Wukong, Krillin naturally knew Sun Wukong very well over the years. But now Sun Wukong seemed like a different person, killing decisively, doing things cleanly and neatly, and taking pleasure in revenge. P.S. The new book is updated 5 times a day. I hope that book friends can leave all the evaluation tickets for the fragrant flowers to me, so that you can see it on the shelves as soon as possible. Thank you in advance. Chapter 9. Tisk, what's the big deal? We Saiyans should be like this, we kill whoever we want. Kakarot used to be too fussy, otherwise he wouldn't have died. I think this death should have taught him a lot. Vegeta was dismissive of Krillin's words. In his opinion, the strong are the kings, so there is no need for fussiness. If you are strong, you can naturally control the fate of others. This is the strength of a strong man. There is a strong energy coming. It should be Frieza. An evil aura is getting closer and closer in Son Goku's perception. Looking around, a figure is approaching at a very fast speed in the distance. It seems that there is no time for the Great Elder to develop my potential. Well, then let's fight Frieza. Whether I can break through the Super Saiyan depends on this one move. I can do it without relying on anger. Touching the 5 senzu beans in front of his chest, Sun Wukong was full of confidence. At this time, the system voice in his mind sounded again. Ding! Due to the appearance of King Frieza, the second mission is now released, protect Krillin. Stop Frieza from killing Krillin. Success, reward lucky draw. Failure, Krillin dies. What? A second task at this time, and it's a lucky draw, what the hell, I've never seen this before. Sun Wukong was very speechless about the system that popped up from time to time. This system was too irresponsible and never explained clearly every time. Krillin, Gohan. Frieza is coming. You should leave here first and collect the Dragon Balls to let the Namekians revive Piccolo. Only in this way can the Earth's dragon be resurrected, and the humans on Earth who died because of Vegeta be resurrected. Goku simply let Krillin and Gohan leave here. The fighting power of the two of them can't help at all, and the aftermath of the battle may kill them directly. But, Goku, that's Frieza. Krillin was worried about Sun Wukong, he thought he could at least help if he stayed. It's okay, leave the fighting to me. For you, I will definitely win. You just need to do what I tell you to do. Sun Wukong said calmly, as if Frieza was nothing in his eyes. Vegeta, do you want to stay here, or? If you want to take the Dragon Balls, then I can only say that you don't have the heart of a strong person at all. The strong never rely on external things, only their own strength can make them the strongest. Vegeta had to snort when Son Goku hit the nail on the head, but after being so stimulated, his obsession with the Dragon Balls was not so strong. A low-ranking Saiyan warrior has such thoughts, how can he, the prince who is known as the most talented Saiyan, lose to a low-ranking warrior? After all, Vegeta has always believed that his own strength is everything. Looking at the direction where Krillin and Son Gohan left, Son Goku finally felt relieved. Frieza can't kill Krillin this time. Let me break through in the battle now, Super Saiyan, no need to be angry, I can break through. Although Vegeta pretended to be calm, he couldn't feel the air, but as Frieza approached, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help shaking. Kakarot, don't be too arrogant. Even if you have 3 million combat power, you are still no match for Frieza. I have not even felt his limit for so many years. Vegeta was a little discouraged and very unconfident. Under the influence of Frieza for a long time, he certainly did not dare to be confident. It's okay, you just don't understand the special abilities of us Scions. No matter how badly we are injured, as long as we don't die, our combat power will double after our bodies recover. This is the advantage and disadvantage given to us by God. Sun Wukong told Vegeta some of the Scion's special abilities. He would know it sooner or later anyway. As expected, I was seriously injured twice before, and my combat power increased greatly afterwards. I suspected this problem, but I didn't expect it to be true. Isn't this our advantage? How did it become a disadvantage again? Vegeta seemed very excited at this time, and he couldn't wait to put this method into practice now. This method seems to be able to infinitely improve our combat effectiveness, but the more this method is used, the greater the bottleneck will be when you break through to Super Saiyan later. It is better to practice step by step and be down to earth. Of course, this is just my idea, you can also follow your own ideas. Sun Wukong saw Vegeta's current expression and knew that he didn't believe it completely, so he shrugged and let him do it. Anyway, Vegeta can still break through to Super Saiyan in the end. Here it comes. Sun Wukong said nothing more and stared at the direction ahead. In a white light, Frisia's thin body was flying towards him at high speed. A few seconds later, Sun Wukong finally met Frisia. Chapter 10. You are so brave that you dare to stay here and wait for me. You are also a Scion, you actually killed the Jinya force. Vegeta, you have become a lot braver, you Scions are really the most fun toys. Frisia looked at Son Goku calmly, then looked at Vegeta beside him, his tone was very calm. But everyone could hear the anger in Frisia's tone, after all, his elite troops were all killed by Son Goku. Frisia, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Your men are not challenging to me at all. Today we will settle the grudge between you, the Ice Demon clan, and our Scion clan. Sun Wukong's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Since the other party would never let him go, he might as well have a good fight. Sitting and waiting to die is not his character. In his previous life, he had such a character. He would rather die standing than bow to others. At this time, Frisia was a mountain, the first and biggest enemy of Sun Wukong after he crossed over. Either life or death. If he wants to continue to live, he must kill Frisia. Scions are good, you are stronger than the so-called Scion Prince Vegeta. Although I don't know how you improved, you are dead. I will definitely kill you. Frisia laughed, and didn't care about what Sun Wukong said at all. How could he lose? This is really a joke, he is the emperor of the universe. Vegeta, who was standing in the distance, was stimulated by Frisia and wanted to fight desperately. But he knew that he was no match at all, so he clenched his fists and had to give up. Frisia, I know your clan is afraid of Super Scions. And the purpose of my staying here is to break through the Super Saiyan, so let's fight. Your ancestors died at the hands of our Super Scions, and you are destined to die at the hands of Super Scions, too. This is the fate of your frozen demon clan. Sun Wukong licked his dry lips excitedly, stomped his feet heavily on the ground, and rushed towards Frisia like lightning. Oh, really? What a pity, I hate fate. I hate Scion monkeys like you even more. Super Saiyan, this hits Frisia's sore spot. After all, according to legend, only Super Scions can defeat their frozen demon clan. Frisia was extremely angry, and when he saw Son Goku attacking, he did not retreat but advanced. The seemingly short right hand slammed towards Son Goku heavily, with awe-inspiring power, and the tearing whistling sound of breaking through the air was endless. It seemed that the angry Frisia wanted to kill Son Goku in one fell swoop. Well, you came at the right time. Puff! With a dull sound, Sun Wukong grasped Frisia's fist tightly with his right hand, and then grabbed Frisia's right arm at lightning speed. Instantly bursting out with the greatest power, he threw him towards a hill not far away. Then the figure followed closely behind, and his right foot drew a strange curve and chopped towards Frisia's head. The surrounding energy was emitting, and Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Frisia, had released all his current strength. It can be said that the current Sun Wukong was much stronger than Frisia in normal state. Boom! Frisia's entire body crashed into the hill. He looked miserable, and his combat uniform was torn. I know you are not that easily hurt, get up, Frisia. Sun Wukong knew that such an attack would not be able to knock Frisia down, and it would even be difficult to injure him. Tisk tisk. I never thought a Saiyan monkey like you could have such strong power. It seems that I cannot beat you in my current state. Well, let me show you my real power. Frisia is certainly not so easy to defeat, and he cannot allow this Saiyan who makes him extremely angry to suppress him again and again. With a slight raise of his left hand, Sun Wukong's powerful energy cannon attack disappeared under Frisia's understatement. However, the fight between the two sides became more cautious. Although the fight just now was only a few moves, it was enough for them to roughly understand the bottom line of the other party's strength. Frisia, please transform yourself. You can't defeat me as you are now. Sun Wukong said coldly. He felt that if he continued to fight like this, it would only delay time. What? Frisia can transform? How powerful is he? Vegeta was stunned. It turned out that Frisia had not shown much strength yet. He was happy that Sun Wukong could easily defeat Frisia, but now he was frightened by Frisia again. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can vote for me with all the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Thank you very much. Bulma, do you think I should accept it? What will happen if I accept Trunks? Chapter 11. Oh, you know I can transform? How did you know? Not many people know this secret. Frisia was slightly stunned. Goku actually knew he could transform. This secret, except for the people of their frozen demon clan, almost no one else knew it. Even Jinyu only knew that he had hidden his strength. Goku just laughed it off and did not answer Frisia's question. Frisia has not yet encountered an enemy that needs to be transformed to be destroyed. Even when destroying the Saiyan planet, he did not exert much power at all. I hate the way you Saiyans are, especially because you are so confident. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. I will show you my true strength. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was full of fighting spirit, Frisia couldn't stand the inexplicable confidence of the Saiyans. Without any nonsense, Frisia crushed the detector on his forehead into pieces. This machine is also useless. It seems that this thing can't really understand your strength, and it's not convenient to carry it after transformation. Ha! Frisia's combat suit suddenly shattered, and his body began to tremble constantly. A strong energy became stronger and stronger in Sun Wukong's perception, as if an earthquake had occurred all around, and the ground kept breaking apart. Suddenly, Frisia's body slowly swelled up, and his head, body, and limbs began to swell constantly. When he finally stopped completely, a nearly 3-meter-tall Frisia appeared in front of Sun Wukong. It can be said that Frisia's combat power has now increased several times compared to before. Saiyan monkey, this is my current strength, you are scared, right? I am not exploding suddenly, my strength will continue to decrease. It is because my strength is too strong, so I have to suppress it. Let me tell you, my current combat power is more than 1 million. Are you scared? Frisia frowned as he looked at Sun Wukong, who was still full of fighting spirit. Saiyan monkey, do you know that I hate the look in your eyes now? Vegeta is more knowledgeable. After Frisia started the second form, although there was no change, Vegeta was frightened by Frisia and his fighting power doubled instantly. This is something Vegeta never thought of. Go to hell, Saiyan monkey. You make me very upset. At the moment of speaking, Frisia's big feet stepped on the ground and made a hole. Before Sun Wukong could react, he punched him quickly. Swoosh! Sun Wukong was knocked flying and shot backwards in the air. Frisia certainly would not miss such a good opportunity, and he rushed forward to continue attacking. However, Sun Wukong also reacted, waving his hands and swinging towards Frisia at an incredibly fast speed. At this time, every punch and kick carried a huge amount of energy, and there were no other moves. Now Frisia's speed was much faster than before. In a flash, he moved behind Sun Wukong, causing Sun Wukong's attack to fall into the air. But Frisia was not much better, and his attack only hit Sun Wukong's afterimage. The two continued to fight fiercely, and suddenly Sun Wukong was surpassed by Frisia's explosive speed, and was blasted into the hill below by Frisia's powerful attack, and then countless energy bombs gushed out from between his hands and fell on the hill. Countless attacks gathered together, and finally formed a huge mushroom cloud with mist and dust filling the surroundings, and Sun Wukong's situation at this time could not be seen at all. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Son Goku's position with concern. He wanted to go over to help, but a feeling of powerlessness stopped him. He didn't even have the strength to get close. At this moment, Vegeta felt infinite humiliation. A few minutes later, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the scene that appeared in front of Frisia surprised him. Because the Saiyan, who should have been seriously injured, was still standing intact on the ground that was flattened by the energy bomb, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. Outside Son Goku's body, a layer of golden air wall was burning like a flame, blocking all energy attacks from his body. This Vajra indestructible divine art is surprisingly useful. I even save on clothes. What a great thing! Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh. He was very satisfied with the effect of the Vajra indestructible divine art. The effect of pretending to be awesome was amazing. Looking up at Frisia standing in the void, Sun Wukong showed an unexpected smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that I have to show my strength, otherwise it won't work if you enjoy it alone. But now I am really excited, Frisia, you are the opportunity for me to break through. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can vote for me with all the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Thank you very much. Bulma, do you think I should accept it? What will happen if I accept Trunks? Chapter 12. At this time, Sun Wukong has been fully immersed in the joy of fighting. Unconsciously, he has completely integrated the Saiyan's warlike character into his body, as if it has become his instinct. Really? I think it's good too. Very good. I didn't expect that you were still as calm as ever after receiving such a heavy attack from me. It seems that you Saiyan monkeys are indeed the most fun toys in the universe. The 3-meter-tall Frisia landed steadily on the ground, raised his eyebrows. I'll give you another chance. If you can be my subordinate, I can let you live. After all, it's a pity to destroy a talent like you. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in being your subordinate. My goal is just to defeat you. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly, looked at Frisia who looked calm, and exhaled slightly. Hearing Sun Wukong's refusal, Frisia's face darkened. He didn't expect this Saiyan to be so ignorant of the times. Frisia, do you think this is the extent of my strength? Oh, do you have hidden strength? Frisia, who was about to kill Son Goku, said coldly with interest. Are all Saiyans so arrogant? It seems I misjudged you. Before he could finish his words, Frisia was slightly stunned by Son Goku's outburst. Ha! Endless energy emerged from Sun Wukong's body. Under the action of the energy, the muscles of his body slowly squirmed, like a dragon. The energy outside the body faded into thin threads and flowed on the skin. Unconsciously, a layer of flame surrounded Sun Wukong's body. The air was as violent as a tiger. The surrounding environment was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, and the rocks were suspended. With the last roar, Sun Wukong's energy completely erupted. The land within hundreds of meters nearby was flattened by about 1 meter by the air pressure on Sun Wukong's body. Although the appearance of Sun Wukong in front of him has not changed much, Frisia knows clearly that the current Sun Wukong must be much more powerful than before. The energy in Sun Wukong's body has surpassed his second form, which makes him more determined to kill this scion. Frisia, now we can continue our second battle. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong stepped on the sole of his foot and rushed up. With the momentum of a tiger hunting, he punched from bottom to top, and before Frisia could react, he knocked him far away. The figure followed closely behind, and his hands instantly swung out tens of thousands of punches, and his legs hit Frisia's chest like steel drills. Under the powerful attack, Frisia's whole body flew into the air. However, although Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness was unexpectedly improved, it caught Frisia off guard for a while. But Frisia quickly regrouped, looking at the attacking Sun Wukong. The energy bomb in his right hand turned into a beam of light and attacked Sun Wukong. But what surprised Frisia was that Sun Wukong actually knocked away his powerful energy wave with only one hand. Humph! You should keep this little trick to yourself. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Frisia again, and his left and right fists turned into gorgeous shadows, surrounding Frisia. From time to time, the sound of bang 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 echoed in the sky, and the two of them fought with all their strength and soon entangled with each other. Boom! The battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia destroyed everything around them. The battle had been going on for a long time, but the two had long forgotten the time. There was only the opponent in each other's eyes. Now the battle slowly turned to Sun Wukong, because Sun Wukong's physical defense and attack power were much higher than Frisia's. In addition, he possessed the 9-yang magic skill, and his chi was vigorous and his recovery speed was much stronger than the original Sun Wukong. The subordinates who arrived at this planet with Frisia were now hundreds of kilometers away and did not dare to go nearby. They had already known from the detector that King Frisia had started a fierce life and death battle with the enemy. If they rashly went to the location of the battle, they would probably only die. The level of the battle was too high. As long as there was a trace of chi overflowing, they could all be blown to pieces. That scion is so powerful that he can fight King Frisia on equal terms. A lizard-like cosmic man looked at the huge detector in front of him and was very surprised. At this time, the super detector they modified was blown up when they first observed the combat power. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. Thank you very much. How about giving Lan Chi to Vegeta? Anyway, she is not the type that Sun Wukong likes, and she is also domineering, which is suitable for scions. In this way, Trunks will also have one. Chapter 13. I think King Frisia will win in the end. He is the Emperor of the Universe. Another cosmic being with 2 tentacles on his head said enthusiastically, they have great confidence in Frisia's power. After fighting in the universe for so long, Frisia has always been synonymous with victory. The long-term victory has formed the inertia of thinking for Frisia's men. Combat power 1.02 million, 1.05 million. Both of them have combat power exceeding 1 million. Frisia's men couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that King Frisia's fighting power was hidden so deeply, but I didn't expect that there was a scion whose fighting power was comparable to King Frisia. Is he a super scion? Damn it! I didn't expect this scion monkey to be so strong. If this continues, I will probably lose. While Frisia was fighting back, he couldn't help but feel angry. The scions whom he looked down upon actually possessed such a strong fighting power, which made Frisia's anger more intense, like a drop of water dropped into boiling kerosene. What made him even more angry was that when their fighting power was similar, he was actually at a disadvantage in all aspects, which was hard for him to accept. At the moment when Frisia was distracted, Sun Wukong seized this opportunity. With his fists, he swung Frisia's arms away, then his fists turned into claws to grab Frisia's shoulders, and his right knee hit Frisia's abdomen directly. Ah! Frisia couldn't help but groan in pain. At the moment of kicking away, Sun Wukong continued to hold the hammer with both hands and hit Frisia's skull with the force of splitting Huashan. The series of attacks were so fast that Vegeta, who was far away, couldn't help but feel frightened. It was too fast and too strong. Boom! Frisia fell heavily to the ground, and a hole several tens of meters wide appeared on the ground. But Sun Wukong didn't think that he had defeated Frisia like this, because he knew that the strength Frisia had used was just the tip of the iceberg. He also knew that Frisia had 2 more transformations, and that was the final test. Frisia, get up! I don't think this kind of attack can make you lose your fighting power. Sun Wukong was suspended in the air, looking at Frisia lying in the deep pit not far away. His face began to become solemn. Next is the time to face the real test. But this sentence sounded like a thunderbolt in Vegeta's ears. What? Such an attack can't hurt Frisia? Impossible. This is impossible. The fighting power of Son Goku and Frisia has long exceeded Vegeta's imagination, but such a powerful attack is still useless, which makes him very discouraged. He is confident that he can reach Son Goku's current level in the future, but even so, he can't defeat Frisia, which makes him a little unbelievable. Damn Saiyan monkey! I was thinking about how to kill you. You make me very angry. Frisia slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were extremely cold. Saiyan monkey, although I don't know how you improve your combat power, but I still have 2 more transformations, and each transformation increases my combat power by dozens of times. Are you scared? Stop talking nonsense, Frisia. Let me see your 3rd form. Son Goku already knew that Frisia had 2 more transformations, and he also knew how terrible the power of Frisia in the final form was. But in order to survive, in order to break through the Super Saiyan, he could only use this extreme method. Break through in battle, and his own strength must reach a certain level, otherwise it would be impossible to transform even if he met the conditions. Son Goku knew that he could not use Krillin's death like the original Son Goku, and break through the Super Saiyan in one fell swoop in anger, but he had other plans, and now he just needed an opportunity. But Frisia didn't care about that. At this moment, he thought that this Saiyan was mocking him. This made his anger more intense. He was no longer satisfied with simply killing this Saiyan. He wanted the Saiyan to suffer in despair, and he also wanted him to watch his friends and relatives die in front of him one by one. Since you want to die so badly, then watch my 2nd transformation. Frisia smiled evilly, his smile full of coldness. Drink! Ah! Frisia roared loudly. His back, shoulders, and head shook violently again, and Frisia seemed to be enduring some severe pain. A faint sound came out, and several spikes extended from Frisia's back, while his shoulders bounced up like armor. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day after the book is published. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 14. But the changes have not stopped. Frisia is still roaring. At this moment, Frisia's head suddenly flattens, but its length increases several times. Compared with the 2nd form, its appearance is many times more terrifying. However, the appearance is not scary for Sun Wukong. What is scary is Frisia's bottomless fighting potential. What? This is Frisia's 3rd form? So scary. The arrogant Prince Vegeta almost collapsed. He felt that what he had been insisting on was broken. But he looked in the direction of Son Goku and regained some confidence, because on Son Goku's face, he only saw the will to fight. Sorry to have kept you waiting, let's continue the fight. After completing the transformation, Frisia was very confident. His fighting power had more than doubled again. Moreover, he knew that Son Goku was only on par with him before, but now, the gap between them had widened like a ditch. With the speed of a flash of light, Son Goku was completely kicked away before he could react. Very fast. Is this the strength of the third form? Although Sun Wukong was kicked out, he was still not injured. Really? I'll show you again. Frisia smiled coldly, stomped his feet on the ground, and attacked again. His fists hit Sun Wukong's body like a meteor shower. His right leg slashed across Sun Wukong's chest, and Sun Wukong flew into the sky like a cannonball. Hey! Ha! Go to hell! A huge energy bomb flew out from Frisia's palm. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank tightly, and he punched out fiercely, hitting the energy bomb in another direction. Boom! A high mountain in the distance was directly reduced to rubble by the energy bomb. Sun Wukong was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a voice suddenly came from behind, causing cold sweat to break out on his spine. Saiyan monkey, not bad, let's continue. Frisia's heavy attack knocked Sun Wukong to the ground again, and Frisia followed closely behind, and as Sun Wukong fell, his feet fell down mercilessly. Puff! Sun Wukong caught Frisia's feet with his hands on the ground. The dull sound seemed to make Frisia feel the pleasure of torture. He whipped his tail violently, like a whip, and knocked Sun Wukong back. Finally, with a jerk of his right foot, Sun Wukong's body fell into the hills in the distance like a cannonball. The hills also cracked quickly and turned into inconspicuous stones. It seems that your fighting power has increased very quickly, and I can hardly keep up. Fortunately, I have thick skin and flesh. Under so many heavy blows from Frisia, Sun Wukong's body was still not hurt. It can be said that Sun Wukong's physical defense at this time was very amazing, and only the training clothes were slightly damaged. Sun Wukong slowly stood up and stared at Frisia, who was walking towards him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes stared at Frisia excitedly. Although his fighting power has reached 3 million, it requires a full strength burst, and the consumption of energy is not small. So until the last moment, Sun Wukong didn't want to do this. But there is no way now. Frisia's third form has exceeded 3 million. If he doesn't use his full strength, he will only be abused. As for how long the Nine Yang God can last after a full strength burst, Sun Wukong has no idea, but just hopes that it won't be too soon. Damn Saiyan monkey, your strength is really good, I can't bear to kill you. But I know that you Saiyans will never be loyal to others. After killing you, I will kill all the remaining Saiyans in this universe, haha. Frisia walked towards Son Goku step by step and laughed coldly. It can be said that the shock brought by Son Goku finally made him make this decision. The threat of the Saiyans has gradually turned from a legend to a reality for the frozen demons. Okay, Saiyan monkey, I know that with my current strength, it will only take me a few minutes to kill you. But before I kill you, I must let you know what fear is. Let me show you my ultimate power, a power that will scare you. Frisia's steps towards Son Goku suddenly stopped. I will show you my final transformation, which is a great treat for you. Enjoy your short life, because you will not survive today. Humph! You talk too much nonsense. Sun Wukong looked at the arrogant Frisia and snorted disdainfully, but he knew very well that if he didn't break through the Super Saiyan, he would not be able to defeat Frisia in his final form. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 15. It can even be said that what Frisia said now is right, but also wrong. However, with Sun Wukong's stubborn character, it is not so easy to compromise. Even if he only has 1 breath left, he will fight the enemy to the death. It can be said that before coming to this world, Sun Wukong's character also destined him to live an unpleasant life. Drink. Ah! The air around Frisia seemed to condense, and the scattered air formed a strong force in the air, shattering everything around him, making it impossible to get close. Frisia, with his hands raised, was channeling the most powerful force suppressed in his body, but this would take a lot of time. Then I will do it too. Ha! Sun Wukong also burst out his last strength. The cold wind was bleak, and Sun Wukong and Frisia both took out their most powerful strength at this time. The real battle has just begun. Damn it! Frisia is so powerful. Damn Kakarot, you must win. Can the Saiyans survive in this? The survival of the universe depends on you. As proud as Vegeta is, he knows that he can't beat Frisia now. Although he doesn't want to admit the ability of Sun Wukong, a low-level warrior, the facts are in front of him. He can only hope that Sun Wukong can create a miracle. Ha! Sun Wukong released all his energy, and a huge force surged in his body. The air around him suddenly surged. Bones, muscles, and skin became tougher and tougher under the action of air. The muscles on the surface of the skin kept wriggling as if they had life. Under the impact of air, the body gradually became stronger. A golden color appeared on the surface of Sun Wukong's skin. Although it was not very obvious, the strong defense could still be felt. Sun Wukong, who was at full firepower, could withstand an attack with 84 million combat power at this moment, with his defense plus the 30-fold blessing of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Frisia noticed Son Goku's situation at this time. Although he felt that his opponent's fighting power had also improved a lot. Frisia sneered disdainfully and continued his final stage of transformation. In Frisia's mind, no matter what happened, his strength was enough to kill the Saiyan monkey. It can be said that he had a very strong confidence in his own strength. Boom! Almost at the same time, Frisia and Son Goku simultaneously emitted powerful energy from their bodies, which exploded in an instant, and the surrounding sand and stones turned directly into dust. The ground was also forcibly moved into a flat land again. The smoke and dust floated up and scattered, covering only a few short breaths of time. The two reappeared in each other's sight again, and they all sneered at the changes of their opponents. It can be said that Frisia has changed too much. If you say that people who don't know can't compare the current Frisia with his previous one, they are completely two different people in a short time. The previous Frisia had a hideous and terrifying face, and his limbs were also thick and terrifying. In some places, there were even hard bone spurs. But the final form of Frisia looks very harmless. The tall and mighty appearance has become petite and cute. The height is also shrinking rapidly, and the limbs are smooth as a mirror. Could it be that this is a kind of return to nature, and that when the power reaches a certain level, it will develop in this direction? As an earthling in the original world, Sun Wukong thought so. Although he already knew that Frisia's transformation would be like this, he still felt a little strange when he experienced it in person. This was different from the characters in the anime world, but a terrifying enemy that appeared alive in front of him. Compared with Frisia's changes, Sun Wukong's aura at this time gave people the feeling that it had not changed much. Only the skin color changed a little, the eyes became more fierce, and every move also revealed a slight pressure. Even if Frisia did not have the ability to sense combat power, he still felt that the current Sun Wukong had a significant change compared to before. I didn't expect you to have hidden strength, Saiyan monkey. I can't help but admire you. You can actually reach this level, but it's a pity that such strength cannot be used by me. Then let's see how long you can hold out in my hands. Let's play a simple game. There seem to be 3 humans on this planet, one is also a Saiyan monkey, a little bald head, and a woman. They should all be your acquaintances. I heard them call your name before, Sun Wukong. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 16. Frisia looked at Son Goku with interest, with a hint of coldness on his lips. It seemed that Son Goku had once again aroused Frisia's interest. Really? But to be honest, Frisia, you have really changed a lot. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it. Sun Wukong shook his head and said nothing, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. To him, Frisia was just a stepping stone in his life. Science, don't be so arrogant. I said I would make you suffer. I'm going to kill that little bald guy and the little monkey right now. I want you to watch them die. Frisia raised his right hand and pointed at Son Goku. Countless finger lights flew towards Son Goku, and then his body flew towards Krillin and Son Gohan. Frisia, you underestimated me. Your attack is so weak. Are you tickling me again? Sun Wukong could only use words to stimulate Frisia, so that he would not easily move the battlefield to other places. Frisia was also very surprised that Sun Wukong blocked his attack so easily, and he did not move at all, and directly blocked the finger light energy wave with his body. Frisia, who was a little surprised, sneered slightly, Saiyan monkey, I really underestimated you, my attack was blocked by you. If you still have the same fighting power as before, this attack would have seriously injured you. Have you become the legendary Super Saiyan? If so, then there is nothing to be afraid of Super Saiyan. However, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Let's fight first. And let me make it clear, I'm not a Super Saiyan now, why are you afraid? Your power can't hurt me at all. And what is my goal this time? I think you should know it now. Frisia. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia, who was a little surprised and couldn't help shaking his head. Are you trying to break through to Super Saiyan? Haha, Super Saiyan is just a lie, there is no way there is anyone stronger than me. It is a piece of cake for me to destroy your Saiyan planet, it doesn't take much effort. Since you want me to be your stepping stone, then I'll see how capable you are. Arrogant Saiyan monkey. Frisia looked at Son Goku coldly, he was angry that he was actually used as a stepping stone for a breakthrough. Although I don't know how you escaped that crisis, but after killing you, I will make all Saiyans disappear in the universe, without a single one left. Frisia, I think you must be afraid of the Super Saiyan. Now that you see my current strength, do you have a better understanding of the power of the Saiyans? That's why you are in a hurry to destroy the Saiyans, otherwise why are you worrying about trivial things? Sun Wukong laughed, not caring about Frisia, whose expression became more and more gloomy. For this battle, Sun Wukong was determined to die. Only by risking his life can he break through in the battle and become a Super Saiyan. Anyway, he doesn't need Frisia's forgiveness. His goal is to survive in this world and break through the Super Saiyan. But what Sun Wukong said was also correct. Frisia is now more and more afraid of the bottomless potential of the Saiyans. Originally, he kept Vegeta by his side just to observe up close to see how strong the Saiyans can be. After all, a single Saiyan is nothing to be afraid of for Frisia. And Vegeta's strength does make Frisia have some fear of the Saiyans. Some disdain. After all, their combat power is only over 10,000. Which can't threaten his existence at all, so he won't deal with the remaining Saiyans. But today he met Son Goku, looking at Son Goku's seemingly bottomless potential, and his disdainful attitude. Forced to now, he has undergone the final transformation, which has forced him to make a new judgment on the Saiyans. Although Son Goku is very likely just a special case, this also shows that the power of the Saiyans can indeed reach millions. What a degree! In the entire universe, there are not too many cosmic people with a combat power of more than 100,000. So once this Saiyan is given room for development, it is not impossible to surpass him. As for the legendary Super Saiyan, Frisia still holds a non-committal attitude. Haha, you said I'm afraid of you Saiyan monkeys? What a joke! We, the Ice Demons, are the strongest race in the universe. Who knows, there might even be a god of destruction in the future. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 17. After a cold snort, Frieza suddenly shot forward and appeared in front of Son Goku in an instant. He clenched his right fist and smashed towards Son Goku. He hated this arrogant Saiyan so much that he wanted to get rid of him in one move. However, Son Goku's defense had been greatly improved at this time, so even if he was hit, it would be impossible to injure him without an attack of more than 84 million combat power. Instead, while Frieza was approaching, he stepped on the ground and appeared behind Frieza in a flash. Go to hell! Sun Wukong's eyes turned cold, and his right leg lashed out like a whip, sweeping towards Frieza's defenseless back with a powerful force. Bang! Frieza was attacked by Son Goku while he was stunned. His body was out of control and he crashed directly into a nearby hill. But Son Goku knew very well that such an attack could not cause any harm to Frieza. So he followed closely behind, ready to continue the attack. However, this unexpected attack can only be done once and not twice. Just now, Frieza was surprised and despised by Son Goku's sudden action, which led to this result. But when Frieza got serious, he was not so easy to deal with. After smashing the hill into pieces, Frieza kicked the ground with his legs at an extremely fast speed. He broke through Son Goku's defense with both hands and hit him hard on the chest. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong was not to be outdone, punching back one after another, and the sound of punching continued to come from the figures of the two people throughout the sky. But as Frieza's energy became stronger and stronger, Sun Wukong soon began to retreat step by step. After all, his maximum combat power was only 3 million, and he could not compare with Frieza who had now exerted 70% of his strength. If it weren't for his Vajra indestructible divine art that increased his defense by 30 times, he would have fallen down after blocking a few moves. Bang! Sun Wukong was still hit hard by Frieza's tail, and then his body dived with a huge impact force, and his right elbow hit Sun Wukong's chest again like a giant hammer. Puff! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood for the first time. Frieza's elbow strike just now had exceeded Sun Wukong's defense of Vajra indestructible divine art. Sun Wukong began to retreat step by step. In the short fight, he could be said to be completely at a disadvantage. Although he could barely block Frieza's attack, often within a few moves. Sun Wukong was attacked by Frieza tens of thousands of times. Now his fighting power was simply impossible to defeat Frieza. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bang! Sun Wukong's body flew out, hit the hill heavily, and then slowly fell down. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Frieza who was walking towards him step by step, and his pupils were locked. This Frieza's strength was indeed very strong. Up to now, at least 60% of it had been exerted, so he couldn't even fight back. Not enough. Still a long way to go. Sun Wukong actually grinned, his teeth full of blood, which made him look a little miserable. However, the more this happened, the more excited Sun Wukong became, and his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. He finally felt that breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier seemed very far away, but also seemed very simple. A very mysterious feeling was hovering in his heart. Saiyan monkey, you are quite resilient. I have used 70% of my fighting power, and you are still able to hold on. Your body is really strong. You haven't suffered much damage so far, which is beyond my expectation. But I only need to exert 80% of my power to turn you into dust in the universe. Do you believe it or not? Frieza stretched out his hands and walked slowly towards Son Goku. Of course, I think you may have hidden strength, but this should not be of much help to you, so Saiyan monkey, you can go to hell. I am tired of playing this game. At this moment, the sky of the entire Namek planet suddenly became as dark as night, with dark clouds rolling in the sky, as if something incredible had come out. What is that? Such a strong aura! Frisia suddenly looked into the distance. Although he could not feel the aura, his intuition told him that there was a strong aura there. Although it was not as strong as the Son Goku in front of him, it was not weak either. Did they summon the dragon? It seems that this is indeed the case, so Piccolo can be resurrected. Oh no, Frisia noticed the situation over there. Sun Wukong was originally happy that Krillin and the others summoned the dragon, but when he knew that Frisia was looking over there, he immediately felt that it was not good, and Frisia would definitely go over there. Chapter 18. Shenlong. It must be like this. Damn Saiyan monkey, I'll let you go for now. Frisia showed a look of joy on his face, and immediately flew away, his speed suddenly increased by many times. At this time, Vegeta also reacted and immediately flew over. Sun Wukong could only catch up quickly, but he was much slower than Frisia. This time it's terrible. I just hope Krillin and Gohan will be more careful. They must hold out until I arrive. It seems that immortality is a greater temptation for Frisia, and he can even let the Saiyans go. Sun Wukong can only hope that Krillin will not die so quickly, at least to hold out until he arrives. Because the system has not prompted the mission failure or success, so he knows that this mission must be still going on. Krillin, is your first wish to revive Piccolo on Earth? A short name Kian asked Krillin and Son Gohan. Yes, Dante. Hurry up, Frisia might be coming here. Krillin said to Dante. Amp, 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 amp. Dendi spoke to Shenlong in Namek. After a while, Shenlong emitted a flash of light and flew directly to an unknown place. Well, your first wish has come true. Piccolo on Earth has been resurrected. Please tell me your second wish. Shenlong said to Dandy. But before they could tell him their second wish, a figure came at high speed from a distance. How dare you summon Shenlong without the knowledge of the great Frisia? Hurry up and make a wish so that I can have immortality. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Frisia said viciously, looking at Krillin and the other two with a sinister look. It was these three little devils that almost made his wish of immortality impossible to realize. Facing this big devil who destroyed the homeland of the Namekians, Dendi naturally refused to make a wish. Frisia was too lazy to pay attention to Dendi and the others. He flew directly to Shenlong and made a wish loudly, I want to have eternal life. But Frisia didn't know the Namekian language, and no matter how loud he spoke, Shenlong couldn't fulfill his wish. At this time, Shenlong suddenly disappeared and turned into 7 huge round stones that fell to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also quickly dissipated, and the clear sky returned. Damn it! What's going on? Kid, did you do this? Frisia's vicious eyes frightened Krillin and others. But Dandy ignored Frisia's threats and started crying with eyes wide open. The Great Elder passed away, so the dragons are gone. The dragons were made by the Great Elder himself, and without the Great Elder's superpowers, they would turn back into stone. What? Damn it, it's all because of you that my wish cannot be fulfilled. I'm going to kill you. Frisia was furious. He was about to fulfill his wish of immortality, but it was ruined by these 3 little brats. Gohan, take Dendi and run. I'll stop him. Krillin knew that he and the others would not be spared, so he had to fly in front of Frisia and let Gohan and Dendi run away quickly. Want to escape? You haven't asked me yet. There is no one in this universe that I can't kill. Frisia shot a powerful finger of light at Krillin. He was already angry. However, the finger of light was blocked by a figure. Boom! Really? Then I'll give it a try today. Krillin, you guys go first. Leave this to me. Besides Son Goku, no one else dared to talk to Frisia like this. It's you again, Saiyan Monkey. You come here to die, so I'll grant your wish. You all must die. Frisia was furious. All his plans were ruined. Lord North Kai, can you hear me? Taking advantage of this gap, Sun Wukong tried to call out in his heart. In the original work, North Kai can communicate with people through their minds, so Sun Wukong can only try. Gaku, I can hear you. Is there anything I can help you with? Sure enough, soon the voice of the North King came from the heart. This is going to be the site of a major war. Tell Piccolo to summon the dragon on Earth and transfer everyone else on Namek to Earth. I will stay here to fight Frisia for the final time. I will definitely stop him. Sun Wukong said with certainty. What? Wukong, you can't stay here. You are no match for him now. As long as you continue to practice, you will definitely be able to defeat him in the future. Let's go back to Earth first. There is no time. If I can't stop Frisia here, there will be no safe place in the universe, and the Earth will soon be destroyed by him. So, please believe me, I can definitely stop him. Sun Wukong finally let King Kai pass this message to Piccolo. On Earth, Piccolo immediately took action and prepared to summon the Earth Dragon. Chapter 19. Hey! I finally have to use this move. Sun Wukong's face gradually became solemn. He knew that it was impossible to preserve his strength, so he could only use the last resort. In order to delay time and ensure that the others here could return to Earth, he had to use the last resort, the King Fist. Only this could increase his combat effectiveness again. This was not a trump card to defeat Frisia, but a means to better break through the Super Saiyan in battle. Oh? Do you really have hidden strength? Let me see. Seeing that Son Goku looked serious and seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve, Frisia was also slightly surprised. Hasn't the power of this Saiyan monkey been fully exerted yet? Frisia thought to himself. His determination to kill Son Goku became even stronger. 20 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong uttered a few words with a heavy mouth. Boom! A burning red flame suddenly exploded around Sun Wukong's body, and the broken stones turned into dust. A more powerful energy emerged from his body. The King Fist can comprehensively improve the attack power, defense power, and speed. It is a trick taught by the North King to increase the combat power exponentially. However, it has a big flaw. It puts a great load on the body. It takes a long time to heal afterward. So Sun Wukong didn't plan to use this trick at first. It was the last trump card, but now he has to use it. Frisia is already in a furious state. Without using the 20 times King Fist, he can't stop the opponent at all. Gaku. No, you can only use 10x Kaioken at most. 20x will kill you. At this moment, the voice of King Kai suddenly came from inside Sun Wukong. He was strongly against Sun Wukong using 20x Kaioken directly, because Sun Wukong's body could not bear it. Don't worry, Lord North Kai. My body is fine, I will definitely be able to hold on. Sun Wukong naturally had no way to explain that he possessed the 9 Yang magic skill and the Vajra indestructible magic skill, which made the King Fist's burden on his body not as great as in the original work. In addition, he also had the Senzu Bean, and the 9 Yang magic skill was even more effective in recovering from injuries. Crack! Sun Wukong kicked the ground, and before Frisia could react, his right fist struck Frisia's abdomen. Then his body sank slightly, and his right leg hit Frisia's chest from bottom to top. Bang! Bang! The powerful impact caused Frisia to be knocked away, and Sun Wukong stepped on the ground with his legs, and rocks flew everywhere. Damn it! I didn't expect your fighting power to increase so quickly. Frisia was secretly angry as he looked at the flying Son Goku. Powerful energy bullets surged out of his hands and hit Son Goku, completely engulfing him. Goku! Be careful! Krillin could only shout from a distance. The energy fluctuations had already isolated them for thousands of meters. Dad, come on! Little Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Son Goku. Just as Frisia wanted to observe Son Goku carefully, a cold voice from behind made Frisia's heart sink. "Don't look for me, Frisia. I'm behind you." As soon as he finished speaking, Frisia immediately elbowed behind him. But Sun Wukong's movements were even faster. He instantly swung out tens of thousands of punches with both hands, chopping at Frisia's head. Bang! Frisia was hit hard and could only barely stand on the ground, his body tilted slightly. Whoosh! Frisia flew into the air again, and at this time, Sun Wukong's attack landed right where Frisia had just stopped. Boom! A bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking up at the angry Frisia, Sun Wukong sneered. "Damn Saiyan monkey!" After being attacked so many times, Frisia's anger increased exponentially. He was very surprised that the Saiyan monkey's combat power had reached 50% of his strength. It was obvious that Sun Wukong's combat power had reached a very terrifying level at this time. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong below with a ferocious expression, as if he had a deep hatred. It was no wonder that he always thought he could easily kill Sun Wukong. But not long after, the opponent's strength increased again, which made Frisia more and more angry. "You forced me to do this," Frisia murmured with a cold smile. He had to show more strength, but of course not 100% of his strength. Frisia himself knew that after 100% of his strength was released, it would gradually weaken and cause some damage to his body. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 20. Go to Hell. From what Son Goku could sense, Frisia's aura was obviously more terrifying than before. It seemed that the idea of killing Son Goku had already penetrated into Frisia's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Frisia headed down and rushed directly towards Son Goku. However, to Frisia's surprise, Son Goku was looking at him with a sneer. In the distance, in Frisia's spaceship, combat power 80 million, 60 million. Oh my god! This! Almost all the people in the universe looked at the numbers displayed on the screen with pale faces. How is it possible that King Frisia and that Saiyan have such amazing fighting power? But it seems that King Frisia has the upper hand, so we don't have to worry too much. If that Saiyan angers King Frisia, he will not have a good ending. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia rushing towards him, uttered a few words lightly, gathered powerful energy with his hands in the shape of a calyx, and then quickly pushed forward. A huge beam of light shot towards Frisia, and the energy in the center of the beam was very fierce. Anyone could see the great power of this move. Kamehameha was invented by Master Roshi, and its power can almost be said to increase with the improvement of personal strength. This was also the first time that Sun Wukong officially blasted out this energy wave with all his strength. What? Looking at the huge beam of light that cut through space and rushed into the sky, Frisia's expression was also very ugly. He also saw how powerful the energy contained in this beam of light was. Looking at the beam of light that was so close, a shadow of death actually emerged in Frisia's mind. Under the full-strength attack of Sun Wukong, Frisia actually felt afraid, which was a shame for him. But Frisia had no chance to dodge, and Kamehameha completely engulfed his entire figure. Boom! It was as if tens of thousands of tons of nuclear bombs exploded. The white clouds in the sky drifted away under this might, and the ground was constantly shaking. The rocks nearby kept rolling down to the ground, and the aftermath had such power. It can be imagined that the power at the energy center is really unimaginable. Success, Goku did it. Krillin was very happy watching all this. He didn't think Frisia had any chance of survival. Is Frisia really finished? Is this true? Vegeta's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Hey! After such an intense battle, Sun Wukong also felt a little tired. But he knew very well that the attack just now could not kill Frisia at all. And Sun Wukong did not want this to happen. He had not yet broken through the Super Saiyan. Damn Saiyan, damn it! You deserve to die! A streak of light flashed across the sky, and Frisia soon reappeared in the eyes of Son Goku. But at this time Frisia was a little embarrassed, with a lot of smoke coming out of many parts of his body, and there were faint scars on his body. This was the damage done to Frisia by Kamehameha under 20 times Kaioken. Frisia's eyes were cold, and he sneered after the attack just now. For a moment, I thought I was going to die. But I still survived. You let me use 80% of your strength to resist this attack. You should feel honored. Next, it's my limit strength, I'm going to use all my strength. Hee, die, Son Goku. It's going to be like this after all. Sun Wukong said secretly while looking at Frisia's figure floating in the air. Frisia was furious at this moment. After all, since he was born, no one had ever made him so miserable, or even scared him. This shame could only be eliminated by Sun Wukong's blood. Bang! Frisia's energy exploded completely, and he rushed to Son Goku in an instant, and his head hit Son Goku's chest hard. A huge force surged in from his chest, and Son Goku had no time to react, and his body flew backwards. Now it was impossible to fight back against Frisia. Son Goku, with 20 times the Kaioken, only had a combat power of 60 million, but Frisia, who was fully exerted, had reached more than 120 million. Damn it! Can't you break through to Super Saiyan? Was my feeling wrong before? Sun Wukong looked at Frisia in front of him and swung his right fist heavily. But now Frisia's fighting power has infinitely widened the gap with Sun Wukong, so Sun Wukong's quick attack was easily dodged by Frisia. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 21. Then came Frisia's continuous attack like raindrops, right punch, left punch, side kick, straight hit. Countless different attacks fell on Son Goku in a dazzling manner. Poof! Under Frisia's full-strength attack, the greatest defense that Sun Wukong could withstand was broken, and in an instant, almost all the bones in his body were shattered by Frisia. Fortunately, Sun Wukong put a senzu bean into his mouth at the last moment, chewed it gently and swallowed it, and the serious injuries on Sun Wukong's body were instantly recovered. Hey? He's recovered? What's going on? Frisia was shocked to see that the dying Son Goku was fully revived in just a few breaths. What surprised him was that the recovered Son Goku's fighting power had actually improved a little bit. Huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped for breath. It was really dangerous just now. He still couldn't break through. At this moment, Sun Wukong was a little anxious. He felt that he couldn't break through the barrier of Super Saiyan. Although his combat power increased a lot after eating the senzu beans. But with the bonus of King Fist Kai, his combat power is only 70 million at most now. In the future, the bonus of King Fist Kai will be lower and lower. In the original work, after Sun Wukong broke through the Super Saiyan, he rarely used King Fist Kai to increase his combat power, because Super Saiyan originally put a lot of burden on the body, and with King Fist Kai, he couldn't control it at all. So his normal combat power should have reached 5 million, but after the bonus of King Fist Kai, it is only 70 million, because he has almost reached the barrier to break through the Super Saiyan. Bang! 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 The battle between Son Goku and Frisia has spread across the entire Namek planet. Fortunately, Son Gohan and the others have been transferred to Earth by the Earth Dragon, allowing Son Goku to fight with peace of mind. Son Goku was knocked out by Frisia again, and waves of severe pain spread to his nerve endings, causing Son Goku's brows to frown slightly, but he kept roaring in his heart, "Breakthrough, Super Saiyan, break through quickly." The anger in his heart continued to burn, but it was ironic that although he seemed to feel something, but not long after, it immediately disappeared without a trace, as if nothing existed. Helplessly, Son Goku could only take another senzu bean, because 70 million compared to a combat power of more than 120 million is not enough. Ah, there are only 3 chances left, and there are only 3 senzu beans left. Bang! Sun Wukong was hit hard to the ground again in the air, but this time Frisia's attack did not come again. You are very strange. You actually have a secret medicine that can instantly heal injuries and improve combat power. But unfortunately, no matter how much you improve, you are still no match for me. If you can hand over this secret medicine, I might be able to let you go. Frisia was attracted by the magic of the senzu beans. Of course, he was just deceiving Sun Wukong. It was impossible to let Frisia let the Saiyan go. The strong disdain to keep promises with the weak, so for Frisia, this is not a lie. It's a nice thought, but your greed tells me that you won't let us Saiyans go. I'm not dead yet, so you may not win. After Sun Wukong recovered again, he felt that his combat power should have reached 80 million at this moment. As long as he persisted, he believed that he could break through the Super Saiyan. Well, go to hell. I'm tired of playing this game, so accept the final punishment, Saiyan. Frisia, standing in the void, looked down at Sun Wukong like a demon. Since the other party didn't agree, he would destroy him completely. He didn't believe that Sun Wukong could recover in this situation. Frisia raised his hands high, and slowly the energy bomb with a diameter of nearly 10 meters gathered, and it was still growing slowly. Damn, this is unscientific, shouldn't he hurt me again and make me eat the beans? Why did he just use such a powerful move? Is there no hope? My Super Saiyan, I won't accept this. Looking up at the sneering Frisia, Son Goku hit the ground hard with his right fist. He was very unwilling, very unwilling. Since God let him be reborn in this Dragon Ball world, he was going to die so miserably that he couldn't even get past the first boss. At this time, the system in his mind sent another voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second mission and saving Klin successfully. A special lottery will be awarded. Do you want to draw the lottery now? P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 22. Lottery? What the hell, can it allow me to break through to Super Saiyan immediately? Sun Wukong was very speechless to the system. At this critical moment, what kind of lottery is this? He immediately answered no and left it for later. Ding! This draw is suspended and will be held next time. Now the third mission is released, break through the Super Saiyan. Success, reward 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Failure, the host dies. Damn it! You said breakthrough, so you broke through. At least give me some hints, I'm almost dead. Sun Wukong cursed the system in his mind, but there was no response. He didn't know what the system was doing again. Go to hell, Saiyan monkey. It's all over. After a short time, Frisia gathered a huge energy bomb on his hands, and then gently smashed it towards Son Goku. Time seemed to become long all of a sudden. Amid Frisia's wild laughter, the black energy bomb had already approached Son Goku, and the extremely powerful pressure nailed Son Goku's body to the ground. If he was hit in this state, Son Goku would definitely die, and senzu beans would not be able to save him. Am I really going to die? Looking at the energy bomb so close, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly in his heart. He still had senzu beans on him, but with such an absolute difference in strength now, even if he swallowed the senzu beans, he would not be able to withstand Frisia's energy bomb. At this time, he thought of his experiences in his previous life, his miserable and embarrassing life in the orphanage. With the encouragement of the orphanage teacher, he cheered up, but was later betrayed by his friends, but he still did not let the difficulties knock him down. He walked out bravely, and it was this step that led to his brilliant life in the next few years. It also made him understand more deeply about the various things in society. The rules of the world are nothing more than the law of the jungle. Maybe some people are just packaged more perfectly under this rule. He was hesitant and determined when he traveled to the Dragon Ball world. He vowed to live a more exciting life than his previous life. He had just been reborn not long ago, and he would become a super strong man in Dragon Ball. A strong mind that overlooked the entire universe suddenly burst out with infinite passion and anger. It was a mockery of his own incompetence, and Sun Wukong's mind was completely awakened at this time. Whether for his own life in this life or for his relatives here, he couldn't die like this. He hasn't met a more powerful enemy yet, how could he die so easily? Yes, so what about Frieza? He is just the first boss at the beginning of Dragon Ball. If I can't even defeat him, what else can I do? I will defeat him. I will definitely not be missing from the excitement here. A gleam of light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and the passion and anger were like wildfire, making his whole body tremble. Looking up at the energy bomb that was only a few centimeters away from him, Sun Wukong stretched out his hands firmly. With a dull sound, Sun Wukong slowly sank to the ground under the power of the energy bomb, and his two arms creaked as if they would break at any time, and the severe pain tortured him all the time. Now Sun Wukong is in a very dangerous situation. His life is like a boat in the waves, facing the danger of the boat at any time. The result was the destruction of people. But his heart was fearless and regretless, only 1,000 heroic sentiments were stirring, and at this moment his muscles slowly began to wriggle. The blood and chi seemed to flow along the root of the nine-yang magic art, as if they had life, and they continued to flow in the body. The originally injured internal organs were quickly fully recovered under the effect of the nine-yang magic art, and the injured bones became stronger and stronger under the constant washing of the nine-yang chi. The muscles were constantly wriggling, and they were also developing more and more perfectly, and the body seemed to be undergoing tremendous changes. Sun Wukong could vaguely feel that he was very different from before, and unknowingly, he had practiced the first 3 levels of the nine-yang magic art to perfection, perfectly recreating his body and greatly developing the potential of life. Boom, boom. Deep in the peaceful underground, Sun Wukong could even hear the sound of his own heart beating, slowly beating and becoming more and more intense. He felt as if his heart was about to beat out of his body, as if a powerful force was gushing out of his body, and an inexplicable feeling was derived from the depths of his heart. Roar! With a violent roar, Sun Wukong's entire body began to tremble. Deep in the darkness of the underground, Sun Wukong was undergoing a huge transformation. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 23. The entire earth was shaking constantly, and the core deep underground was changing inexplicably. The magma was rolling and roaring violently. Yet, Sun Wukong opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time, a gleam of light flashed from his eyes, and then a confident smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already felt the changes in his body. That's right. Under the threat of death, Sun Wukong, who had put everything aside, had broken through and became a Super Saiyan. The huge energy flowing in his body made even Sun Wukong himself shudder with fear. Compared with before, he is now 10 or 100 times stronger. Feeling Frieza's powerful breath, Sun Wukong's figure rushed to the ground like lightning. The battle continues. Sun Wukong had undergone changes that he himself was not aware of without knowing it. Frieza's power at this time was no longer out of reach in his eyes, but instead he had a feeling of controlling everything. Because now his combat power is far superior to Frieza's. Well, is that Saiyan monkey dead? He should be dead. Looking at a deep round hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Frisia muttered to himself, and then laughed wildly. Bursts of laughter echoed in the sky. This is the end of going against me, Frisia. I am the strongest in this universe. Haha, after solving this Saiyan monkey, that Vegeta is also a disaster. I will make the Saiyan monkey extinct in the universe. The next step is to hunt down Vegeta. In this thrilling battle, Frisia deeply felt the threat of the Saiyans to him. He has made up his mind not to let the Saiyans survive in this universe for another day. Because of Sun Wukong's powerful strength, and the potential to continue to improve his combat effectiveness after each injury, Frisia felt the endless potential of the Saiyans. At this time, the ground suddenly shook and began to shake constantly. Countless rocks cracked and shattered, and the ground soon cracked into bottomless cracks, like a man-eating hell. Frisia couldn't help but feel puzzled and shook his head. Didn't the power of the previous attack go well? Have I destroyed the core of this planet? But I should have stopped. Then he patted his head and said, forget it, the Saiyan monkey is dead anyway. Why bother with these trivial matters? I'd better leave this planet. It looks like this planet is about to explode. What? This is... Frisia was about to leave Namek when he saw a deep hole in the ground collapsing. He looked carefully and saw a flash of light coming out of the hole. It landed steadily in the air in an instant. Frisia looked forward with a look of astonishment on his face. His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him with some suspicion. In the distance, in Frisia's spaceship. It looks like King Frisia has won, and that Saiyan is dead. The lizard alien kept hitting the button in front of him, and the values on the screen kept changing. Suddenly, the broadcast issued a series of harsh warnings, and the screen trembled. In the eyes of the aliens in the spacecraft, the fighting power of the Saiyan, who they thought was dead, suddenly increased violently. They could only stare at the changes on the screen in amazement, without any reaction at all, and seemed to have been stunned. Boom! With a loud noise, the screens on the spacecraft exploded one after another. At this time, Sun Wukong's combat power had already exceeded the detection range of the machine on the spacecraft. Because of the explosion of the core, every corner of the entire spacecraft soon became a chain reaction, and hundreds of places on the spacecraft began to explode in succession. Bang! The explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth frightened the lucky cosmic beings who had escaped. What? You're not dead? Frisia was shocked to see the figure suddenly appearing in front of him. He thought that Goku, who was dead, appeared in front of him again. Although the Saiyan's appearance was very different from before, how could Frisia make a mistake? It was no wonder that Frisia was very shocked. If Goku was not dead, he would not have such an exaggerated expression. But Goku's change at this time deeply shook his heartstrings, but he did not want to admit it subconsciously. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I hope that book friends can give me the flowers and evaluation votes in their hands. I bow and thank you. I will update 5 times a day before the book is put on the shelves. I hope to get more support. Thank you. Chapter 24. At this time, Sun Wukong's whole body was filled with golden arrogance, and the golden color on his skin had become more obvious, as if he was standing in the sky like a god. Sun Wukong's original black crab-like hairstyle was now standing up, and his black hair had turned golden, even his eyebrows had turned golden, and his dark and deep eyes had turned light green. There was even a hint of scarlet in the center of his eyes. Sun Wukong now looked very resolute, but there was also a hint of evil on his resolute face. What happened to Frisia? Is he so frightened that he is stunned? To be honest, I am also stunned. I am also shocked by my current strength. I didn't expect that after the breakthrough, my strength would be so strong. Sun Wukong's figure stood in the void, looking at the extremely shocked Frisia with interest. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's personality became a little rampant. But this is also very normal. The Scion's personality is originally like this. The Super Scion also has a great influence on Sun Wukong. Of course, the more important reason here is that Sun Wukong has not yet reached the level of ease when he transformed, so it is natural to be affected. But the Nine Yang magic art he practiced has a strong restraint in this regard. When he learns the more powerful Nine Yang magic art secrets later, he will be able to control this emotion freely. How is this possible? This is impossible. What happened to you? Aren't Scion monkeys only able to transform into gorillas? How did you become like this? Frisia still seemed to be in shock. He was suddenly very scared of the change that Sun Wukong had undergone. The ancient legends suddenly came to his mind, causing him to completely lose his composure. Just give it a try and you will know. I think you are curious about my situation now. Let's continue our fight. Sun Wukong slowly landed on the ground, looked up at Frisia and smiled. Or are you no longer brave enough to fight me? Damn Scion monkey, you are quite tenacious. Next, I will definitely kill you. Frisia looked at Son Goku angrily, and then said firmly, I will make you die this time. As he said that, he rushed straight towards Son Goku on the ground. Bang! The ground was cracked by a powerful energy, but Frisia's attack did not hit Son Goku at all. Instead, he was knocked away by a single punch from Son Goku. Then Son Goku stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Frisia's retreating body, and hit him hard with his right knee. Ah! The energy from Sun Wukong's right knee penetrated Frisia's body directly, causing him to scream. Sun Wukong raised his hands to the sky, and then hit him hard like a giant hammer. The powerful force of both sides made Frisia scream in pain, and he shrank on the ground without any reaction. However, Sun Wukong looked at Frisia like this and did not continue to attack him. Instead, he looked at Frisia with a playful look on his face. Hey! Frisia recovered and rolled backwards to distance himself from Son Goku. Then he slowly stood up and looked at the confident Son Goku in surprise and said, Why do you have such powerful strength? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Although he didn't quite believe it. Son Goku's attack was so powerful that he had no chance to resist. Haha, that's right. I am now the legendary Super Saiyan. I really have to thank you. I didn't expect it to be successful. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and shook it, laughing. To repay you, I can teach you a few moves, Frisia, but I will repay the favor. Damn Scion wild monkeys, I am the strongest in the universe. You are just a bunch of wild monkeys. Frisia roared angrily, and rushed towards Son Goku with a strong offensive. Every punch and kick came with a sharp whistling sound, breaking through the resistance of the air. Every attack was made with full strength, but what scared Frisia was that his attacks could not hurt Son Goku at all, let alone defeat him. Dang, dang, dang! Frisia hit Son Goku as if he was hitting the hardest gold mine in the universe, making a continuous sound of metal collision, as if Son Goku had turned into a metal man. Are you tickling me? It feels so good, keep going. Sun Wukong, who possessed the indestructible power, had a terrifyingly strong defense at this moment. No matter how Frisia attacked, he was not moved at all. He even yawned out of boredom, which made Frisia furious. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, Rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 25. Call. Frisia was a little out of breath as he looked at Son Goku not far away, his eyes full of fear. After so many attacks, he still hadn't hurt Son Goku at all, which made Frisia feel a fear he had never felt before. What, you don't want to continue attacking? Are you tired? You are so useless. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, he was very satisfied with this state. Then it's my turn to attack, Frisia. I'll show you my changes. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed coldly, and he stomped his feet on the ground, and his figure flashed to Frisia's side. Before he could react, he punched Frisia with his right fist, knocking him away. Then he chiseled Frisia's chest like a meteorite, causing him to fall to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! A deep pit was dug out in an instant, and Frisia lay helplessly at the bottom of the pit. He was stepped on by Sun Wukong with one foot, unable to move. Bang! Sun Wukong smiled contemptuously and kicked Frisia away like a football. Damn Saiyan monkey! I will kill you. As the king of the universe, Frisia had never been treated like this before. He used all his strength to break the nearby rocks and floated in front of Son Goku again. His hands gathered huge energy, and countless energy bombs rushed towards Son Goku in an instant. Boom! 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 The sound like thunder kept echoing in the sky, and the smoke and dust produced by the explosion even surrounded Sun Wukong's whole body. However, Frisia didn't have the ability to feel the air at all, so he just kept attacking with his eyes. But he didn't know that such attacks could not cause any effect on Sun Wukong. What? Impossible! How could this happen? This is impossible! I thought that such an attack would at least cause some injuries to Sun Wukong, but when the smoke and dust around him dissipated, what appeared in Frisia's eyes was still Sun Wukong's unharmed figure, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, as if he was laughing at his overestimation of his own abilities. Frisia, is this your attack? That's all? Are you really out of strength now? I feel like you're too weak. Can you try harder? I don't feel anything at all. Sun Wukong flicked off the dust on his body, as if nothing had happened, and smiled at Frisia calmly. Or is it that your current strength is already the strongest? Then it's rude to return the favor, it's my turn to attack. As he spoke, he aimed one hand at the embarrassed Frisia, and an invisible fist pressure broke through the air. Bang! Under this invisible energy attack, Frisia flew backwards and kept rolling in the air. Of course, Sun Wukong would not miss the next opportunity and hit him hard with his right fist again. Another punch landed heavily on Frisia's face. With a muffled sound, Frisia flew backwards in the air like a kite with a broken string. It took a long time for him to stabilize himself. Damn it! Why? I am the strongest in the universe. You can't beat me. Frisia, who had stabilized himself, became a little crazy. Son Goku's attack just now had broken his self-confidence. The opponent didn't even touch him, but he was already injured by the pressure of his fist. Even Frisia could feel that. Son Goku didn't use much strength at all, just like a casual attack, but he just couldn't resist it. At this time, on the distant King Kai planet, King Kai's entire body began to tremble. And the two tentacles on his forehead were shaking up and down excitedly. Too strong. Goku is now far stronger than Frisia. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Our galaxy is saved, the universe is saved. Lord North Kai, has Son Goku really become so strong? Tien Shinyan with 3 eyes couldn't help but ask, and Yam Sha beside him also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Yes, now Goku has broken through the Super Saiyan. He has firmly suppressed Frisia. What? So strong? Tien Shinyan and Yam Sha were shocked. They had always been Son Goku's closest fighting partner and had gone through countless hardships together. But they didn't expect that in just a few days, Son Goku had changed so much on Namek, and his strength was far beyond theirs. We will definitely work harder, Goku, wait for me to catch up with you. Tien Shinyan and Yam Sha nodded at the same time, both of them made up their minds. But Frisia quickly came back to his senses and sneered at Son Goku, I am the most powerful, not you wild monkey, Go to hell. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 26. After saying that, Frisia's finger lights flashed continuously, and thousands of powerful finger light energy waves hit Son Goku again, but Son Goku easily avoided these attacks with his terrifying speed. That's all? It seems you have no other means, Frisia, you disappoint me. If this is all you can do, don't blame me for killing you. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia, who was constantly panting, and smiled evilly. The arrogance of the Saiyans was slowly affecting him again. Now Sun Wukong's fighting power is already stronger than expected. Of course, with other Super Saiyans as a reference, he himself doesn't know how strong he is. But being able to toy with Frisia in the palm of his hand can vaguely glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Bang! Sun Wukong's figure flashed, and he swung his fist directly at Frisia's abdomen. The violent fist pressure surrounded him. As soon as the light stopped, before the fist arrived, it was as if countless sharp blades hit Frisia mercilessly. Bang! A heavy punch hit. Frisia was in severe pain, and his face was distorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt his internal organs surging, and his body was like a high-speed meteor, flying backwards along the horizon. But Sun Wukong saw that he was not going to let him go, and after one move, bang, he stomped his foot on the ground and exerted force again. As the ground suddenly splashed with large pieces of dirt and rocks, Sun Wukong's body moved almost instantly and appeared directly in front of Frisia, then raised his arm and smashed down with his elbow. The elbow joint bombardment was naturally a fierce move. At this time, Frisia had no power to fight back. With a combat power of 120 million against more than 200 million, he could only be abused. Puff! With a dull sound, the elbow hit Frisia's neck. Frisia's neck bent at an exaggerated angle, and the whole person suddenly fell to the ground. Sun Wukong also continued to work hard, not giving Frisia a chance to breathe. Bang! 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 Another series of heavy bombardments. It seemed that the entire Namek planet was constantly shaking. Within a few seconds, Sun Wukong had already hit thousands of times. Frisia was dizzy at this moment, his armor was covered with cracks, and his face was bruised and swollen. Ah! You Saiyan monkey, you're looking for death! Frisia roared in grief and indignation, and his feet suddenly stepped forward. His tail swung in the air, and he grinned, stretching out his fingers and shooting at the void. In an instant, the red beams of light were sealed into a net, tightly blocking the entire void. Puff! 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 The muffled sound tore through the calm space, and the purple-red arc of electricity cut through the void, giving Frisia a little rest time. But Sun Wukong had already made up his mind, so how could he give him time to breathe? I saw Sun Wukong's golden afterimage suddenly appear, and then his arm became a knife, with a sharp energy, and he rushed towards Frisia with great momentum. Frisia's face changed wildly, and he waved his hand to meet the attack in a hurry, but the sharp energy hit his arm with terrifying energy. In an instant, the violent energy was transmitted into the body through his arm. Frisia felt pain, his face was seriously distorted, and his arm was sore and weak. Damn it! You damned fellow, I will tear you into pieces! Frisia roared furiously. Never having suffered such a punishment before. Although he was no match for his opponent in combat power, he would not give up so easily. He could not accept that the great Ice Demon clan was beaten like this by a Saiyan monkey in the northern galaxy. At this moment, he truly realized that his family had underestimated the Saiyans. He could not believe that there was a race in this universe that could force him into such a situation. Frisia was angry, his silver-white figure stood upright in the air, and the two blood-red colors under his eye sockets were particularly fierce. He looked around and began to think about how to get rid of this opponent. Bang! No matter how Frisia attacked, Sun Wukong could skillfully block those seemingly fierce attacks. Time passed little by little, and Frisia's attacks became weaker and weaker. At this time, a cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and the speed and intensity of the attack increased several times at once, breaking through Frisia's defense in an instant. The tip of his elbow flipped and hit Frisia's shoulder, and then his feet moved slightly, like a rubber band rebounding and contracting, and he lashed out at Frisia fiercely. Frisia, who had just landed, was instantly blown away by the violent blow. As he stepped on the ground, his figure followed closely, and his right fist kept hitting Frisia's body like a steel drill, and finally he kicked sideways like a powerful shot. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, Rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 27. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Frisia's body slid along the ground for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. However, his whole body was covered with marks of being beaten. Sun Wukong's powerful punch even broke many of Frisia's bones. Ga. The madness in Frisia's eyes slowly faded as he panted. At this time, the injuries on Frisia's body caused his strength to decline further, and his physical strength was about to reach the critical point under the full-strength attack. Glancing at Sun Wukong, who was not far away, Frisia's figure flashed and fell into the air, spitting blood from his mouth, and still sneered arrogantly, "Haha, Saiyan, I admit that your strength is indeed very powerful, and it can be said that it is far superior to mine. But I, Frisia, don't want to die at the hands of you wild monkeys. I won't die like this. Even if this planet explodes, this king can still survive in this universe. But you Saiyans don't have this ability, disappear with this planet." After speaking, Frisia gathered a black death bomb with a diameter of about 10 meters in his hands. This is also Frisia's most powerful attack, which can completely destroy the entire planet. As soon as the words fell, the death bomb pressed towards Sun Wukong's body with great power. The huge shadow of the death energy bomb had completely enveloped Sun Wukong. "Become dust in the universe along with this planet, damned Saiyan monkey!" Frisia grinned, and soon fell into madness as he watched the black death bullet slowly sinking into the ground. No wonder Frisia couldn't help himself. The shock that Son Goku brought to him was too great, and it was accompanied by the pressure of death. Frisia's confidence as the strongest in the universe collapsed in front of the Saiyans he had exterminated. This made Frisia extremely indignant, and now seeing that Son Goku was finally going to die in his hands, he couldn't help but be so excited. "I'd better leave here before the planet is destroyed. Although I can survive in space, the explosion of a planet will eventually cause me a lot of damage." Frisia was about to leave here, but suddenly he saw a shocking scene out of the corner of his eye. The black death bomb that had begun to slowly sink into the ground was gradually rising again. "No, it's impossible." This discovery made Frisia's hands and feet suddenly turn cold, and he looked over carefully. Sure enough, not long after, the figure of the Saiyan appeared in front of him again, and at this time, the huge black death bomb was also easily held by the Saiyan with his right hand. "Tisk tisk, why are you in such a hurry to leave, Frisia? Or is this all you have? What? Are you scared? In the end, you can only destroy this planet to save your life. It seems that you have completely lost the will to fight. What a boring battle." Sun Wukong curled his lips and looked at Frisia in a daze with an arrogant face. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had a great impact. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would not have become as arrogant as he is now, and he would not be so long-winded when dealing with the enemy. "You, damned Saiyan monkey!" Frisia said angrily, but he had no courage to refute. Because what Son Goku said was true. He was really afraid of the Saiyan in front of him just now. He was so scared that he could only rely on this shameful trick to save his life. But Son Goku, the terrible Super Saiyan, appeared in front of him again, leaving a few scars in his already frightened heart. "I want you dead, Saiyan!" Frisia quickly came back to his senses from his trance, looking at Sun Wukong, who was arrogantly holding the Black Death bullet. His expression was ferocious, and veins on his forehead were bulging. Sun Wukong's sarcasm touched his sore spot. Originally, there was no such thing as Saiyan, and he was still the ruler of the universe. No one dared to touch his tiger whiskers, and he could kill without restraint, but it was the Saiyan in front of him that completely shattered his self-esteem and pride. The Saiyan, whom he originally looked down upon, actually surpassed him in strength. He was furious. The fear was hidden all of a sudden, and there was only a flaming light in his eyes, which made people feel how much resentment was hidden in them. "Is this all you can say? Do you have the ability to kill me? But looking at your appearance, if you don't do such bad things, you should still be quite cute. Otherwise, come to my house and be a nanny. Piccolo is already an excellent father, and my little son is about to be born. It's not bad to leave him to you. You look cute, as long as you are not so fierce. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, Rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money." Chapter 28. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered a joke from his previous life. After the Cosmic Power Conference ended, many netizens joked to the whitewashed king. "Go to the Sun family and be a nanny. Piccolo is an expert. Let me be a babysitter? Go to hell. Damn Saiyan monkey! You are the babysitter, your whole family is a babysitter." Resentment replaced the original rationality and fear, and Frisia suddenly pointed his right hand at Son Goku, as if he wanted to kill him. Faced with the finger light energy cannon that had been used countless times, Son Goku had no fear at all. This thing was just a tickle to him. A bright finger light broke through the constraints of space, and a sharp whistling sound came from the air. This was already the strongest attack that Frisia could use, and the speed was significantly improved compared to the original finger light. However, it was impossible to defeat Son Goku in front of him with just this attack. So Son Goku didn't pay much attention to this finger light, but something unexpected happened. He is. Son Goku looked a little surprised, because the target of Frisia's full-strength finger light was not him, but the Black Death bullet in his hand. However, he was too late to react. The fast-flying finger light hit the Black Death bullet, which was controlled by Son Goku to be relatively calm. Snap! The faint voice rang in Sun Wukong's ears, but it made his face change drastically. The finger light penetrated the Black Death bullet, and the originally stable death bullet suddenly vibrated violently like boiling water. The surrounding air immediately became chaotic, with a hint of brutality and a trace of destructive energy emerging from the death bullet. Boom! Before Sun Wukong could react, the Black Death bomb in his hand exploded. With a deafening whistle, the ground within 100 miles of the death bomb suddenly disappeared thousands of meters deep, turning into powder, revealing a deep huge hole. A huge mushroom cloud was also floating in the air, and thick dust and smoke covered the entire battlefield. Haha, you're dead this time. Looking at the effect caused by the Black Death bomb, Frisia laughed wildly with satisfaction. He knew very well how powerful this Black Death bomb was. What's more, Son Goku was still in the center of the explosion. The power inside was enough to destroy anything in the universe. Frisia was not completely overwhelmed by anger. He didn't want to attack Son Goku from the beginning. After fighting for so long, he naturally knew which of his attacks were useful to Son Goku. So his goal has never changed, which is to hit the death bomb and use the explosive power of the death energy bomb to indirectly kill the arrogant Saiyan. It's just that Frisia seemed to be happy too early. Perhaps he should return to the spaceship and leave the broken planet Namek immediately, so that he might still have a chance. But now... Cough cough. Suddenly, a few coughing sounds were heard from the smoke. The sound was very slight, but it made Frisia, who was suspended in the air, flash a chill in his eyes. This is impossible, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could he not be dead? Under such a powerful attack. Son Goku was not dead yet, which was beyond Frisia's expectation. This also shows that even the power of a Super Saiyan who has just broken through is extraordinary and far beyond Frisia's imagination. It seems that I was a little too arrogant, ahem. This energy bomb was just a little bit short of killing me. A light laugh came out from the smoke and dust, and then the figure of Sun Wukong appeared in front of Frisia again. Although he was a little embarrassed, he didn't have any serious injuries. However, Sun Wukong was in the center and was more or less affected. With such a strong explosion, a trace of blood had already overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Frisia's strongest attack is not in vain. With the current power of a Super Saiyan, he will still suffer some damage. Slowly wiping off the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, Sun Wukong looked at Frisia in the air with cold eyes. Frisia's anger had been rekindled. Sun Wukong, who had only planned to play around, was now determined to kill Frisia. You asked for this, Frisia. Sun Wukong stomped his body heavily on the ground, and rushed forward, grabbing Frisia's neck with absolute strength and speed, and fiercely knocked him with his right knee. Bang! Frisia felt as if his head was about to shatter, and his vision went black. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 29. But what followed was a fierce blow from his right fist. The powerful force caused severe damage to Frisia's abdomen in an instant, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth involuntarily. Great! Then Sun Wukong kicked Frisia's chest fiercely with his legs, and then his figure flashed and appeared behind Frisia, and the attack like a knife and an axe came from his back. Bang! 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 Frisia flew upwards involuntarily, and at the same time he was stunned, and his head was dizzy. So fast! So strong! This was Frisia's last thought. Kamehameha! The sound of a gentle exhalation was like an invisible devil, grabbing Frisia's heart. Looking down from mid-air, the Kamehameha wave that Sun Wukong had blasted out with all his strength was already within reach. Ah! Sunday! Wukong, I can't! Frisia didn't even have the chance to fight back. He only let out a miserable sound that echoed in the deserted sky. It was completely swallowed up by Son Goku's Qigong attack. Just like that, there was no echo. The empty sky left no trace. When the combat power was very different. Kamehameha could make Frisia feel the crisis of death, not to mention now. Finally solved. Sun Wukong glanced at the rocks that were constantly disintegrating, and suddenly felt a sigh. The sense of urgency of traveling to the Dragon Ball world finally disappeared. The final result was as he wished, but Sun Wukong felt a little unsatisfied, because his strength after breaking through the Super Saiyan was far beyond Frisia's power, and he could not fight against it at all. Looking at the hellish earth, the magma in the center of the earth had already erupted. At this time, the planet Namek was on the verge of disintegration and could be destroyed at any time. It's time to go. Goku immediately flew back to the spaceship. He didn't have the ability like Frisia to survive in the airless vacuum of the universe. However, Namek was too badly damaged by Frisia. Even though Goku was fast enough, he had just entered the spaceship and hadn't pressed the command to return to Earth when Namek exploded. Boom! It was like a beautiful firework blooming. Although it was magnificent, it was extremely dangerous for Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. In order to protect the spaceship, Sun Wukong could only come to the exit of the spaceship, put his hands into a calyx shape, and send out a Kamehameha. Fortunately, he is much stronger than Sun Wukong in the original work. At this moment, he is still full of energy. Moreover, he recalled the scene when Master Roshi used Kamehameha to destroy the Flame Mountain. He immediately tried his best and sent the huge energy Kamehameha to the huge energy shock wave generated by the explosion of planet Namek. Boom! 2 huge bursts of energy destroyed everything around the entire planet. Damn, this is terrible. Sun Wukong looked at the huge explosion energy wave. Although he blocked it, some residual energy shook the spaceship, and even shook the spaceship out of its original flight trajectory. Even the interstellar map was broken. He couldn't help crying without tears. The energy of the two collided, but it was even greater. Now his Vajra indestructible divine art is only the 3rd level, and he can't release the chi, so naturally the spaceship can't be protected. Alas, I can only hope that my luck is not too bad. The food now can only sustain for a few months. If I still can't find an inhabited planet by then, I will probably starve to death. In the vast universe, without any reference points, Sun Wukong didn't know which direction he was going. But at this time, the voice of the system came from his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Super Saiyan, and a special reward for the martial arts secret book, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Do you want to learn it? What? It's really the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Is this thing useful? In Dragon Ball, they all refer to light energy bombs. Aren't these more powerful? Sun Wukong couldn't help but complain. Although this thing is a killer weapon in Tianlong Babu, it is not very useful in Dragon Ball. But if you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. This is a reward from the system, so of course I take it. Study. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the complete secret manual of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The combat power is increased tenfold, without any side effects. A white light appeared in Sun Wukong's mind, and soon the martial arts secret manual of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword appeared in Sun Wukong's mind, making him very happy. Is the reward so straightforward this time? Just give the whole book of secrets directly, then why was it only the first 3 levels before, and now there are still many more levels of 9 Yang magic skill and Vajra indestructible magic skill? Sun Wukong got a headache when he thought about this. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, Rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 30. Suddenly, Sun Wukong remembered that there seemed to be some special lottery reward before. The host completes the second task and is rewarded with a special lottery. Do you want to start it immediately? Start the lottery. Anyway, I don't know where in the universe I am now, but Sun Wukong is just in time for a lottery. A roulette-shaped circle quickly appeared in my mind, with 12 patterns in it. And each pattern is different, just like a gambling roulette wheel. Each pattern is marked with various things, including martial arts secrets, various weapons, a lot of money, various sundries, and even some high-tech products. It's interesting, this thing is a bit exciting. Among the 12 patterns, 3 are martial arts secrets, 3 are weapons, both hot and cold weapons, 3 are money, and 3 are sundries. Sun Wukong carefully observed these 12 things, and he was eager to find a prop to solve the current situation. However, when he saw the martial arts secrets, he almost cried out. Oh my god, the middle volume of the 9 Yang magic skill? Is it the 4th to 6th volume? The North Sea magic skill? Really? Tai Chi Boxing Classics. Every volume of the secret book is very suitable for me. The 3 red martial arts secret books on the roulette wheel made Sun Wukong's eyes widen, it was so exciting. Looking at the 3 weapons again. Heavenly Sword? Dragon Saber? Jinwu Sword? Are you going to go so far? Magical weapons. Sun Wukong couldn't help himself this time. These were all magical weapons from Jin Yang's martial arts novels. In comparison, there was nothing to see in terms of money and jewelry. Then he looked at the sundries. Fighter detector? What the hell? Useless, pass. Dragon Ball radar? Not needed. Marrow cleansing pill? Damn, good stuff, take it. The more Sun Wukong looked at it, the more hesitant he became. He wanted a lot of them, but the system prompted that he could only draw once. Sun Wukong stayed in bed for a long time, secretly calming himself down, and then decided to start drawing. I don't want a small amount of money or jewelry, I don't want weapons, I want the middle volume of the 9 Yang magic skill or the marrow cleansing pill. Sun Wukong kept chanting in his mind, and a ball of light appeared on the roulette wheel, and then began to spin rapidly. The light spot rotated very fast, as if it was wound up. Finally, the speed of the light spot gradually slowed down. Sun Wukong held his breath for a long time, calculating where the light spot would stop. Beiming Divine Art, passed. Yi Tian Sword, passed. Xi Sui Dan. Oh, passed too. The speed of the light spot was getting slower and slower. Stop! 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 Sun Wukong shouted. Damn! It actually stopped. The light spot took another step forward like a snail and came to the combat power detector, which made Sun Wukong feel discouraged. He was only one step away from the middle volume of the 9 Yang magic art. Sun Wukong closed his eyes in pain. This was too much trouble. Forget it, the combat power detector is not bad, at least I can see other people's combat power. After a while, Sun Wukong looked at the roulette wheel in his mind again, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. It turned out that the light spot on the detector actually stopped at the middle scroll of the 9 Yang magic skill. Oh my god! This is going to be a success. Finally got the secret book of the 9 Yang magic skill. Now that he has broken through to Super Saiyan, if he wants to improve his combat power, he needs a more advanced Qigong method, and the middle volume of the 9 Yang magic skill is his best choice. The first volume 1 to 3 levels have already brought him such a great harvest. I can't imagine how strong the middle volume will make him. It is estimated that breaking through to Super Saiyan 3 will not be a big problem. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle volume of the 9 Yang magic art. The middle volume is more difficult than the first volume, and requires the host to practice day and night. Every time you break through a level, your combat power will increase 10 times. The system's prompt sounded, which made Sun Wukong stunned. The middle volume of the 9 Yang magic art actually required practice, and it was no longer like the first volume, which could be completed in a flash of white light. Forget it, I'll practice. This way I can fully master my chi, and you get what you sow. Although he didn't get any food or anything like that, Sun Wukong was very satisfied. At least he had the follow-up exercises of the 9 Yang magic art. With nothing to do, Sun Wukong had to continue practicing in the training room. The current 100 times gravity had almost no effect on him. Drink. Ha. Hey. After a period of time, Sun Wukong discovered that the practice of this external skill had a miraculous effect on the Scion's physique. Coupled with the powerful and lasting 9 Yang magic skill, his combat power soared again in just 1 month. The 4th level of the 9 Yang magic skill was almost on the verge of a breakthrough. Now his combat power after the transformation has reached 500 million. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 31. Sun Wukong opened a personal page equipped by the system in his mind and checked his own information. Host, Sun Wukong. Combat power, normal 11 million. Defense power, normal 10 million. Super Saiyan, 550 million combat power, 500 million defense power. Martial arts, Ultra Instinct is the highest, 10. Spirit Bomb, 9. King Kai, 7. Kamehameha, 7. Air Dance, 3. After Image. Fist, 5. Sun Fist, 2. 9 Yang Magic, first 6 levels 8, the storage capacity of Qi increases by 100 times, the recovery speed increases by 10 times, the 3rd level, experience 9,000/10,000. Vajra Indestructible Magic, first 3 levels 7, defense increases by 30 times. After obtaining the middle volume of the 9 Yang Magic, the experience required for upgrading appeared. However, the Vajra Indestructible Magic is still in the first volume, and it cannot be upgraded by cultivation for the time being. This made Sun Wukong wonder whether these martial arts secrets can only be cultivated by themselves after obtaining the middle volume to obtain promotion. However, he has not yet obtained more martial arts secrets, so this idea has not been verified. He could only obtain it after the system issued the task. Now he had not heard of any other way to obtain martial arts secrets. He did not even understand the experience of cultivation. He had been practicing the 9 Yang magic for more than a month, and only gained 9,000 experience points. He still needed 1,000 experience points to reach the 4th level. It was also the result of his 3 days of hard practice. However, in just 1 month, the normal combat power increased from 5 million to 11 million, and this result also made Sun Wukong very satisfied. The higher the normal combat power, the higher the combat power when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now Sun Wukong has reached the Super Saiyan realm, and the Super Saiyan realm is a very wide level, which can be roughly divided into 4 levels. The first level is the level of entering the Super Saiyan because of the angry state. The typical character is Sun Wukong in the Namek period in the original work. Because it is a breakthrough in the angry state, the Super Saiyan state at this time is not very stable. Although it is also a 50-fold increase under normal conditions, it is unstable. Maybe there will be no 50-fold increase next time. It is the weakest of all Super Saiyan states. The second level is the ordinary Super Saiyan level, represented by Sun Wukong himself, who has become a Super Saiyan for the first time, and Sun Wukong who returned from Yadrit in the original work, with combat power between 200 million and 30 billion. At this time, they have been able to master the transformation state of Super Saiyan very well, and have extremely powerful strength, more specifically, the ability to control their own strength. Separation but not dispersion, the Qi meridians are connected, this is the principle. This level is also the largest span in the Super Saiyan realm, and occupies the widest range in the first stage of Super Saiyan, and can continuously improve combat power. Therefore, different characters, after reaching the Super Saiyan level, show different combat power, and even the gap between them is very large. The third level is the level beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan state. Compared with the level of ordinary Super Saiyan, the power has a relatively clear leap, so that it can be considered to have surpassed the Super Saiyan and formed a level in itself. The representative figure is Vegeta, who walked out of the spirit time chamber for the first time in the original work. At this time, his strength is stronger than that of ordinary Super Saiyans, and he can make more powerful transformations. His combat power reaches between 30 billion and 40 billion. His strength is probably between mature cell and perfect cell. The fourth level is Super Saiyan Full Power. At this time, it is the strongest state of Super 1, with a combat power of up to 40 billion, and the speed and defense are all the strongest. However, this full power still needs to be explained based on the normal combat power. The higher the normal state, the higher the transformation. This state looks no different from an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, being able to stay in the Super Saiyan state for a long time has overcome the weakness of the Super Saiyan's large physical consumption in battle, and can maximize the combat power of the Super Saiyan. Therefore, the comprehensive combat power has been greatly improved, which belongs to the peak state of the Super Saiyan level. In the original work, the first to reach the Super Saiyan full power state were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Of course, they also achieved it during the training in the Spirit Time Chamber. Of course, in addition to the above 4 levels of Super Saiyan, the first stage of Super Saiyan can be divided into several types according to the transformation state. The first is the Mimic Super Saiyan, which is not a real Super Saiyan. The second is the ordinary blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan, which can include the 3 levels of the above 4 levels, the beginner Super Saiyan, the ordinary Super Saiyan, and the Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Fight, rob, every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. Find your sweetheart, make an appointment with her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 32. The third is the muscle form, but this is a wrong transformation. While gaining great power, it sacrifices speed, so it is not considered successful. For example, when Big Te transformed in the battle with Cell, although the power was stronger, he could not hit the enemy at all. Later, when Cell was hit by Son Gohan in the Super 2 state, he also made this wrong transformation. The fourth is full power, which is also the 4th level mentioned above, with the highest comprehensive combat power. Son Goku is currently in the 2nd level of the 1st stage of Super Saiyan, that is, an ordinary Super Saiyan. Of course, he is already relatively high at this level. He can use the true chi of the 9 Yang magic art to improve his combat power, which can be said to be faster and more effective than the original. He has always believed that these 4 levels of Super Saiyan are actually the process of transition from the normal 50-fold increase to the 100-fold increase. After reaching Super Saiyan, there are only 2 ways to continue to become stronger. One is to enhance the combat power under normal conditions, and the other is to increase the degree of Super Saiyan transformation to obtain a greater increase in power. The Angry Super Saiyan and the normal Super Saiyan are both 50 times the transformation increase, while the Super Saiyan Beyond and Full Power are both more powerful transformations with greater power increase. Sun Wukong believes that when he reaches 100 times the increase, that is when he will break through to Super Saiyan 2. First of all, I have to reach a level beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan as soon as possible, otherwise I really won't be able to deal with the sudden attack of the androids. It seems that number 18 is very beautiful. It's a waste to give her to Krillin. I might as well do it reluctantly. Hehe, Krillin, don't blame your brother. You should practice well. As for Cell and others, leave them to me. You can't let your son do such a dangerous thing. In his previous life, Son Goku was of course very sorry that the beauty number 18 married the short and poor Krillin. He soon set a goal for himself and must break through to the state of Super Saiyan 2 as soon as possible. Vegeta reached the third level of Super Saiyan 1 after practicing in the Spirit Tree Time Chamber for a year, but Son Goku has only used more than a month. It is not so easy to reach this level, and there is also the full power state of Super Saiyan 1. However, even if he has not reached a level beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan, Son Goku believes that he will not be worse than the so-called Super Vegeta, because he is in a natural state of overflowing when full, just like naturally, he suddenly reached the Super Saiyan realm. From the beginning, he had a higher starting point than Vegeta and the others. He had a stronger endurance. In other words, when Sun Wukong's ordinary Super Saiyan reached perfection, his power increase was almost the level of Vegeta surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan. And when he reached the level beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan, it was basically equivalent to the full power of Sun Wukong and the others in the original work. This was because of the great effect brought by the Nine Yang magic art, which gave him this confidence. From the beginning, the current Sun Wukong was half a level higher than the original Sun Wukong and the others in their transformation state, and even had a more advanced Qigong method. His combat power did not exceed that of many people in the original work. Talent is a freak. 3 months later, before the food on the spaceship ran out, Sun Wukong finally arrived at a planet with signs of life. In the past few months, Sun Wukong has reached the peak of the third level of the Nine Yang magic art, but his experience remains at 9999/10,000, and he can't break through. However, his normal combat power has reached 100 million, which is 10 times higher than before. It is also a consolation. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will have at least 5 billion combat power. Starting to land on this nameless planet, Sun Wukong carefully hid the spaceship, and then began to explore the situation of this planet. The ecological environment on this green planet is very good, and the forest is full of life. There are all kinds of wild animals living in the spaceship. Sun Wukong flew at high speed and wandered around in the forest for a while. After a while, he had caught some wild game in his hands to increase the flavor of the food. Eating dry food such as bread in the spaceship every day will make your mouth sick of the smell. With the Nine Yang magic art to replenish his own energy needs, Sun Wukong does not need to consume a lot of food to maintain his energy like in the original work. Looking at his own achievements with satisfaction, Sun Wukong laughed and went back along the way he came. As an orphan in his previous life, Sun Wukong's cooking skills naturally took a long time to practice. In order to fill his stomach, he even took a first-level chef certificate, which makes him a Chinese chef. Tisk tisk, I can finally satisfy my craving. These are wild game, which is really hard to come by. Sun Wukong was very satisfied. He then found a relatively flat ground and slapped his palm to the side. A huge rock was knocked into the air. At this time, he put his fingers together and drew a few strokes in the air. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all the readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. I hope you can find your sweetheart, date her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. Chapter 33. Crack. Several bright lights flashed suddenly, and just like cutting tofu, the huge rock in the air was cut into cubes of the same size, and the tiny debris at the corners was crushed into dust and disappeared. I wonder if this use of the 6 meridians divine sword by me is an insult to its status. Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh at himself at this moment. Crash! The cut stones fell neatly on the ground and soon formed a small stove. Sun Wukong nodded secretly to his masterpiece, and found a few arm-thick logs from the woods and built them into a support. As the saying goes, do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. In the following cooking process, Sun Wukong skillfully wielded the knife, cut open the belly, put it on the grill, and sprinkled it with natural spices he brought with him. He looked very contented. After a while, a wonderful aroma that whetted the appetite came towards him. Sun Wukong couldn't help licking his tongue, and couldn't help but have a strong appetite. He finally got rid of the days of eating dry food. Delicious. It seems that my cooking skills haven't changed. What's more, the animals on this planet are still pure and natural, delicious and tender. Sun Wukong praised with satisfaction while eating. In the following days, Sun Wukong hunted a lot of prey here. He had to prepare more food. God knows where the next planet with life is. On this day, there was a sharp hissing sound in the sky, as if something was rubbing the air at high speed. What's going on? Is someone coming? Great! Sun Wukong put down the food and quickly sensed the other parties coming through his chi perception. The energy of these three chis was over 100,000, and the aura was very dark. It seems that the newcomers have bad intentions. These aliens have come to this planet and their combat power is extremely high. Although the opponent has a combat power of more than 100,000. Sun Wukong doesn't care at all. He just stands there, and these aliens can't hurt him even if they fight for 100 years. On the other side, in a forest that was turned into scorched earth by the impact, raging flames continued to burn, and billowing black smoke with a pungent smell spread everywhere. At this time, three figures walked out of the black smoke. Hey, Captain, this is another planet that is very suitable for life. If we conquer it, we can sell it for a good price. Among the three, a green-skinned cosmic man laughed twice and wanted to do his old business again. Dre, we don't need to deal with these little things. You have to know that our mission this time is more important than King Gula's mission. This small planet can be handed over to others. If we can find the fruit of the spirit tree. For King Gula, it is more valuable than reselling 10,000 planets. The leader was a blue-faced, purple-skinned cosmic man. He was Shaviza, the captain of Gula's mecha team. He stepped on a rock and smiled evilly with a cold expression. The green cosmic man named Dre smiled suddenly, thinking that the captain had considered it carefully. The most important thing for them now was to find the fruit of the spirit tree, and everything else was secondary. It's a pity, but it seems that there are not many people on this planet. We haven't found any signs of human life so far, so we can't experience the joy of fighting. Nez, who had orange skin on the other side, licked his lips with his tongue and sighed with regret. After hearing this, Dre joked, then you should pray that we can complete the task assigned by King Gula as soon as possible, so that you can find a planet worth attacking. Haha, that's true. Nez laughed. What Shaviza and the others didn't know was that a black-haired figure not far away had already heard their conversation clearly. Is it them? I didn't expect to meet Gula's mecha team here. These guys are looking for the fruit of the spirit tree. It seems that Gula attaches great importance to this, and even sent out his ace troops. I just don't know what the use of this spirit tree fruit is. Sun Wukong couldn't help but become curious. These three aliens who came to this planet turned out to be the ace team under Kavira's command, the mecha team. At this time, Shaviza and others came to carry out the task of finding the fruit of the spirit tree assigned by Gula. This mecha team was formed by Gula collecting galactic evil warriors. The three members are all aces among aces, much stronger than Frisia's Jinyu force. Each of them is extremely powerful. Even the weakest member is much stronger than Jinyu. There are really not many strong people who can match them in the Milky Way. In order to find the fruit of the spirit tree to improve his strength, Gula almost sent out all his elites, and the mecha troops came to this remote eastern region. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all the readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. I hope you can find your sweetheart, date her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. If you think it's okay, please give me some tips. I'm here to beg for alms in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 34. But are there really spirit tree fruits on such a planet? Captain Shaviza, I heard that spirit trees usually suck the life energy of the entire planet, but it doesn't look like that here. Dre looked around and saw that the surroundings were full of spring, so he asked with some doubts. Shaviza also shook his head and said, legends can't be trusted, maybe there are some mistakes in the rumors. Let's look here first, otherwise we can only leave here. Gula's mecha team. You came just in time, I need your cosmic interstellar map. Just when Shaviza and others felt a little strange, a plain voice suddenly came from not far away. Who? Shaviza and the other two frowned and looked up, only to see a young man in an orange training suit floating in the air, staring at them with bright, cold eyes. Since you know our name, you dare to come to our door. You are quite brave. Do you think we will give you the interstellar map? Shaviza sat on a rock with his knees hugged, looked up, and a cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. Although he didn't know the man in the air, since the other party could call out the name of the mecha unit, he must have some status. Shaviza thought in his mind and secretly guessed the origin of this person. Slowly descending, Sun Wukong gently stood opposite the mecha team. A breeze blew, rolling up the dead branches and leaves on the ground, making a rustling sound. Since I have encountered you, then you, the Gurum mecha team, will be expelled here today. By the way, you and the guys from the Jinyu Special Forces will keep you company. Sun Wukong's tone was calm, but it revealed an attitude that could not be questioned. What? You want to kill us? Don't tease us. Just you? With your fighting power, you can't even beat the Jinyu force, and you still say you killed them. Sun Wukong's words made the three members of the mecha team look at each other in bewilderment, and then smiled contemptuously. Nez used a detector to test it and found that Sun Wukong had less than 10,000 fighting power. Haha, a piece of trash with a combat power of less than 10,000 dares to threaten to destroy us. Doesn't he know how terrifying our mecha team is? How ridiculous! Nez laughed arrogantly, with a very disdainful tone. Shaviza couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, and a dark atmosphere emanated from the surroundings. How can such a low-level human understand the horror of our mecha team? He is just a frog in the well. Nez and Dre, you have to treat him well. Let him understand what a strong man is. Of course, I can't wait. Nez and Dre were rubbing their hands, and they were already impatient. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that these three guys didn't take him seriously at all. Haha, I'll make you regret coming here later. Sun Wukong looked at Shaviza without any expression, his face was cold, and the breath hidden in his body was exposed a little. In an instant, the temperature of the air seemed to drop by 10 degrees, and the whole air condensed. A strong sense of oppression swept over, and Shaviza, who was the first to bear the brunt of it, his face changed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. I underestimated, this man is not simple, and his strength is not much lower than mine. Shaviza shouted solemnly. Nez, Dre, be careful, this guy's strength is at least over 300,000. What? Nez and Dre were both shocked. It's too late to know now. The battle game starts now. Besides, you are not qualified to know my fighting power. Unless Gula comes in person, his brother will die in my hands, but he will just die if he comes. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he punched Dre in the air. A powerful punch rushed over, and Dre had no reaction at all, and was knocked away by this extremely powerful punch, and his body exploded directly in the air. Damn! That damn guy actually killed Dre with just one move. Due to the huge gap in strength, Dre had no power to fight back at all. Damn it! Golden Qigong Wave! Seeing his men dying, Shaviza immediately raised his hand and a thick Qigong wave came towards Sun Wukong. Too weak. Sun Wukong sneered, without even moving, opened his mouth, and blew towards the golden Qigong wave in one breath. What? This is impossible. Shaviza watched Sun Wukong break his powerful move in such an incredible way, and his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Terrible enemy. Wait, he just said that King Frisia was killed by him. Could it be that he was the one who killed King Frisia a few months ago? How terrible! P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all the readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. I hope you can find your sweetheart, date her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. If you think it's okay, please give me some tips. I'm here to beg for alms in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 35. Zaviza was horrified. He finally realized that everything he and his men had done was meaningless. Facing such an opponent, they were not even ants. Nez, who was standing by, was so shocked that he immediately flew to the spaceship. He had only one thought, to leave this place immediately. The opponent was too scary. You think you can escape? Too naive. Shangyang's sword. Sun Wukong sneered, and a sword energy shot out, quickly catching up with the fleeing Nez, and instantly blasting him into powder. Under the powerful energy of Sun Wukong, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword was so powerful that it was even more powerful than Kamehameha, and it was faster and consumed less energy. So Sun Wukong was very satisfied with the effect of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. He blew on his right index finger with satisfaction, and then said to Shaviza, "You are quite smart. You didn't run away? If your answer satisfies me, I can let you go. Do I dare to run away? You even killed King Frisia. If I run away, I will end up like Dre and Nez." Facing Sun Wukong's question, Shaviza couldn't help cursing in his heart. This was too bullying. But he still quickly answered Sun Wukong's question. "You tell me, I will answer what I know. What is the fruit of the spirit tree? What is its use? Where is Gula?" Sun Wukong asked 3 questions in a row. This. Actually, I don't know what the fruit of the spirit tree is. It's just that King Gula asked us to go out and look for it. I heard that the planet where the spirit tree is located will eventually be absorbed by the spirit tree and become a dead star. Shaviza answered carefully, his eyes rolling non-stop, which made Sun Wukong feel a little unhappy. So strong? However, I am not satisfied with your answer, so. Zhongchang sword. Sun Wukong raised his right middle finger, and a sword energy flew towards Shaviza again. The powerful energy made it impossible for him to dodge. No. How could the mecha team be completely wiped out? King Gula will not let go. Before he finished speaking. Boom. With regret and unwillingness, Shaviza was hit by the terrifying sword energy. The huge energy had no emotion. Facing the absolute destruction that crushed everything in its path, Shaviza was mercilessly crushed into dust in the universe. At this time, in the Milky Way, on a planet that has been transformed by high technology, in Gula's headquarters, a cosmic man who looked like a military advisor stood in front of Gula and said hesitantly, "King Gula, our communication with Lord Shaviza has been interrupted. They seem to have encountered a powerful enemy." At this point, the cosmic man hesitated, secretly glanced at Gula's face, and his voice trembled as he dared not continue. The communication is interrupted. Did they damage the communication equipment during the battle? In that remote place, there shouldn't be any enemies stronger than them, right? A cold and ruthless voice sounded. Gula sat on the huge metal throne and looked at the alien with deep eyes. The alien was startled and reported truthfully, "I will go and find out right away, and I will contact Lord Shaviza and others as soon as possible." Frisia was killed by someone a few months ago? All the people who followed him died, and now Zaviza has lost contact. Do you think it was done by the same person? There are not many people in this universe who dare to go against our clan. Frisia's fighting ability is not low, and his talent is also very high, but he was killed. It seems that I have to be careful. You should find out the truth as soon as possible. Gula's eyes flashed with surprise, and then his face was gloomy, and his tail behind him kept slapping the ground. Yes, yes. The alien said tremblingly, his scalp tingling. Gula's face was covered with dark clouds, and a cold light flashed in his blood-red pupils. He looked at the other servants beside him and said grimly, "Do you think it is possible that someone from my father's side took action?" Several other aliens prostrated themselves on the ground and said tremblingly, "My king, we have been living in peace with the Eastern forces for so many years. Besides, King Kurd is your father, and I don't think it is possible that King Kurd took action. No matter what, King Kurd would not kill King Frisia. And I heard from you that King Frisia did not really die. Recently, King Kurd used a machine to fuse King Frisia's body and brought him back to life. Oh, Frisia is not dead yet? Father is willing to save Frisia. But, for me, it is hard to say. He is not as kind to me as he is to Frisia." Gula said quietly, with a gleam in his eyes. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful that I will make you single on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Of course, this is a joke. I wish all the readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day in advance. I hope you can find your sweetheart, date her/him, and live a shy life together. Don't forget to leave your flowers and money. If you think it's okay, please give me some tips. I'm here to beg for alms in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 36. This time, the mission of Zaviza and his men is to find the fruit of the spirit tree, which is a secret treasure that can enhance their strength. For it, King Kurd will turn against him. However, Gula also believes that it was not King Kurd who did it this time. There are only a handful of strong men in the North Galaxy who can defeat his Gula Mecha team. The strongest team under King Kurd may be one of them, but the strongest team has not made any moves in recent times. As for the Jinya force under Frisia, it's not that Kvira looks down on them. Even if the Jinya force still exists, they can't hurt Zaviza and his men at all. What's more, they are dead just like Frisia. Who did it? Is there some powerful person hidden in the North Galaxy? Gula's heart suddenly throbbed. He was not sad about the death of Zaviza and the others, because Zaviza and the others were just pawns in his hand. As a strong man, Gula would not care about the life and death of these ants. At most, he would regret that he had lost several powerful subordinates and felt embarrassed. What Gula was really worried about was that the matter of the fruit of the spirit tree would be leaked, which would attract the attention of King Kurd and Frisia, and even the attention of other powerful people in the universe. That was what he didn't want to see. Looking leisurely at the aliens crawling on the ground, Gula's cold voice rang out, "Get the spaceship ready. I will go to the planet where Zaviza and the others disappeared in person." Waving his hand, Gula said again, "Also, let the people of the Gula Legion be selected. I will reform the Mecha team." "Yes, Your Majesty." Those aliens left the hall sweating as if they had been pardoned. On the huge throne, Gula raised his purple lips, and a sneer flashed across his fierce face. In the eastern part of the Milky Way, when King Kurd learned from his spy that the Mecha troop under Gula was annihilated, a trace of surprise flashed across his brows, and then he drank red wine happily. He would not take this small Mecha troop seriously, but he was still very happy to be able to weaken Gula's strength. "How is Frisia? Is he awake?" King Kurd asked the attendant beside him. Reporting to the king, King Frisia has just merged with the mechanical body and has not yet fully awakened. So we don't know who killed him yet. The attendant answered carefully. "Let him wake up as soon as possible. This kid didn't practice well since he was young, and now he is almost killed. Although he is useless, he is also my son. I must avenge him. No one can beat our clan and continue to live happily." The Kurdish king angrily crushed the cup in his hand and said fiercely. On an unknown planet, Sun Wukong finally found an interstellar map from the spaceship of Zaviza and others. What surprised him even more was that there was the location and route of the planet Yadrit on it, so he set the direction directly, filled up his food, and set off for the planet Yadrit. This is where Sun Wukong learned instant movement in the original work, and there are all kinds of strange abilities there, attracting Sun Wukong to learn. Another month passed, and during this period Sun Wukong still did not break through the 4th level of the 9 Yang magic art, which made him wonder what he did wrong. But even so, his combat effectiveness under normal circumstances still reached a terrifying 120 million. If he met Frisia again, he could knock him down directly without transforming. Suddenly, an alarm came from the spacecraft broadcast. "Yadrit is coming soon, please be prepared." Sun Wukong stood up from the 100 times gravity training room and walked to the hatch. Through the small hatch, he could clearly see a misty planet not far away, spinning non-stop. Swish! The spaceship quickly broke through the atmosphere of the planet Yadrit, and it seemed to burn the surrounding air all of a sudden. The red light flickered in the sky. With a heavy sound, the spaceship landed steadily on the ground. The hatch slowly opened, and Sun Wukong slowly walked out, then looked around. The first thing that caught Sun Wukong's eyes was the countless steep mountain walls that went straight into the sky, and the high sky was shrouded in clouds and mist, as if within reach. Compared with the earth, the environment here seems more fresh, and the clouds that are almost touching the ground make it even more dreamy. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, and was very impressed by the environment of the planet Yadrit. Perhaps it was this environment that created their ability to develop various tricks. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and I am here to rob you. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful, I will draw a circle and curse you, and let you continue to be single after Chinese Valentine's Day. But I still wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day, find your sweetheart, and be able to date her/him to live a shameful life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and money. Readers who think it's okay, please give me some rewards. I am here to beg for alms, in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 37. Someone is coming. It seems that they have also discovered me. I feel that the aura on them is not too strong. Sun Wukong's eyebrows relaxed slightly. He sensed from the aura that many Yadrit people had come from afar. It seemed that what happened here made them extremely curious. This was good. Sun Wukong didn't have to look for the Yadrit people himself. Moreover, Sun Wukong also understood from the original book that the Yadrit people were not a cruel race. Otherwise, they would not have so much time to study various unique skills, and also to make up for their lack of combat power. Not long after, densely packed Yadrit people slowly appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. The Yadrit people were relatively short, with light lines engraved on their skin and a somewhat broad head. No matter how you look at it, it is more like a UFO that Sun Wukong saw in a movie in his previous life. Aliens. The Yadrit people also saw Sun Wukong. They were a little scared of Sun Wukong, who was much taller than them, and they didn't dare to approach him first. Seeing Sun Wukong walking towards them, they all retreated. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly in his heart. The Yadrit people were really timid. But on the surface, Sun Wukong still appeared very kind, with a bright smile on his face. Perhaps Sun Wukong's peaceful smile made the Udrit people relax a lot, and soon the nervous mood disappeared. At this time, a more dignified elder slowly walked out from the many Udrit people, looked at Sun Wukong and said, "I am Husu, the wise man of the planet Udrit. May I ask what brings this alien friend here?" "Hello, wise man. My name is Sun Wukong, and I come from the earth in the Milky Way. I heard that you have many magical skills here, so I want to come and learn them. Do you allow me?" Sun Wukong said with a smile, looking at Husu with clear eyes. He didn't have any plans, he just wanted to learn the skills of Udrit, so there was no change in his eyes. In Husu's eyes, Sun Wukong did not lie, and he could hear the sincerity in his words. Moreover, as a wise man of Udrit, Husu naturally possessed some special magical abilities. Although he could not see Sun Wukong's future, he saw that Udrit became very bright under the protection of Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, since you want to come and learn, I allow you to study here on behalf of the leader of the planet Udrit, but what you can learn in the end depends on your own understanding." Husu pondered for a while, smiled casually, and agreed to Sun Wukong's request. This was nothing, they did not stipulate that the skills could not be passed on to others, and the people of Udrit were kind by nature, so they could not say anything to refuse. Unless it was the kind of enemy who wanted to destroy them, then they might rise up to resist. "Husu the wise man, you can just call me Wukong. Thank you very much for your generous agreement. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you." Sun Wukong smiled slightly. He had some impression of the wise man Husu from the original book. Anyway, he was very helpful to Sun Wukong. In fact, it was with the help of Husu that Sun Wukong was able to truly stabilize his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, if he had to rely on anger to transform every time, it would be too unstable. "All right, Wukong. Then let's go to my place first. Let me treat you well. It's been a long time since outsiders came to our planet." Husu smiled and looked at the other tribesmen who had not dispersed yet. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, go away. There is nothing to do here." After hearing the wise man's order, the other Udrit people left here quickly. They were just curious. Aliens had come here before, but they were very rare, and most of them just regarded this place as a temporary place to stay. This time, Sun Wukong came to study, which made them even more curious. "Let's go," Husu said softly, and walked slowly towards his home with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong followed closely behind him, and there were several guards beside Husu. However, in terms of combat power, Husu was more powerful, which made Sun Wukong look at Husu, the wise man, differently. The wise man seemed to be more than a decoration. Although there was no combat power detector to check the exact value, Sun Wukong could compare it a little bit. He quickly came to a conclusion that the combat power of the most powerful person on this planet was only about 10,000. You can imagine how poor the combat power of this planet is. In this way, Sun Wukong began to live on the planet Udrit, and was about to start his new round of training. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and I am here to rob you. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful, I will draw a circle and curse you, and let you continue to be single after Chinese Valentine's Day. But I still wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day, find your sweetheart, and be able to date her/him to live a shameful life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and money. Readers who think it's okay, please give me some rewards. I am here to beg for alms, in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 38. As he got to know the Udrit people better, Sun Wukong also learned a lot about their customs. The guards around the elders were guards in name only, but in reality they were equivalent to the first. The wise man Husu would instruct them from time to time, so naturally no one would miss such a good opportunity. Whether it works or not, the key is not me, but you. After arriving at Husu's residence, Husu explained to Sun Wukong the requirements for learning the special skills. In myself. Yes. Husu raised his head, a faint red light flashed in his deep holy green pupils. He sighed and said, "Forget it, just follow me." After that, he stood up and walked out of the house, and Sun Wukong followed. Although the wise man Husu was a little weird, he did have some skills. Jumping down from a rock pillar tens of meters high, Husu led the way in front. After about 10 minutes, everyone stopped in front of a metal gate under a cliff. It was a huge metal door about 10 meters long and wide. The surface texture was mottled and unclear, as if it had been baptized for a long time. Sun Wukong stopped and looked over. The huge door was embedded in the cliffs, and lifelike totem symbols were carved on the protruding cliffs on both sides. This gate is quite old. This was the first impression in Sun Wukong's mind. Go in. The stone walls here are engraved with many unique skills of our Yudrit star. You can choose one skill to learn. But it is best not to learn more than 2, otherwise your spirit will collapse because you can't bear the impact. Even we Yudrit people can't learn too much. Husu kindly reminded. Thank you for the wise man's reminder. I will pay attention and will not do anything rash. Sun Wukong was very grateful for Husu's reminder. The Yudrit people are really a bit weird. They obviously have countless magical secrets, but their combat power is not high. Moreover, they live in the small Yudrit planet and never show their strength outside. Such a national character is completely different from the Scions. Sun Wukong has to admit that there is such a self-disciplined nation in the universe. But there is another possibility. They used magical abilities to predict the future and knew that this was their best way to survive. Whether he understood it or not, Sun Wukong shook his head and ignored it, turning his attention to the front. On the huge metal door. Then he pushed open the stone door and entered. What appeared in front of him was a long winding corridor. After walking down the corridor for about 3 or 4 minutes, the space inside suddenly became clear, and the huge underground palace appeared in Sun Wukong's sight. Magnificent and beautiful. Pieces of blue-white stones the size of fists were intertwined with each other, with unique textures, simple yet beautiful. Combined with the abstract and beautiful mysterious reliefs on the surrounding stone walls. Sun Wukong immediately had an inexplicable scene of the ancient style of Yudrit star in his mind. Mental shock. Sun Wukong suddenly came back to his senses, and looked at the reliefs on the stone wall with different shapes and glowing green light, and his heart suddenly rolled up a huge wave. Looking at those reliefs again, they were just some ordinary reliefs, but they were faintly revealing a mysterious. This unique skill of Yudrit is actually hidden in the texture of these stone carvings. Sun Wukong was very surprised. No wonder only Sun Wukong learned teleportation in the original work. It's not that Sun Wukong is unwilling to teach, but this teleportation can only be understood but not explained. Sun Wukong has no idea where to start. As for why Cell and Majin Bu were able to learn it, Sun Wukong guessed that it could only be said that their understanding and opportunities were too good. Cell survived the self-detonation and witnessed the essence of teleportation at close range when he was on the verge of death. So when he became Lightning Cell, he learned teleportation. As for Majin Bu, he was really wise and foolish, and his understanding was too good. He learned this trick after watching it from a distance once. Well, as to whether Majin Bu is really wise, Sun Wukong actually dare not guarantee it. This relief is really beautiful, but where is the teleportation? Faced with so many reliefs, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a headache. He thought he should ask Husu first, because he didn't know when he would be able to find the end. However, his inner pride made him unwilling to admit this, so he had to walk around the underground palace and search slowly. Sun Wukong carefully felt the spiritual impact from various skills one by one, and then looked for the location of the secret skill of teleportation. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and I am here to rob you. Every reader who passes by this chapter, Please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful, I will draw a circle and curse you, and let you continue to be single after Chinese Valentine's Day. But I still wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Find your sweetheart, and be able to date her/him to live a shameful life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and money. Readers who think it's okay, please give me some rewards. I am here to beg for alms, in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 39. The unique skills engraved by the Idrit people are varied and bizarre. There are simple techniques suitable for use in life, as well as powerful secret techniques suitable for combat. If you count them carefully, there are tens of thousands of them, but most of them are auxiliary and do not have much meaning. The instant movement that Sun Wukong is looking for is also within the auxiliary category, so it is still very difficult. Scanning through the relief patterns one by one, Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the ancestors of the Idrit people. Finally, after a few hours, Sun Wukong noticed a complex pattern on a stone wall, where there was a hint of space. Sun Wukong stared at the relief on the wall, and suddenly he seemed to feel countless strange ripples floating on his retina. Looking closely, he saw another strong shock wave sweeping over. A tingling sensation acted on the nerves, and the brain suddenly felt sleepy. It's really powerful. After just a few seconds, I felt exhausted. This thing is really hard to learn. Sun Wukong sighed in his heart. He compared it a little and found that the mental attack of the instant teleportation secret technique was far superior to the attack of other secret techniques. It was not just mental fatigue, but a strong impact on the mind. But at this moment, the system voice in his mind rang again. Ding! A new task is released. If the host learns to teleport within 1 month, he will be rewarded with a pure heart Bodhi pill and 10,000 points. If the time is exceeded, it will be considered a failure. What? Are you kidding me? Learning to teleport in 1 month, is that a joke? The original Sun Wukong took almost a year to learn it, and I only took 1 month, damn it. And what are the points? Sun Wukong asked the system, but he didn't expect the system to answer him. Over the past 6 months, he has learned a little about this system, which only issues tasks and won't answer any of your questions. But this time, he was disappointed. The system actually answered. After 1 month, the system will be upgraded and the points redemption system will be opened. Points can be redeemed for martial arts secrets, various items, weapons, and armor. Finished? Nothing else? How long will it take you to upgrade? Sun Wukong was unwilling to give up and asked again, but this time the system did not reply. Well, then we can only try our best. Even if we don't know what this pure heart Bodhi pill is, but the points are always useful. I hope that after the system is upgraded, I can exchange them for some useful things. Damn it, let's try. Sun Wukong stood quietly for a while, and opened his eyes again. This time he was full of confidence. After learning this, he really found out that it was no wonder that Sun Wukong took a year to learn it in the original book. There were too many and complicated things involved in this secret art of teleportation. It is not easy to just sort out the context. But this is also good, it is more challenging. The more complicated things are, the more valuable they appear. Sun Wukong calmed down and sorted them out bit by bit. He possessed the 9-yang magic art, with high skills and fast learning. Just like in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Wuji learned the first magic skill of the Ming cult, the Great Shift of the Universe, in just a few hours, precisely because of his profound skills. At the beginning, Sun Wukong could only hold on for a few minutes in the face of the teleportation relief, but after each mental shock, he used the magical recovery function of the 9-yang magic art and soon started to recover. He began to enter the relief's mental shock to continue learning. 1 day, 2 days, it took Sun Wukong 7 days just to resist the relief's mental shock. Fortunately, Hu Sui asked the guards to bring some food to Sun Wukong every day in advance, which saved him a lot of time. However, after Sun Wukong learned the secret of teleportation in the relief, the rest of the practice was much faster, and the magic of the Nine Yang magic art was even more vividly reflected. In just 20 days, Sun Wukong completed the task challenge of learning teleportation issued by the system, and obtained the Pure Heart Bodhi pill and 10,000 points. After that, the system entered the upgrade process, which made Sun Wukong a little depressed, but more of an expectation. Pure Heart Bodhi pill, increase your own mental strength by 10 times. Just a few words made Sun Wukong very happy. This was like sending a pillow when you were sleepy, making him drool in the face of so many Yadrit star skills. Since Sun Wukong settled down, the Yadrit people have gradually accepted this outsider. The daily battles and learning have also gradually warmed up the relationship between them and Sun Wukong. Although they can't be said to be as close as brothers, they have long treated Sun Wukong as an equal to the people of the tribe. In this way, Sun Wukong worked hard to practice some of the Yadrit people's strange tricks to lay a more solid foundation for his future. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and I am here to rob you. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and money. Otherwise, be careful, I will draw a circle and curse you, and let you continue to be single after Chinese Valentine's Day. But I still wish all readers a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Find your sweetheart, and be able to date her/him to live a shameful life together. Don't forget to leave flowers and money. Readers who think it's okay, please give me some rewards. I am here to beg for alms, in order to get a room with the nun. Chapter 40. After this period of study, Sun Wukong learned several more special skills. One of them is actually a special skill about time pause. When it is activated, the time in a certain area can be completely stopped, and the time limit is 3 seconds. Moreover, the larger the range of time stop, the stronger the opponent, and the more intense the energy consumed. It is estimated that at its peak, this time pause ability can freeze targets with a combat power of less than 100 billion for 3 seconds, and then it will consume 90% of the energy in the body. This will be Sun Wukong's most important trump card, and it will never be used easily until the critical moment. The second is the ability related to teleportation, short distance space movement, although it can only move up to 1 kilometer each time. But the advantages are huge. It does not need to sense the direction of the air, can move continuously in space, and is almost instantaneous. The consumption is not large, which is very suitable for use in intense battles. In addition to these, Sun Wukong has also learned more than a dozen different special skills, but these are all auxiliary special skills and have little to do with combat. But this has shocked Husu's Hij. You know, even he can't learn more than 3 special skills, and Sun Wukong has learned more than a dozen, which makes him more convinced of his prediction. Teleport. That day, Sun Wukong moved slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Husu and others. Not long after, he slowly appeared in front of everyone, but there were a few more green fruits in his hands. The flowing lines on the fruit's skin were dazzling, as if it was a living thing. If you put your nose close to it, you can smell a refreshing fragrance, which makes people relax a lot. Wukong, you are amazing. It only took you half a year to master so many unique skills. But the green soul fruit in your hand. Frankie looked at the green fruit in Sun Wukong's hand with a greedy look on his face and shining eyes. He was one of Husu's guards, and his cheerful personality was very much in line with Sun Wukong's appetite. So after a few months of getting along, they naturally became friends. Gilu. The voice from the throat was heard all around, and several Yadrit people nearby also looked at the several green soul fruits in Sun Wukong's hand with eagerness. These guards also had a very good relationship with Sun Wukong. During the months in the underground palace, they often sent food to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also knew how strong the attraction of this fruit was to the Yadrit people. The green soul fruit grew on the other side of the planet where the Yadrit people lived. Yadrit can be said to be divided into 2 parts, one of which belongs to the place where the Udrit people live, and the other part is the primeval forest covering more than half of the planet. The size of the forest here can be seen by looking at the fact that it covers more than half of the planet. The Udrit people have a sparse population, and the distance between the two can be seen. So far, the Udrit people still have many unknown mysteries about this huge primeval forest. After all, with their combat power, it is impossible to detect everything inside. Because the primeval forest is very scary, its periphery is full of beasts with combat power of several hundred, not to mention the endless forest sea. There were battles going on all the time, so it was very hard to explore there. Of course, the Udrit people would not give up. After many years of hard work, they finally entered the core of the primeval forest, but the beasts there were even more cruel and powerful. Even though the Udrit people had special skills such as teleportation as a means of saving their lives, many of their people died because of it. Because of their low combat effectiveness, the distance of teleportation was greatly shortened, and it took some time to prepare. Secondly, it was impossible for them to teleport from here to the inside of the primeval forest in an instant, so everything in the primeval forest was terrible for the Udrit people. Of course, these beasts with combat effectiveness were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Sun Wukong, and they were not even more lethal than cats. Cats at least had cute lethality, and these beasts could only be regarded as his game. Under Sun Wukong's perception, even the most powerful beast in the primeval forest had a combat effectiveness of less than 100,000. At this time, it was not even qualified to be Sun Wukong's warm-up, which was even more serious than the difference between heaven and earth. Although the green soul fruit is not guarded by the most powerful beast, the beast guarding the green soul fruit is also very powerful. Even with the help of the strange skills of the Udrit people, the chance of success is very small. P.S. The Chinese Valentine's Day is about to end, but I am still here to rob you. Every reader who passes by this chapter, please leave your flowers and tickets. Otherwise, be careful that I will draw a circle and curse you, and let you continue to be single after the Chinese Valentine's Day. Friends who have monthly tickets, please also leave your monthly tickets. Thank you with a bow. Chapter 41. And this green soul fruit is the strange fruit that the ancestors of the Udrit people found after they arrived at the core position. After the Udrit people eat it, their spiritual power will suddenly increase many times. After that, the speed of cultivation is getting faster and faster. Husa the wise man is one of those who have taken the green soul fruit. Otherwise, how could his combat power be close to 10,000? It's just that the green soul fruit is only useful when it is taken for the first time. It is useless after the second time. This is also the result of the personal experience of the Udrit people for so many years. However, it is also very rare to get this kind of fruit. Unless there is a genius, the tribe will gather masters to pick it. After all, the beast guarding the green soul fruit has at least nearly 100,000 combat power, which can be said to be ranked in the top 5 in this forest. So guards like Frankie don't even need to think about getting this kind of green soul fruit. No wonder his eyes light up when he sees the green soul fruit. This is a very good treasure for them. Sun Wukong also accidentally heard Frankie say that there was this kind of fruit in the center of the forest during a previous chat, so he went in to get it, which was also a way of repaying them. Take it, this is originally for you. I will give you a big gift later, hee. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously and threw the fruit into Frankie's hand. Be careful. This is a holy fruit. Frankie hurriedly and carefully caught the green soul fruit, fearing that he would accidentally break it. Sun Wukong looked at Frankie and the others and wanted to swallow the fruit immediately, but he was reluctant to do so, as if he was struggling to decide what to do. Belmaloo, why don't you guys eat it? I'll leave this one for others. Little Sawson's talent is better than mine, so it will work better for him. Frankie finally made up his mind. Although he longed for this green soul fruit, he decided to give it to the young men in the tribe. After hearing Frankie's words, the other guards also handed over the green soul fruits in their hands. They also decided to give them to others. After all, this green soul fruit was almost like a holy fruit to them. Sun Wukong looked at the actions of several people and couldn't help but smile. He was moved by Frankie and the others' behavior. It was because of their selflessness that the Udrit people could survive in the dangerous universe. Okay, you can eat this fruit without worry. I told you that I have a great gift for you. After you finish eating, I will tell you that you will be very happy. Sun Wukong laughed softly. Soon, Frankie and the other four ate the green soul fruit in doubt. Sure enough, the energy in their bodies suddenly increased several times. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, some clues could be seen from their mental appearance. Okay, I'll take you to a place now. Put your hands on my shoulders. Sun Wukong said. Frankie and the other four were very curious about Sun Wukong's gift, and they knew that Sun Wukong would not hurt them, so they happily put their four hands on Sun Wukong's shoulders. Caught, let's go. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and put his right index finger and middle finger together in front of his forehead, and then instantly caught the breath of the beast outside the primeval forest. Whoosh! In a flash, the five of them appeared at the outskirts of the primeval forest. This is, wow, Wukong, you are amazing. You have reached the outskirts of the primeval forest in no time. It is at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers from where we are to here. Frankie admired Sun Wukong to the extreme. If they were to travel such a distance, they would not be able to reach here without a few days of effort. Look at Sun Wukong, who led four people to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant without blushing. His heart was not beating, and he was not out of breath. It's really frustrating to compare people. You know, Sun Wukong has only been practicing teleportation for a few months. It's okay, come with me. Don't be afraid, it's safe here. Sun Wukong smiled and led the way. Although Frankie and the others were afraid, they had to bite the bullet and follow Sun Wukong. Along the way, Frankie and the others saw countless ferocious beasts. And the breath of these beasts made them extremely scared, as if a sneeze could kill them. Seeing so many beasts appear, Frankie and the others could hardly move, staring blankly at the beasts that were dozens of meters tall in front of them. Wukong, here. Frankie was so frightened that his face turned pale and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Haha, you are so timid, this is not like you at Husu's house. Don't be afraid, this guy is called Daihei, I have tamed it in the past few days. If you don't believe me, call Daihei. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Chapter 42. Sun Wukong smiled and said that this time when he came to the primeval forest, he naturally had to solve this big problem for the Udrit people. And the combat effectiveness of this giant bear can also be ranked in the top 3 in this forest, and it is one of the biggest obstacles blocking the way of the green soul fruit. Sun Wukong knocked this big guy down a few days ago, and spent several days taming it, letting it know who is the boss. Sure enough, with Frankie's call, the giant bear quickly lowered its head and looked directly at the short Udrit people. But Daihei is still very well behaved, and he is not as ferocious and scary as Frankie and the others have been taught since childhood. Of course, they also know that this is probably all the credit of Sun Wukong, and only he can train the ferocious giant bear to be so obedient. From now on, Daihei will be the guardian of this road leading to the green soul fruit. You can use it to reach the green soul fruit directly. Don't worry, I have made an agreement with it. As long as you give it some food regularly, it will protect you. I have also dealt with the fierce beast at the green soul fruit. You can pick 100 green soul fruits every year, as long as you don't disturb the snake's sleep. Also, don't go to other places in this forest. The fierce beasts in some places are unreasonable. I can kill them, but I still can't make them give in. So you should try not to go to other places in the future, just follow the road I have opened for you. Sun Wukong led Frankie and the others to the location of the green soul fruit while explaining to them. It took him half a month to open up this road. Not every ferocious beast would be frightened by his fighting power. Many would rather die than surrender, which made him helpless. He couldn't just start a killing spree. When they arrived at the center, Frankie and the others discovered that there were hundreds of green soul fruit trees here, and each tree was full of green soul fruits, which really made their eyes shine. With the appearance of several of them, the giant snake guarding these green soul fruit trees also appeared. This giant snake was 4 or 5 meters long, and its body was more than 100 meters long. With its bloody mouth and high fighting power, it was very scary. As soon as the giant snake appeared, it stared at Frankie and the other 4, as if it wanted to eat them directly. The atmosphere gathered for a while, as if it was in a stalemate. "Hey, little thing! You're not behaving yourself so soon." At this time, Sun Wukong's voice broke the stalemate between Frankie and the giant snake. When the giant snake saw Sun Wukong, its bloodthirsty eyes suddenly became panic, and its whole body shook violently, trying to retreat. "Damn, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you. I don't like snake meat." Frankie and the others were shocked to see the giant snake was so scared that it wanted to run away. This giant snake was the biggest obstacle for their tribe to obtain the green soul fruit. Over the years, many tribesmen had died in its mouth, but they didn't expect it to be as afraid of Sun Wukong as a dog. "Come back to me." Sun Wukong made a claw with his right hand, and suddenly a translucent hand appeared at the snake's tail. He grabbed the giant snake's tail, which was 2 or 3 meters long, and then pulled it back in front of him. "Have you forgotten yesterday's lesson? You want me to stew you, right?" Sun Wukong was very upset with the giant snake. After dragging it back, he stepped on the giant snake's big mouth. The giant snake didn't dare to move this time. This guy was too scary. It couldn't escape just by moving in the air. The giant snake seemed to have spirituality. After hearing Sun Wukong's words to stew it, it quickly shook its head and looked pitiful. "Don't act so pitiful, I saw how you looked just now. Well, I'll teach you a lesson so you know how powerful I am." After saying that, Sun Wukong ignored the giant snake's pitiful look, grabbed the snake's tail, and performed a flying whip acrobatics. Bang! 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 There was a loud noise in the primeval forest, and huge smoke and dust rose in all directions. The giant snake was thrown hundreds of times by Sun Wukong, and rows of trees in the forest were all crushed by the giant snake's body. The originally lush and dense forest suddenly became comfortable. At this time, Frankie and others finally understood why they saw rows of broken trees on the way here. They were still guessing what happened before. It turned out that it was caused by Sun Wukong wrestling with the giant snake. The giant snake was also knocked unconscious, and its pair of snake eyes kept rolling. "Let's see if you are honest this time. Do you dare to be dishonest again?" Sun Wukong showed a gentle smile to the giant snake. After a profound education, the giant snake did not dare to act rashly again. He just didn't notice Sun Wukong's presence just now. "P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I opened this chapter, I want to pass this chapter, leave flowers." There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving! Have fun reading books on May Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 43. Under Sun Wukong's hard education, the journey of the Udrid people to pick the green soul fruit was finally opened, and the giant snake and the giant bear became their other protectors. It's just that they have to give these two big guys some benefits every year, such as some food. But this deal has made the Udrid people very happy, which is a trivial matter for them. But because of this, they can safely obtain the green soul fruit every year, which is an extremely cost-effective deal for them. For this reason, Supa, the leader of the Adrid people, personally came to Husa's home to meet Sun Wukong and thanked Sun Wukong for solving the problem for their clan for tens of thousands of years. One day later, in a lake thousands of feet in size in the primeval forest, the crystal-clear water light was constantly rippling, like snowflakes with ice crystals, and a faint mist floated above the lake, bringing a lot of mystery to the lake. The breeze blew gently, blowing away the mist on the lake. A figure was floating on the water, frowning slightly. It was Sun Wukong. This lake was discovered by Sun Wukong when he was strolling in the primeval forest. When he first discovered this lake, Sun Wukong jumped into it happily. But who knew that the temperature of this lake was not in line with common sense? It was obviously not frozen, but after going down, Sun Wukong almost froze directly. According to his speculation, the temperature of this lake is at least below -60 degrees. If it were anything else, it would almost freeze into ice in an instant and die immediately. However, this place is a good place for Sun Wukong to practice. His body, which has been constantly tempered by the Nine Yang magic art and the Vajra indestructible magic art, has long been tougher than imagined. In the past 6 months, Sun Wukong has been trying to break through the 3rd level of the Nine Yang magic art, but it has not been very effective. The Pure Heart Bodhi pill only has a spiritual effect. This strange lake just solved his urgent need. Such a cold place is just the perfect place to break through the Nine Yang magic art. One cold and one hot, the best effect of practice. The icy cold lake water constantly penetrates Sun Wukong's skin and then slowly enters his internal organs. Of course, this was also done deliberately by Sun Wukong. Otherwise, with Sun Wukong's power, these coldness could not enter his internal organs at all, and would be immediately blocked by his muscles, not to mention the strong qi. However, although the coldness entered Sun Wukong's body, it did not hurt his internal organs. He had a breath of true qi from the Nine Yang magic art in his body, and he could use this coldness to stimulate the flow of the true qi from the Nine Yang magic art. After a period of training, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness also increased a lot unconsciously. At this time, his normal combat effectiveness had reached as much as 150 million. What made him happy was that the Nine Yang magic art, which had been unable to improve, finally began to stir after a few days of practice, and the time for a breakthrough finally came. At this time, the cold lake water suddenly shook continuously, rolling like a huge wave tsunami. Looking at it carefully, the lake surface was fluctuating, and the loud noise was deafening. But where Sun Wukong was, it was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. At this time, most of Sun Wukong's body was submerged in the lake, with only a small part of his head floating on the water, but his calm face suddenly showed a touch of ecstasy. That's right, Sun Wukong had already felt that the restraining force had disappeared, and the true energy of the Nine Yang magic art began to slowly move towards the 4th level. The Nine Yang magic art has 3 bottlenecks, the 3rd level, the 6th level, and the 9th level. Each breakthrough is extremely difficult, but once you break through, the rewards are huge, and the subsequent practice will be much smoother. Stabilizing his ecstatic mood, Sun Wukong's face gradually became calm. He took a deep breath of cold air, then opened his mouth slightly and exhaled slowly. Under the contact of the air, it slowly turned into white mist and quietly merged into the surrounding environment. Sun Wukong's mind had been quietly placed in his body, observing every little change, and suddenly a powerful force rushed out of his body. Sun Wukong's face turned red in an instant, and the veins on his forehead popped up. That was the change caused by the blood rushing into the brain in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out around Sun Wukong, and the lake surface was blown up to a great depth. The water flow stopped flowing for a while, and then slowly flowed out, trying to cover the large area of water shortage. At this time, Sun Wukong's internal organs began to change under the powerful Nine Yang Qi. The impurities in his body were slowly cleaned up and seeped out from the pores of his body. With the washing of the surrounding lake water, they slowly disappeared. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving! Chapter 44. The originally cold lake water gradually began to boil under Sun Wukong's body, and the temperature of the lake water continued to rise, as if it had encountered hot lava. As time passed, the originally bright sunlight gradually turned into a yellow glow, and the sky was covered with an orange haze, like a mysterious veil, soothing everything on the earth. Ha! Sun Wukong exhaled softly, then slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. A piercing cold light burst out from his eyes, extending only an inch in length, and then returning to a faint black pupil after a few breaths. However, if you look closely, you can faintly see the hidden red light. Sun Wukong's body has become much whiter at this time. The huge changes in his internal organs have slowly disappeared, but they are still tough. Sun Wukong has finally broken through to the 4th level of the 9 Yang magic art. This level is the watershed of the 9 Yang magic art. From then on, his 9 Yang magic art can be truly considered to be entry level, and his energy has become more and more vigorous. Haha! I finally broke through. What a great feeling! Is this the 4th level? It's really strong. Now my normal combat power has reached at least 1.5 billion. If I transform into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't it be 75 billion? Exceeding the full power of Super Saiyan 1. The joyful laughter echoed above the empty lake. Sun Wukong slowly floated up, his arms and feet waved slightly, and bursts of sharp sounds of breaking through the air slowly sounded. When he swung his fist, a sharp wind swept through, sweeping out with great power. Now Sun Wukong's physical strength has become much stronger. Under the same combat power, there is no opponent for him in the 7th universe. Perhaps only Jiren of the 11th universe and Hit of the 6th universe can fight him with the same combat power. This is not only because of his strong physical strength, but also the result of a comprehensive comparison of all aspects of the body. The laughter slowly disappeared, and Sun Wukong disappeared above the lake with a move of his mind. He used the ability of teleportation, and the crystal clear lake surface became peaceful again. At this time, it has been almost a year since Sun Wukong and Frisia fought on Namek. It is time to return to Earth. If you don't remember. Wrong, at this time. Frisia and King Cold should have already started heading for the Earth. But before leaving, Sun Wukong went to the stunt underground palace again, because he had discovered a very interesting auxiliary stunt before, the dream entering method. You can freely enter anyone's dream, but you cannot cause any harm to the other party. This is also a useless stunt created by the ancestors of the Adrit star out of boredom. Sun Wukong once guessed whether this was used by the creator to scare children or to express his love to a girl. He learned this just to report to his friends on Earth in his dreams, because he had previously refused Shenlong's attempt to take him back to Earth. He still didn't know how to face Sun Wukong's former wife Chi-Chi, so it was a good idea to do it in a dream, at least he could get familiar with it first. Learning this dream entering method is very simple, and Sun Wukong learned it in less than a day. Wukong, are you leaving so soon? Frankie and the others were reluctant to let Sun Wukong go. He had done a lot for the Adrit people. Especially opening a safe passage for them to pick the green soul fruit. This meant more to them. Yes, it's time for me to go back. It's been so long, my family misses me too. And my hometown is about to face a disaster, I have to go back to solve it. Sun Wukong said. I wish you a safe journey. You will always be our friend of the Adrit people, said the wise man Husu. Goodbye, friends. On the spaceship, Sun Wukong began to try out the magic of this dream entering method. This dream entering method could actually cross the distance of space and directly let him meet his friends on Earth. It was really amazing. With his current strength, even if he wanted to teleport back to Earth, he couldn't do it. According to his guess, he had to at least reach the strength of Super Saiyan 3 before he could teleport freely in the 7th universe. He first met with Son Gohan in his dream and told him that he would return to Earth soon, and asked him and Chi-Chi not to worry. Son Gohan has grown a lot during this period. Although he is only 6 years old, he is already very sensible. He said that he would take good care of his mother and let Sun Wukong rest assured. Then, he entered Chi-Chi's dream again. In Chi-Chi's dream, he felt Chi-Chi's strong longing for him under the seemingly willful appearance. But he didn't know how to express his feelings for a while. After all, he was not the original Sun Wukong. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give me some suggestions. Chapter 45. In his previous life, he was an orphan and never married, so Goku didn't dare to approach Chi-Chi's love and Gohan's family affection. But the road always has an end, and he has to go back to Earth, so he will inevitably come into contact with them. He doesn't know how to accept the feelings. Before, it was the blood relationship in the deepest part of his heart that made him enjoy this kind of feeling and unconsciously enter the role of a father. But he still had some resistance to the role of husband. He couldn't accept a woman he didn't love. Or, that was not the kind he liked. But after entering Chi-Chi's dream, he felt that Goku was Chi-Chi's sky and her earth. Goku could make her happy and make her cry, and he was her greatest support. There was no way, so Goku had to escape from Chi-Chi's dream. He felt that he couldn't accept it for a while. Next, Goku entered the dream of a woman who was very important to him, but a little strange. This woman was Bulma, who had been with him on Namek since his debut. In the original work, Bulma first liked Yamcha, and then she was with Vegeta, leaving Trunks. But in his previous life, Goku felt that Bulma was really wronged. Although Yamcha was handsome, he was afraid of women at first, and later became very fickle, and did not enjoy the romantic happiness of women at all. Vegeta did not understand romance at all, he was just a training maniac, and had almost no fun in life. Since you all don't know how to cherish, let me take care of Bulma. We have been the best CP since my debut. So, let me make the first move. At this time, Bulma should not be with Vegeta yet, and Yamcha is still afraid of women at this time. He probably hasn't even held Bulma's hand. Let's go to Bulma's dream and take a look. Sun Wukong immediately made up his mind to go to Bulma's dream and take a look. As soon as he entered Bulma's dream, Sun Wukong suddenly felt like he had entered a fairy tale world. It was almost a pink world, full of romance, and the owner of this dream, Bulma, was driving a speeding car happily. Hey, Goku, why are you in my dream again? I hate you, I told you not to come into my dream again. Bulma looked shy, but still drove to the side of Sun Wukong. Never mind, since you've shown up, just accompany me to the beach to play. After saying that, he pulled Sun Wukong to the beach. Sun Wukong also cooperated very well, and his right hand was naturally placed on Bulma's waist, as if it was the right thing to do. You are not honest again. But why can you treat me like this in my dream, but in reality you can't understand my feelings for you at all? It's so annoying, why did I say it out loud? Forget it, you are just in my dream anyway, it doesn't matter if I say it. Let you be the man in my dream. Why did you choose Chi-Chi? Why didn't I confess to you earlier? Bulma suddenly fell into confusion, looking at Son Goku with a silly smile, and put her little hand on Son Goku's handsome face. Son Goku originally wanted to avoid it, but after hearing Bulma's voice, he was stunned. He didn't expect it to be like this. Hey, your skin is very smooth this time, a little different from before. It's better than mine. As he said this, he took Sun Wukong's hand and put it on his arm, as if to verify that his skin was not as good as Sun Wukong's. The two played in the dream for a long time, and gradually Bulma became a little depressed. Gaku. My dream is about to end again. This is really the last farewell. We can't meet here again in the future. I can't like you anymore. Do you know? I really tried to like Yamcha, but I couldn't really fall in love with him in the end. I was too young at the time and thought I just liked handsome guys. Later, when you grew up and appeared, I realized that you were always in my heart. But you are actually together with Chi-Chi. I envy Chi-Chi so much, I'm jealous of her, and I admire her so much. She is so brave and confessed to you directly, unlike me, who can only talk to you in dreams. You have Chi-Chi and Gohan, but I have nothing. For you, I ran to Namek, and I was so scared there. But later you came, but before I saw you, you asked Gohan and Krillin to protect me and left. At that time, I really wanted to talk to you, but it seemed that we were getting farther and farther apart. It seems that you and I can never be like when you first came out, we were the closest partners. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give me some suggestions. Chapter 46. Sun Wukong just kept listening to Bulma talking about the little things they did together when they searched for the Dragon Balls. For a moment, he was fascinated, as if he and Bulma were experiencing those past events again. As Bulma talked, the two gradually leaned on each other. Sun Wukong naturally hugged Bulma and stood on the beach, watching the ebb and flow of the tide and the rainbow in the sky. Everything was so beautiful. I really hope it can be like this forever, but unfortunately you are already Chi-Chi's husband, and I. Chi-Chi and I are very good sisters, so I can only give up. Bulma kept talking, and Son Goku kept listening. All he did was hug her gently, comfort her, and make her feel better. Goodbye, Wukong. From now on, we are just friends. I will not meet you in my dreams again. We are over. Woohoo! Bulma finally sobbed. For her, her first love, a pure first love, ended just like that. Due to her own ignorance and the various arrangements of fate. She met and knew Son Goku at various stages, but they could not fall in love. In Bulma's view, this was destined, so she kept this feeling in her dreams. Only in her dreams could she be with Son Goku like this. No need to care about anyone, no need to worry about hurting anyone. Everyone has their first love, sometimes it is unrequited love, sometimes it is just a very pure love, although it may not be loved. Are you just letting go? Are you really not going to talk to me anymore? Just when Bulma was about to say goodbye to Son Goku. Son Goku, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said this. Bulma was so frightened that she fell backwards. Be careful, don't fall. Sun Wukong said softly. He had been moved by Bulma's talking to herself for a long time, but he was afraid of disturbing her. He didn't speak involuntarily until she chose to let go. Bulma couldn't help blushing when being hugged by Sun Wukong like a princess, but then she shouted, how can you talk, and do this? Because this is also my dream, of course I can speak. Otherwise, how can I hear your thoughts? Sun Wukong said with a wicked smile. How did you become like this? Normally it is normal, but in our dreams, it is of course different. There is only you and me here. After saying that, Sun Wukong kissed her directly. In this situation, only one kiss can solve everything here. Although it was in a dream, this kiss was extremely real. After a long time, the two separated. This time, you won't want to leave me again, right? Sun Wukong said softly, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He knew that in the kiss just now, Bulma's previous decision had long disappeared. But, there's also Chi-Chi and Gohan. It's impossible for us. As a modern new fashion girl, Bulma naturally doesn't allow her man to be so fickle. She doesn't want Son Goku to change his mind, after all, Chi-Chi is her best sister, and Gohan is also her favorite. Why not? You and Chi-Chi can serve me together. Is it necessary that we cannot be together just because of the obsession in our hearts? If we miss it, we should make it up instead of continuing to escape. Son Goku said it softly, but his tone was full of domineering. As a strong man in the 7th universe, he had experienced the influence of countless soap operas in his previous life, so he was naturally able to handle this situation. Looking at Son Goku in front of her and feeling his domineering, Bulma gradually lost herself, and she felt a kind of happiness. Without saying anything, Bulma could only squeeze her body into Son Goku's arms, as if she acquiesced to everything he said. It's settled. When I return to Earth, you will dump Yamcha. You are a member of my Sun family. Sun Wukong emphasized again. I see, what a domineering man. After all, Yamcha is your partner. Bulma muttered. Partners belong to partners. Women can only be your own. Hee, one more fragrance. After coming out of Bulma's dream, Goku finally felt much more comfortable. He didn't expect that he could take down Bulma so easily. In the following time, Goku kept going into dreams to date Bulma after training. The two of them had a lot of fun in their dreams. The two of them naturally had sex for the first time in their dreams. Although it didn't feel too real, it was natural. The relationship between the two heated up faster and completely eliminated the previous estrangement. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give me some suggestions. Chapter 47. After a month of flight, Sun Wukong was finally about to enter the solar system. Facing the Earth he was about to return to, he could not help but feel excited. But suddenly he felt that a spaceship was flying towards the Earth at a very high speed, millions of kilometers ahead. Could it be Frieza and his crew? Did they arrive early? No, there is a universal capsule logo on this spaceship, it shouldn't be Frieza and his crew. And this spaceship looks like it is running for its life, let's go and have a look. Sun Wukong felt a little strange. After setting the direction of his spaceship, he teleported to the universal capsule spaceship millions of kilometers away. With his current ability, teleporting millions of kilometers is not a difficult task. Hey, Bulletin. Oh, no, you are not Bulma. You are Tais. Sun Wukong almost thought that the beauty in front of him was Bulma, but although this beauty was somewhat similar to Bulma, she had short golden hair and was more mature. Soon he knew from the original Sun Wukong's memory that this beauty was actually Bulma's sister, Tais. Sun Wukong had met Tais once at Bulma's house several years ago. Later, he heard that she went to travel in outer space and seemed to want to be a great novelist. She had not been home for several years. Unexpectedly, he met her here. Ah, you, how did you get in? You look familiar. When Taisai saw Sun Wukong for the first time, she screamed, but she felt that Sun Wukong had no ill intentions, and soon she felt that Sun Wukong looked familiar. I am Sun Wukong. A few years ago, Bulma took me to your house and we met once. Sun Wukong said. Oh, yes, you have grown taller and more handsome. But your hairstyle is still the same, cool. You look familiar to me. Taisai relaxed, finally met an acquaintance. This hairstyle is fine. By the way, why do you look so panicked? It seems like someone is chasing you. Sun Wukong asked. He just saw a spaceship looking for something in the distance. Ah, I almost forgot. My friend Jack from the Galactic Patrol told me that King Cold of the Ice Demon clan was heading to Earth with Frisia. I was discovered while following them outside the North Galaxy, and they chased me all the way here. I am so useless that I can't help at all. Taisai felt a little guilty. She wanted to inform the humans on Earth in advance, but she was discovered by the enemy. Seeing his future sister-in-law admitting her mistakes so honestly, Sun Wukong naturally wouldn't blame her, and she didn't know how strong she was now. Gaku, I heard from Jack that Frisia was almost killed by someone last year. If we can find that mysterious man, maybe the Earth can be saved. Taisai suddenly said. She was originally panic-stricken, but after seeing an acquaintance, she finally remembered this opportunity to save the Earth. But she didn't remember why Sun Wukong appeared on the edge of the solar system. In her impression, Sun Wukong was just participating in some world's #1 martial arts competition on Earth. Of course, such a competition seemed very cool to her before, but now it seems very childish. The combat power of each galactic patrolman is at least tens of thousands. In comparison, those on Earth only have a combat power of a few hundred or even dozens. It's really not good enough. I don't think it's necessary. Frisia and the others aren't that powerful. Isn't it amazing? You don't know how powerful they are. They have turned the whole galaxy upside down. And they have done many evil things. You haven't seen them. What they have done is just like scum. Let's go back to Earth as soon as possible. Although we can't save the Earth, we can take my parents and sister away. Or let Shenlong transfer us to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Maybe we can save some people this way. Thais didn't believe Sun Wukong's words at all. In her opinion, no matter how strong Sun Wukong was, his combat power after training on Earth was at most 1,000. She heard that the combat power of Frisia and his sons was at least tens of millions. The gap was too big. If someone blew a breath, Sun Wukong would die without knowing how. Seeing that his future sister-in-law didn't believe him at all, Sun Wukong could only smile bitterly. He couldn't just say that he was the mysterious man who killed Frisia. It was estimated that if he said that, his future sister-in-law would think he was crazy. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly, and let the facts prove everything. After returning to Earth, everything will be clear. After figuring it out, Sun Wukong didn't say anything, and directly accelerated his speed with Thais to fly back to Earth. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Regarding Super 4 and Super Blue, please give me some suggestions. Chapter 48. Taisai was the same. When Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, she didn't even ask him how he got here. She just flew back to Earth with Sun Wukong. At this time, the radar of the Kurdish King's spaceship also discovered Sun Wukong's spaceship, but it was still more than an hour away from them, and was also heading towards the Earth. Frisia, that's the Saiyan monkey's spaceship? Can't we just go over there and kill him? Why do we have to go to the asteroid on Earth? We can destroy the Earth with just one strike. In the main control room of the huge spaceship, King Kurd, who was sitting in the main seat, said with some confusion. Even sitting in his seat, King Kurd was still nearly 3 meters tall, more than a meter taller than the mechanical body Frisia in front of him. Dad, I have been resurrected, and after this period of training, I have become stronger, no one can compare to me. But I want to make Sun Wukong, the Saiyan monkey, suffer more. It is easy to destroy the Earth, but it is difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. I will kill all of Sun Wukong's relatives and friends, make him suffer, and then kill him. Frisia said with gritted teeth. He hated Sun Wukong to the bone, how could he let him die so easily? And Vegeta, the traitor, is also on Earth. I must kill all the Saiyan monkeys. There is no place for them in the entire universe. I heard that there are also dragons on Earth. Maybe you can make a wish to restore my original body. Oh, there are dragons on Earth? It seems that we can try to let the dragon give me immortality. This trip to Earth is very interesting, so let's just arrive at Earth and summon the dragon. King Kurd was a little excited, immortality has always been his dream. He didn't expect that on the asteroid Earth, there would be such a magical dragon that could fulfill any wish. How could he not be surprised? At this moment, on Earth, tens of millions of kilometers away from King Kurd and his companions, Piccolo in the Temple of Heaven immediately sensed the evil aura coming from a distant place, and a huge sense of oppression descended from the sky. This aura seems to have been seen somewhere. It seems to have been felt from King Kai of the North. Is it Frisia? He is still alive, this is impossible. King Kai of the North said that Frisia is dead. But this strong evil aura is clearly coming from Frisia. Since Piccolo was resurrected, Shenlong transferred the people on Namek to Earth. He actually found his fellow tribesman Nero who was about to die. After the two merged, Piccolo's combat power directly reached 1.4 million, which can be said to be much higher than Vegeta. At present, Piccolo can be said to be the most powerful person on Earth, and naturally he is also the first person to feel this evil breath. Soon Vegeta, Krillin, Son Gohan and others felt that this powerful and extremely evil breath was moving rapidly from outer space to the Earth. Piccolo didn't say a word and flew directly from the Temple of Heaven to the direction where the breath landed. Vegeta, who was staying at Bulma's house, also flew directly there without saying a word, which made Bulma puzzled and had to drive the plane to catch up. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and others on the distant Kame Island also flew directly over. They were very curious about the owner of this breath. Could it be that Frisia has resurrected? That scary guy. Krillin couldn't help but think of the time when he was almost killed by Frisia on Namek. Frisia's power was still vivid in his mind. At worst, we can fight to the death. Goku has worked so hard for us. Shenlong said that he will come back. Even if we all die, we must hold back the bad guy Frisia. Tien Shinyan has grown a lot under King Kai of the North. His current fighting power is no longer after Krillin has developed his potential. The same is true for Yamcha. Although he is the weakest among the few, this cannot stop his sense of justice. On the other side, Son Gohan put down his unfinished homework, said something to his mother Chi-Chi, and flew away, making Chi-Chi almost cry. Gohan, you are going to be a scholar. You can't just keep on fighting and killing. Come back. It has to be said that Chi-Chi's thoughts are very strange. The Earth is about to be destroyed, but she actually wants Gohan to study hard. It seems that only Son Goku can save her. Only he can make her recover from this morbid behavior. The original Son Goku was too heartless, making his wife's behavior more and more morbid, causing his wife and children to be in a state of being useless. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I want to leave flowers after this chapter. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Get moving! Regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, please give some opinions. What do you think of Vegeto? Do you want him to appear again? Or want a Vegeto fan? Hehe. Chapter 49. Swoosh. When they returned to the vicinity of the moon, Sun Wukong simply pressed Taisai's shoulder and used teleportation to return directly to the Earth. Wow, that's so cool! Goku, you must have learned teleportation from the Udrid people. I went there with Jack a few years ago. The Udrid people have amazing abilities. No wonder you were able to suddenly appear in my spaceship. Thais has seen a lot of the world, and she even knows about the planet Udrid. It seems that her journey in the universe has not been in vain. Just after returning to Earth, Sun Wukong felt several familiar auras gathering somewhere on Earth. It seems that they all felt Frisia's aura. Although the energy of these frozen demons is powerful, they do not know how to restrain their auras, so they can feel it even if they are so far apart. However, Sun Wukong's strength is too strong, but he restrains it without leaking anything, which is even more powerful. It's no wonder that Taisai misunderstood him. It's really that he is too ordinary and too common now, without any pressure from a master. He is different from the patrolman she saw in the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. At least you can feel the strong pressure of chi from them. It's a pity that Taisai didn't know that there is such a saying as returning to nature. At Sun Wukong's level of combat power, he can actually suppress it to this extent, so that no one can sense his aura. This is the most amazing performance. It's a pity that she is not a martial artist. How can she understand this truth? Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Your sister and many warriors from Earth are there, and they must have sensed Frisia's aura. After more than a year, everyone's combat effectiveness has grown so fast. Sun Wukong vaguely felt that Piccolo and Vegeta's aura was no worse than when he first arrived on Namek, which means that their current combat effectiveness has exceeded 3 million, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Tian Xinyan, Yamsha, Krillin, and others also have a combat effectiveness of several 100,000, but Sun Wukong was shocked by Sun Wuhan's aura, as his son's aura was only slightly weaker than Vegeta's. It seems that Gohan has not wasted his time this year, as he has improved so quickly. I think Vegeta would be even more surprised if he knew this, but how could he, the Saiyan Prince, put his face down? Sun Wukong couldn't help but secretly think, and he was a little excited. Wow, you're flying! Your flight is much more stable and faster than that of Jack and the others. It seems that our flying skills on Earth are much more advanced than theirs. Taisai shouted excitedly, and she wanted to fly in the sky without caring that she was wearing a miniskirt. This made Sun Wukong blush. Although he knew a lot, he was still a novice in this area. Except for what he had done with Bulma in his dreams, he had never experienced the temptation in reality. After some bumps and bruises, Sun Wukong finally brought Taisai to the place where Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others were waiting. Uncle Piccolo, will Dad come back today? This aura is so evil, can we hold on until Dad comes back? Son Gohan has always been very close to Piccolo, which is also the most important factor in his influence on Piccolo. Shenlong said today, so today is today. It doesn't matter if he can't come back, I'm here. I won't let Frisia hurt you. I didn't participate in the last battle. But this time I'm going to let Frisia know how powerful I am. Last time, due to the strong deployment of Son Goku, Piccolo did not appear on Namek as in the original book, but this did not hinder his progress on Earth in the past year or so. He is confident that he can face Frisia. Tisk, stop bragging. Although your current fighting power is very strong, you are definitely not Frisia's opponent. He is mine, and I will definitely defeat him. Vegeta has seen the battle between Son Goku and Frisia up close, and the energy fluctuations at that time were no lower than his current situation, so he knows that with their current fighting power, they can't be compared with Frisia at all. Kakarot, you must come back soon. I can only buy you some time. Damn it, it's so damned. It's been a year, and I haven't even broken through to Super Saiyan yet. Vegeta has lived on Earth for more than a year. Although he doesn't take Bulma and others' concerns seriously, he is slowly accepting these Earthlings in his heart. So no matter what the reason, he must hold Frisia back until Son Goku comes back. And he also wants to know from Son Goku how to break through to Super Saiyan, which is more important to him. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you for monthly tickets, thank you all. Get moving. Regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, please give some opinions. What do you think of Vegeto? Do you want him to appear again? Or do you want to be a Vegeto fan? Hehe. Chapter 50. Just when Vegeta and Piccolo were each thinking about something, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Hi, everyone, long time no see. You must have missed me. I am back. Sun Wukong flew to where Vegeta and the others were and took the initiative to say hello. Just a few words, but they contained a lot of emotions. He is back. Goku. Great. You're finally back. What surprised Vegeta and the others was that the first person to pounce on Son Goku was not Son Gohan, but Bulma. But Bulma quickly reacted and stopped her body, but she saw the people around Son Goku. She was surprised again. Sister? You're finally back? That's great, Daddy and Mommy must be very happy. This time she was finally able to rush over again. And Son Gohan also rushed into Son Goku's arms. Dad, you are finally back. I didn't let you down. I am very strong now. I can take good care of Mom too. Son Gohan had seen Son Goku several times in his dreams, so he had been practicing very hard and did not give up practicing under the oppression of Chi-Chi like in the original story. Good boy, I knew you were a real man and could take good care of your mother. Now I'm back, don't worry, this enemy can't cause any big trouble. Piccolo, thank you for your hard work in taking care of Gohan for me. Sun Wukong was very grateful to Piccolo. Although this guy looked cold and awkward, he was very kind to Gohan. Vegeta, long time no see, it seems you are adapting well to the earth. This pink casual clothes is very suitable, that's right, you don't have to stay in training all the time, you have to learn to relax. Sun Wukong smiled at Vegeta in pink clothes. This more awkward Saiyan prince really gave him a headache, but he didn't expect Bulma to be able to control him. But he still won't give Bulma to others. This is a matter of principle. No one can touch his woman. Tisk. How boring. If I hadn't been waiting for you to tell me the secret of the Super Saiyan, I wouldn't be so easy to talk to. I came here to defeat Frieza, not to protect the earth. Vegeta was still so arrogant and awkward. At this moment, Tais, who had just met with Bulma and her sister, heard Vegeta's voice and looked in the direction of Vegeta. Hey, little brother Bay. It's really you. I didn't expect to see you here. Taisai actually knew Vegeta, and judging from her expression and tone of voice, she seemed to be very familiar with Vegeta. Is it you? You shameless woman, always wearing such revealing clothes. Vegeta's face changed drastically, and then he replied, which made Yamcha, who had been with him for half a year, very curious. Sister, do you know each other? Bulma also came over at this time, and seeing the attitude of her sister and Vegeta, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Sun Wukong and others also looked at Tais and Vegeta standing opposite each other curiously. These two guys are really funny. One is cold and icy, pretending to care very much. The other is passionate and doesn't care about Vegeta's attitude at all, but still sticks to him. Wait, this seems a bit like the plot of Bulma and Vegeta in the original work, how come it has become Tais and Vegeta now? Did my change lead to the change of this matter? Will Trunks appear later? Sun Wukong suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help but become curious. But he was not worried about Trunks or something, this was not his child. And had nothing to do with him, it would not affect him whether there was Trunk or not. Anyway, he could easily deal with the upcoming enemy without transforming. Taisa's next move almost made Yamcha and Krillin faint, she actually put her hand on Vegeta's head, as if measuring something. She actually touched Vegeta's head with her hand? What a scary woman! Krillin was shocked. Yes, I remember last time a woman wanted to touch his head, but he kicked her away and she almost died. Yamcha was still scared, fearing that Vegeta would kick Bulma's sister away. But to everyone's surprise, although Vegeta was very unhappy about his head being touched, he did not do anything to Tais, and even acted helpless. Little brother Bei has grown a lot taller, almost taller than his sister. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have become much colder. But I like it, hee hee. When are you going to propose to me? What a shocking statement. Everyone who originally felt that Taisai was stronger than Bulma once again defined Taisai's courage. Every woman in Bulma's family is so strong. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you for monthly tickets, thank you all. Get moving. Regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, please give some opinions. What do you think of Vegeto? Do you want him to appear again? Or do you want to be a Vegeto fan? Hee hee. Chapter 51. Woman. You should put your hand down, or don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta's voice was still as cold as ever, but the effect was obvious, it was useless. Taisai seemed to understand Vegeta very well. Not only did she not let go, but she hugged Vegeta into her arms and used the big sister on her chest to touch Vegeta. Wow, a talent. Oh, no, a scumbag, it's like this. Come at me if you can. Yamcha felt it was unfair that Vegeta, an ice cube, could receive such treatment. Even Krillin looked at Vegeta in Taiza's arms with envy. This treatment was not something that ordinary people could enjoy. Vegeta actually blushed, not knowing whether he was shy or embarrassed. But he did not struggle, which made Sun Wukong secretly despise him. This guy got the advantage and acted as if he was at a disadvantage. But he also felt incredible about the openness of this sister-in-law. This was really familiar. At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a strong air appear, but it did not come from outer space, as if it had cut through the space and suddenly appeared. And this air was the same as that of the Scions, not the evil breath like Frisia. Okay, be quiet. Someone is here, and it seems to be an old friend. Sun Wukong put Sun Wuhan on the ground and said softly. Someone is coming? An old friend? Could it be Frisia? But his aura is still outside the earth and hasn't arrived yet. After hearing what Son Goku said, Piccolo and the others were shocked. They didn't feel the aura of anyone coming at all. Over there. Sun Wukong pointed to the front, and everyone looked ahead, but still saw nothing. However, they knew that Sun Wukong would not lie to them. It could only mean that the person who came was very powerful and could hide it from them. But they were wrong. It was not that the person who came would hide his power, but that the other party had just opened the door of time and space and had not come out yet. Only someone as powerful as Sun Wukong could sense the other party's existence when the other party broke through the door of time and space. Since you are here, then come over. These are all your predecessors. Don't hide, Trunks. Sun Wukong suddenly said loudly to the front. The voice reached the front, and Trunks, who had just landed the spaceship, was shocked. He never expected that as soon as he landed, someone knew of his existence and called out his name accurately. However, he soon felt the breath of Piccolo and others over there. They were his predecessors, so he finally flew over there. However, he still had many questions in his heart. How did these predecessors know that he would come and also know his name? After a while, Piccolo and others finally felt the powerful breath, and then turned their heads to look at Sun Wukong. Damn it! It's the breath of a Scion. No, aren't there only 2.5 Scions left in this universe? Kakarot, where did this guy come from? Vegeta gritted his teeth and said fiercely, because the breath of the person who came was much stronger than his, and more importantly, he was a Scion. This made him, a proud Scion prince, feel embarrassed. This was another Saiyan who surpassed him. Soon everyone finally saw the person who came. He was a young man of 17 or 18 years old, with short golden hair, sharp eyebrows, and a long sword on his back. He had a faint breath of dominating the battlefield. Trunks? Looking at the person, Sun Wukong was a little bit unrecognizable. Trunks' hair turned golden, and he remembered that it was blue in the original work. However, he could vaguely see some shadows of Vegeta between his eyebrows, so he was sure that he had not recognized the wrong person. Mr. Sun Wukong? Are you really Mr. Sun Wukong? But, aren't you going to land on Earth in an hour? Why are you here now? Trunks was originally wondering who knew his name, but when he came over and took a look, he found that the person who, according to history, should have appeared an hour later, actually appeared in front of him earlier, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When Sun Wukong heard Trunks' question, he couldn't help but rub his nose. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't say that. I came from another world and knew how things developed, so I came back early. Sun Wukong had to say I met ties outside the solar system, so I could only use teleportation to rush back. I was also worried that Frisia would do something bad, and I could feel that there was a strong aura around Frisia. If I guessed correctly, it was Frisia's father, King Cold. The two of them came together, but it was a pity that there was still a Gula who didn't come, otherwise they could have been killed in one fell swoop this time. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you for monthly tickets, thank you all. Get moving. Regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, please give some opinions. What do you think of Vegeto? Do you want him to appear again? Or do you want to be a Vegeto fan? Hehe. Chapter 52. However, after Trunks stopped Goku from talking, he was shocked and turned his head towards Ties. Mommy? Really, Mommy? She's back at this time. Suddenly, Trunks' eyes turned red, his nose was sniffling, and he murmured in a low voice. His voice was so low that almost no one except Son Goku and Piccolo could hear Trunks mumbling to himself. Oh my god, this is impossible. Trunks is actually the child of Taisai and Vegeta, my god, this is a big deal. But looking at Taisai's actions just now and Vegeta's attitude, this is indeed very likely. No wonder Vegeta would listen to Bulma so much in the original book. He probably knew Taisai before, and subconsciously he would obey Taisai's beauties. He was even more polite to Taisai's mother. All the mysteries have been solved, and there is really only one truth. Oh my god! Sun Wukong guessed Vegeta and Taisai's affair at once. But what made him curious was that Vegeta, how did he get hooked up with Taisai, or what happened between Taisai and Vegeta in the past, why he didn't kill Taisai, and even had these strange feelings. Piccolo's shock was not much less than that of Son Goku. Taisai and Vegeta were too funny, but judging from their attitudes, it was not impossible. However, after all, Trunks had experienced a lot in the future time and space, and he quickly controlled his emotions and didn't show anything. However, from time to time, when he looked at Vegeta and Taisai, there was a trace of respect and tenderness. These were his biological parents. Wow, what a handsome guy! Come here and let me hug you. For some reason, Tais had a very familiar feeling about Trunks who just appeared, as if he was a part of her, making her feel kind. Tai. Auntie, oh, no, sister. Trunks would not miss the opportunity to hug his biological mother, and walked over gently, letting Tais hug him. Vegeta, for some reason, felt angry about the intimate behavior between Trunks and Tais, as if something of his was taken away. He looked down on Trunks. If the other party was not a Super Saiyan and he really couldn't beat him, he would have gone forward to fight. At this time, he didn't understand what kind of feeling this was. Boy, where are you from? You are a Saiyan, and you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Do you know Kakarot? Vegeta was naturally indignant that Trunks could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Hearing Vegeta's doubt, Trunks let go of Taiza's hug and whispered, where I came from needs to be kept secret for the time being. I can't say why I know Son Goku. There are many things I can't explain. Facing the questioning of his father Vegeta, Trunks seemed very honest. Vegeta was his idol since he was a child. He had heard his mother Taiz tell about Vegeta's great deeds countless times in the future. Seeing Vegeta's stern questioning, Taiz was unhappy. She had a very strange feeling for Trunks, as if she couldn't help but let the maternal love from the bottom of her heart overflow. Hey, Xiaobei brother, how can you be so fierce? What if you scare Trunks? You are still so reckless and not obedient at all. You were very obedient at first, and let me help you. Taiz was interrupted by Vegeta's angry words before she could finish her words. How can you be so obedient? Damn exhibitionist, if I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have been threatened by you. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you saved me. Vegeta was angry. Those days were always painful in his heart. What he didn't know was that he always missed this memory very much in his heart, he just didn't want to admit it. Trunks was protected by Taiz, and his eyes were about to reveal the kind of nostalgic feelings for his parents, which made everyone around him feel a little weird. But at this time, it was Sun Wukong who stood up and rescued Trunks. Be careful, Frieza and his men have already started to enter the earth. They are going to land near us, let's go over. We are old friends, we have to meet each other, Trunks, if you have anything to say, we can talk later. Sun Wukong interrupted Trunks' idea of talking to him alone. He thought it would be better to get rid of these annoying guys first. With Sun Wukong's strength, it was easy to find the landing location of Frieza and his men. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and then he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me have a monthly ticket PK, I bow and thank you all. Let's move. According to the suggestions of book friends, Piccolo will be renamed Piccolo from now on. I want to say here that the protagonist is not a breeding pig. I will take one if I see one, and it's enough to have a few likes. Chapter 53. Wait, Goku, Frieza and others are very powerful. I think it would be better for us to hide first. My friend, Galactic Patrolman Jack, said that no one in this universe is a match for Frieza's clan. Otherwise, we should hide quietly and use the Dragon Ball to take us away. Taiz said anxiously. The joy of meeting just now made her forget that Frieza and others would come to the earth later. Now that she remembered it, she could only hurry up to Sun Wukong and others to temporarily avoid Frieza's edge. But after Taisai stopped talking, no one thought about leaving. Krillin said, Taiz, we came here to deal with Frieza. We were a little worried at first, but now Goku is back, I think Frieza is nothing at all. Vegeta also said, woman. If you want to be afraid, you can hide behind me. Frieza is nothing at all, with Kakarot. Don't worry, I will protect you, and I can also transform into a Super Saiyan in the future. As if to emphasize his image in front of Taisai, Vegeta repeatedly emphasized that he would definitely be able to break through the Super Saiyan. Perhaps this is the charm of a woman, which made this awkward Saiyan prince sink. Although the others didn't say anything, their firm attitude made Taisai know that her persuasion was useless. At this time, Bulma went over and took Taisai's hand to comfort her, and whispered about what happened on the planet Namek before. When Taisai heard that it was Son Goku who killed Frieza before, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, and then looked at Son Goku with an embarrassed expression. Son Goku had no choice but to spread his hands to indicate that he had said on the spaceship that Frieza was nothing great, but Taisai just didn't believe it. If Kakarot can't kill Frisia, I think there will be no safe place on earth. So instead of dying in vain, it's better to fight. There is no word escape in the dictionary of us Saiyans. Although Vegeta's tone was a little cold, he still paid attention to comfort Tais. Miss Taisai, don't worry. I will protect you, it's okay. Mr. Sun Wukong is very strong. This is Trunks also interrupted and said. Tisk, kid. You still haven't told me where you came from? Don't think you're great just because you're a Super Saiyan. Vegeta just doesn't like Trunks. Yes, it's really nothing special. You will surely break through the Super Saiyan soon. Trunks was still very respectful to Vegeta, leaving Vegeta no excuse to get angry, so he could only turn his head away and ignore him. Soon, Sun Wukong and his group came to an open space, and Trunks even took out a refrigerator universal capsule. He came prepared. Trunks respected Tais and Bulma very much. One was his biological mother and the other was his aunt. After Tais died, they had been taking care of him and building a time-space shuttle for him. Trunks respected Son Gohan, his future teacher and brother, even more. His attitude was like that of a primary school student facing a teacher. Soon, a huge spaceship covered the sky and entered the earth, as if it was burning with flames, and came towards the place where Son Goku and others were. The spaceship was still a long way away, but the extremely powerful aura of Frisia and King Cold had already rushed towards them. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, Son Gohan, Yamcha and others were shocked by these two powerful auras. They had felt these two powerful auras before. But they were still far away from the earth at that time. But now that they have entered the earth, they found that these two auras are far more despairing than they imagined. Vegeta and the others were suppressed by the distant aura of Frisia and King Cold and could not move. The slightly weaker Yamcha and Jiaozi even began to tremble, and their upper and lower teeth kept chattering. Vegeta and Piccolo, who had been trying to defeat Frisia, now had sweat all over their foreheads. They felt that Frisia's strength was far beyond their imagination. Too scary. Vegeta and Piccolo looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, Bulma, Tais and Pool were not suppressed by the strong aura. Son Goku used his aura to protect the three of them early. As for the others, he hoped that Vegeta, Piccolo and Son Gohan could break out of Frisia's oppression. Only in this way can they have the heart of a strong man, a cosmic-level strong man. As for Trunks, his combat power was even a little higher than Frisia's, so he was not affected. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, please leave flowers after this chapter. There was a book friend who gave flowers every day, and later, he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me PK with you for the monthly ticket, thank you all. Let's get started. According to the suggestions of book friends, Piccolo will be renamed Piccolo from now on. I would like to say here that the protagonist is not a stud pig. I will take one if I see one, as long as I have a few that I like. Extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will let me know. Be ready, I hope the first order can be more than 800, I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. Chapter 54. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge spaceship landed head-on. Countless mountains and rivers were broken by such a powerful aura, and the rivers were cut off. The whole area seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Krillin. You are fighting such a powerful enemy on Namek? Too scary. Yamcha trembled before he finished speaking. The pressure from these two auras was too great. Before, he and Tien Shinyan were all with King Kai of the North, and they were not greatly affected by Frisia's terror. But now it was different. The distance was so close, and the sense of oppression was too strong. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Are we going to stand here and wait to die? I won't accept that. Piccolo's tone was very calm, and he didn't seem to care about his own life or death. Frisia is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that he will become even stronger. Son Gohan's genes are indeed excellent. He soon felt something deeper. His little face was full of solemnity. He looked at his father, Son Goku. Sun Wukong shook his head at Sun Wuhan and patted him on the back, indicating that he didn't need to worry and didn't need to be afraid. Kakarot, the strength of Frisia's aura seems to be no less than when you broke through the Super Saiyan. Damn it, if you don't want to die, then fight. Vegeta suddenly felt a little confused about the future of the Saiyans. It seemed that even if he broke through the Super Saiyan, he might not be able to kill Frisia. Son Goku laughed at this time, and laughed happily. Piccolo and others looked at Son Goku in surprise, not understanding why he was laughing. After knowing how powerful Frisia is, you still have such a strong desire to fight. As your friend, how can I watch you die? Vegeta, if you think that Super Saiyan is only like this, then I am very disappointed. The limit of Super Saiyan is far beyond your imagination. Let me show you some of my current power. Sun Wukong sneered. He was very unhappy with Frisia and King Cold's show of power, which almost scared his woman. Hey! Come down! What's the point of being so slow? Sun Wukong casually stretched out his right hand towards the huge spaceship that was descending from the sky. As his right hand turned into a claw, he gently pulled it. The two powerful and heavy oppressive auras immediately disappeared, and the huge spaceship seemed to lose control and began to shake. What's going on? The Kurdish king was furious on the spaceship. His power suddenly turned into this. Where can he put his face? Reporting to the king, the spaceship is out of control. It seems to be pulled by some force and cannot be controlled. An alien quickly replied. Damn it! Who is it? How could he break through the pressure from my father and me? I thought it might be Sun Wukong who came back, but I didn't expect him to run ahead of us. That's good, it saves a lot of effort. Get ready to fall directly. Frisia sneered, even if he fell directly, he couldn't hurt him at all. After a few minutes, the huge spaceship finally landed in a shaky manner. The first person to come out was Frisia, an old acquaintance of Son Goku and Vegeta. However, at this moment, Frisia was almost left with only a mechanical body, with only a small part of his original body, but his combat power had increased a lot more than before. Perhaps influenced by Son Goku's super combat power. Frisia at this moment was much stronger than the 140 million combat power when he came to seek revenge in the original work. According to Son Goku's perception of his aura, this guy has at least 200 million combat power. As expected of a genius of the Frozen Demon clan, he has grown so much in such a short time. It seems that it is not a lie that he has reached the gold level after 4 months of serious training. Sun Wukong began to admire Frisia. No wonder the old bird had to whitewash Frisia later. This talent, wow! However, this is still not enough. Now Sun Wukong's normal state has a combat power of more than 1.5 billion. He doesn't care much about Frisia's low combat power. Next appeared a guy with purple skin, more than 3 meters tall, almost the same as Frisia's second form. No need to guess, Sun Wukong also knew that the one who appeared behind was Frisia's father, King Cold. It is said that he is even stronger, with a combat power of 120 million in normal state alone, and even stronger after transformation. Many people think that King Cold can't transform and his combat power is weaker than Frisia. But Sun Wukong couldn't help but sneer at these. Damn, with those powerful energy fluctuations on his body, it's simply a pitfall to say that he can't transform. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter. Please leave flowers after this chapter. There was a book friend who gave me flowers every day, and later, he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me PK with you for the monthly votes, Thank you all with a bow. Get moving. Based on the suggestions of the book friends, Piccolo will be renamed Piccolo from here on. I would like to say here that the protagonist is not a stud pig. I will take one if I see one, as long as I have a few that I like. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all the book friends will let me know. There will be more than 10 chapters on the first day of listing, and I hope the first order can reach more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all the book friends. Chapter 55. It's just that Trunks said something in the original work. I won't be as merciful as Sun Wukong, I will fight quickly and decisively. So Trunks, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, didn't give King Cold any chance to transform, and just swish a few times and finished him off. King Cold was too arrogant, he thought Trunks was only strong because of the sword, but he didn't know that it was just a slightly sharp long sword. As a result, it was obvious that he was killed by Trunks before he could transform, and became a super supporting actor in Dragon Ball. Son Goku, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Are you surprised that I'm still alive? I don't know how you got back to Earth before us, but I just need to spend a little more effort. I will kill all your friends one by one. Let you have a taste of pain. Frieza saw Son Goku as soon as he got off the spaceship. Although he was stunned for a moment, this was a bit beyond his expectations, but he was very confident and didn't think too much about it. Damn, although I had predicted your appearance a long time ago, I was still surprised to see you. I didn't expect that my Kamehameha wave, plus the explosion like the one on Namek, didn't kill you. You really have a cockroach's life. I have to say, I really admire the tough life of you ice demons. Sun Wukong was telling the truth. In that situation, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive intact. But Frieza was able to survive, and he was able to improve his combat effectiveness so much again. It really has to be said that this guy's talent is terribly strong. He can break through so much with just training. No wonder in the original book, Frieza was able to reach Golden Frieza in 4 months, and could fight the Super Blue Saiyan on equal terms. You are still so sharp-tongued, let's see if you can still say that. Vegeta is here too, that's good, it saves me the effort of hunting you down. Today I will make you Saiyans exterminate your entire race. Although Frieza didn't know what cockroaches were, it must not be a good thing when it came out of Son Goku's mouth. Vegeta was of course very upset with Frieza, but the shadow of being under Frieza's hands for many years had not yet dissipated. At this moment, he clenched his fists, his eyes wide open. Tisk, you are a guy whose body is mostly mechanical. You think you can kill all of us Saiyans? Don't dream. Sooner or later I will surpass you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, seeing that Sun Wukong could break through the Super Saiyan, his heart was now full of hope. Frieza, you destroyed our planet Namek, I must settle accounts with you. Piccolo stood up and said. Oh, I didn't expect to see Namekians again. It seems you are not extinct yet, that's great. It seems there is hope for Dragon Ball, my body can recover. Frieza was immediately overjoyed when he saw Piccolo's look, and this made him more confident. Oh, he is the Namekian? Then we can't kill him. Catch him, then we will have a chance to get the magical Dragon Ball. A deep voice sounded, it was King Cold who spoke. He was more interested in the Dragon Ball than killing Son Goku and others. He came here just to accompany Frieza to take revenge. It seems that you are the King of Cold. Frieza, you are really a child. When you lose a fight, you ask your parents to come and fight. You have no ambition at all, which is really boring. If I kill you, will some king come out to take revenge? I remember that there seemed to be a guy named Kula in your Ice Demon clan. Why didn't he come? It's such a pity. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and didn't take the 3 of them seriously. He just didn't know if there were really only 3 people in the Ice Demon clan. If more people popped up soon, it would be nonsense. Just like the Saiyans. Vegeta always thought that he and Sun Wukong were the only pure Saiyans, but he didn't know that there was Broly, a real Super Saiyan, a monster who could increase his combat power without training. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power increased by more than 100 times. Don't be complacent, today even if I am alone, I can kill all of you. Others, if you don't want to die, tell me the secret of Dragon Ball. Frieza is naturally very confident, his current combat power is much stronger than that of Son Goku on Namek. Trunks, I'll leave Frieza to you. Be careful, his fighting power is not lower than yours now. Sun Wukong handed Frieza to Trunks to deal with. He also wanted to see how strong Trunks, a Saiyan from the future era, was. He planned to train him a little bit so that he could deal with number 17 and number 18 from the future time and space more easily. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I have to pass this chapter, so leave some flowers. Once upon a time, there was a book friend who gave me flowers every day. Later, he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me PK with you for monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Let's get moving. In response to the suggestions of book friends, I would like to say here that the protagonist is not a stud pig. He will collect everyone he sees, as long as there are a few he likes. Extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will let me know. There will be more than 10 chapters on the first day of listing, and I hope the first order can be more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. Starting from 8 chapters tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Chapter 56. Wait. Let me go first. Frieza and I still have some accounts to settle. Even if I am not his opponent now, I still want to fight him. Vegeta suddenly spoke at this time. Seeing that Vegeta was about to take action, Trunks had to retreat. His father was going to take action, so he could only give in. Son Goku couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but he knew the pride of Prince Isaiah. If he didn't let him take action, he would probably hate him later and go to extremes. So he pulled Bulma, Son Gohan, and Ties back dozens of meters, leaving the battlefield to Vegeta and Frieza, and the others also retreated one after another. Vegeta, do you really want to die? Okay, then I will help you. I will definitely kill you and let you know what despair is. Frieza's only target is Son Goku. He is not afraid that Son Goku will escape. It just so happens that these opponents have to come one by one, so he is happy to relax a little. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Come on, Frieza, let me show you my progress. Ha! He didn't back down. He was a proud Saiyan prince. His eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. A crazy fighting spirit surged in his heart, and his whole body was full of blood. At this time, the fighting factor from the depths of the Saiyan blood seemed to be activated all of a sudden. Bang! Vegeta kicked the ground and flew towards Frieza at high speed. He wanted to get the chance to attack first. Interesting. It seems that you have made great progress in the past year or so. Looking at the figure galloping over, Frieza's eyes flashed with surprise, and the corners of his mouth condensed into a cruel smile, and he said, "Let me see how strong you are. Dunima, test Vegeta's combat power." Dunima on the side responded, and immediately used the large detector on the spacecraft to test it. Soon, the results of the detector appeared. Dunima looked at the data above, his light golden eyes suddenly tightened, and he said in disbelief, 5 million. King Frieza, Vegeta's combat power has reached 5 million. 5 million combat power. Looks really good. Frieza chuckled, his eyes moved slightly, constantly looking around to capture Vegeta's figure, and every blade of grass and tree around him was in his sight. Bang! Vegeta started to attack, and a punch with great force was aimed at Frisia's chest. But at the moment of the attack, a hard claw firmly grabbed his wrist. What a fast speed! Vegeta's heart tightened. When his first attack failed, he immediately used his strength to escape. But it was too late. Frisia snorted coldly, and a huge force gushed out from his claws, throwing Vegeta out suddenly. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure shot out like a cannonball, and soon turned into a black dot in the sky. Vegeta, you are not Frisia's opponent yet. I hope this will make you understand the gap between you and Frisia, so don't force yourself to fight. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta's flying figure and said softly. I don't think he will give up. If he gives up, he won't be Vegeta anymore. Taisai said with a smile, but her beautiful eyes watched Vegeta's flying figure nervously. That's right, he's just an awkward guy. The more you don't let him do something, the more he wants to do it. Bulma also said with a chuckle. After more than a year of getting along, she also understood a lot about Vegeta's personality. In short, he is a very awkward guy. Bulma picked up Son Gohan, who was only 6 years old, and stared at Son Goku tenderly, as if the three of them were a warm family of three. Wow, you three really look like a family of three. I'm so envious. Teis had already noticed the ambiguity between Bulma and Son Goku, and couldn't help but joked. It can be seen that although Vegeta is now at a disadvantage, Teis is at least not as worried as before. Seeing that Son Goku still looked indifferent, she guessed that this was not beyond his expectations. Stop! Vegeta was in the air, trying to stop. But Frisia's power was so great that he couldn't stop for a while. In the end, he could only crash into a hill, instantly smashing the hill into countless rocks. Swish! Vegeta calmed down, then carefully observed his surroundings, alert with all his heart and soul. Suddenly, a bloody breath was approaching him. He turned around cautiously, only to find that Frisia had appeared behind him without knowing when. Oh, Vegeta, you are quite skilled. You were able to block my attack. I can see that you have made great progress, but you are still not good enough. Frisia. Vegeta was furious and rushed over again. Chapter 57. I wonder how long you can hold out. I don't like it, so you'd better get rid of it as soon as possible. You are not my opponent. As soon as the voice fell, the cold wind biting, and everything was silent. The sky suddenly changed color, the clouds disappeared completely, and the gloomy atmosphere was full of oppression. Below, the aliens who followed King Kurd were all trembling with fear. The breeze blew, blowing up dust, and dead branches and leaves fluttered in the wind. Frisia's body rushed frantically, and he immediately launched a fierce attack on Vegeta, who was rushing over. For a while, the sound of fists and feet hitting each other was endless, and two blurred figures kept flying, attacking extremely quickly. But Vegeta's, after all, his strength is not as good as Frisia's, and his speed is far from keeping up with Frisia's rhythm. It is said that all martial arts in the world are indestructible, except for speed. Speed is a prerequisite for fighting. Vegeta used almost all of his energy in every short fight, while Frisia seemed to be playing and was extremely relaxed. But even so, Vegeta was constantly at a disadvantage, while Frisia still looked calm and composed, and even his breathing did not change at all. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta suddenly laughed crazily, and a new wave of fighting began again. Frisia! Come again, awesome! Although Vegeta knew that he couldn't beat Frisia, he would not give up so easily. Boom! Boom! The air was still filled with a sour smell, but the thin clouds divided the blue sky into two parts, as beautiful as a dream. Puff! A mouthful of bloody swords spurted out. After Vegeta and Frisia collided several times, his body flew backwards again like a cannonball, rubbing violently with the surrounding air and making a rapid sound. Boom! Wherever the shock wave passed, forests and rivers were blocked one after another, and countless trees and vegetation were cut off and swept into the air. Frisia was about to continue chasing and killing, but he saw a strong finger light coming from a distance in an instant. The energy contained in it was very powerful, and even the indestructibility of it made him feel a little frightened. Frisia, you've already won. Vegeta is no match for you, why do you have to kill him? Besides, I'm here, you can't kill him at all. Come on. Son Goku's voice came faintly, causing Frisia to pause. The previous attack made Frisia feel as if he still couldn't block it, and this feeling was very unpleasant. However, he did not attack Vegeta, who was already lying on the ground. This Saiyan prince was not qualified to be his enemy. At this time, Trunks' figure flashed by, picked up Vegeta, who had already fainted, and returned to Son Goku. At this moment, Vegeta was seriously injured and dying. After Trunks put Vegeta down, he stared at Frisia with angry eyes. If Son Goku hadn't asked him to wait, he would have killed him long ago. Don't worry, you won't die, I'm here. Sun Wukong said softly. Fortunately, after Sun Wukong's 9-yang magic art reached the 4th level, its power increased a lot. Although it couldn't restore Vegeta all at once, it was no problem to save his life. Your look makes me very upset. Why do you want to test my strength? I can help you. Frisia was interrupted by Son Goku. He was angry. Seeing Trunks' eyes, he naturally wanted to kill him. This time it's my turn. You destroyed our planet Namek and killed so many of our people. I'm going to kill you to avenge them. Trunks was about to go out, but unexpectedly Piccolo got there first. He was also his senior, so he had no choice but to retreat. Oh, you also want to be killed by me earlier? But don't worry, I won't kill you, I still need you to find the dragon. The ability of you Namekians is really amazing, you should be grateful that you have this ability. Frisia said coldly. King Cold on the other side saw that Frisia had already started playing, so he simply asked his men to move out a chair and sit to watch Frisia take action, but his eyes were staring at Son Goku from time to time. He was also very afraid of the finger light just now, and he didn't know if it was Son Goku's strongest attack, so he planned to let Frisia take action first to measure the opponent's strength. Soon Piccolo and Frisia started fighting together. It must be said that Piccolo's combat effectiveness has increased a lot after the fusion of Naru, and Frisia was cautious and did not kill him. As a Namekian, Piccolo's recovery ability is super strong. He was constantly knocked down, but he kept recovering, which made King Cold, who was watching the battle, show a bit of shock. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I have to leave flowers for you from this chapter on. Once upon a time, there was a book friend who gave me flowers every day. Later, he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you in monthly votes. Thank you very much. Let's get started. Those who have money can support me with money, and those who don't can support me with their presence. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all book friends will let me know. There will be more than 10 chapters on the first day of listing, and I hope the first order can be more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. There will be 8 chapters today and tomorrow. Friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Chapter 58. Boom. Piccolo was knocked out again, and then he stretched out his hands and stopped in midair again. His breath was much weaker than before, and he was panting heavily, and his eyebrows and eyes were already showing some fatigue. In sharp contrast to him, Frisia still looked relaxed and natural, without any fatigue at all. Frisia smiled evilly, and slowly floated over with his hands behind his back, and came to a place only a dozen meters away from Piccolo, looking at him with interest. The naturally powerful ice clan like Frisia, because they are born with powerful energy, especially like to watch other lives struggle for life and death, which makes them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh! Frisia's figure disappeared again, and he kicked Piccolo in the chest. Piccolo immediately put his hands across his chest and caught Frisia's kick. But while blocking the kick, Piccolo's face suddenly changed. Frisia's explosive power is not so easy to remove. Piccolo was kicked far away. If it weren't for Frisia, he showed mercy, and his body was strong enough, otherwise the kick just now would have broken both of his hands. What a strong force! Feeling his whole hand still numb, Piccolo gritted his teeth and persisted. Fighting force with force doesn't work, we can only seek other ways. Piccolo is very smart. As soon as he finished his thought, a layer of silver-grey light covered his eyes. After fighting for a while, Piccolo knew that he was no match for Frisia. He had to use his best tricks as soon as possible to have a chance. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Piccolo's fingers gathered huge energy and suddenly attacked. A stream of energy with a spiral of energy cut through the space, and with a slight whistling sound, it flew towards Frisia with great power. King Kurd, this green monster's energy combat power has reached 20 million. King Frisia. The alien who had been observing the battle suddenly changed his expression and reported to the Kurdish king. There's no need to make a fuss. This level of combat power can't hurt Frisia. King Kurd waved his hand. Boom! Frisia did not dodge and was directly hit by Piccolo's magic light cannon. In an instant, a powerful white light passed through Frisia's figure, and violent smoke and dust rose. The white light quickly passed through Frisia's position and pierced through the countless mountains behind him. Oh yeah, Uncle Piccolo's light kill cannon hit Frisia directly. He will definitely be seriously injured. Son Gohan is full of confidence in Piccolo, and believes that the power of Piccolo's magic light kill cannon can increase the combat effectiveness several times. Krillin and Yamcha were also very happy, thinking that energy of this intensity could at least injure Frisia. But Piccolo was not happy at all, his eyes were still fixed on the figure in the smoke. And Tien Shinyan's third eye was also concentrating on Frisia's figure. He could vaguely see that Frisia seemed to be fine, and his expression quickly froze. Sun Wukong watched from a distance, shook his head and said, "It still doesn't work. This level of energy can't hurt Frisia. Trunks, do you see where Frisia's limit is?" Son Goku's words stunned Bulma and Tais, who were originally excited. Although they were not martial artists, they knew how powerful Piccolo's attack was just now, but now they heard that he still couldn't hurt Frisia. The two of them looked at each other, and they also had some understanding of Frisia's strength. "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Seeing the two girls' worries, Sun Wukong smiled and comforted them. "Mr. Son Goku, this Frisia is stronger than before, almost as strong as me. It seems that a lot of changes have happened that I don't know about." Trunks' face became solemn. In his original memory, after he returned to the previous time and space, with his fighting power, he could easily help Vegeta and others to deal with Frisia, the great enemy. But now everything has changed differently. Son Goku came back early, his mother also returned to Earth, and Frisia's fighting power has become much stronger. Don't take everything in the past as the present. What you know will also change here. So, don't be surprised, don't worry, just do what I say. Son Goku naturally knew what Trunks meant. His crossing caused a lot of changes, especially now that Frisia's fighting power is no longer like in the original book where Trunks can kill him instantly. But Son Goku is stronger, and he doesn't care about Frisia and the others anymore. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I have to leave flowers for you from this chapter on. Once upon a time, there was a book friend who gave me flowers every day. Later, he ended his single life. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you in monthly votes. Thank you very much. Let's get started. Those who have money can support me with money, and those who don't can support me with their presence. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all book friends will let me know. There will be more than 10 chapters on the first day of listing, and I hope the first order can be more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. There will be 8 chapters today and tomorrow. Friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Chapter 59. Okay, I understand, Mr. Son Goku. Trunks calmed himself down and said respectfully. Tisk tisk, your magic light cannon is quite powerful. But it just tickled me, it seems I am too soft-hearted. Although I won't kill you, I have to teach you a lesson. Frisia's expression suddenly became angry, he looked up at Piccolo, his eyes flashed with cold light, and his cold tone made Piccolo feel frightened. You did very well, very well. Now it's my turn. Frisia was furious, his figure flashed, and his right fist hit Piccolo with great force, and a powerful energy surged out. Bang! Under the impact of the powerful force, Piccolo's face was twisted in a hideous way, dense green veins appeared on his forehead, and beads of sweat kept appearing, and the corners of his mouth suddenly opened. Blood spurted out to form a blood mist that slowly disappeared, and his body was slightly arched like a shrimp, and his body was in a rising state. However, Piccolo still wanted to swing his right fist to attack Frisia in front of him. He didn't want to be defeated by the other party. Humph! An ant still wants to block my attack, how ridiculous! Frisia smiled coldly, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Piccolo's right hand with claws. The powerful force made Piccolo's whole arm feel like it was nailed by a steel needle, unable to move at all. As Frisia continued to exert force, the grabbed arm began to show a maroon color. Judging from the situation, if Piccolo didn't fight back, his right hand would be useless. Hiss! The severe pain made Piccolo's mouth twitch slightly, but Piccolo's left hand had been temporarily disabled by Frisia in the previous battle, so it was not easy for him to fight back. Suddenly, Piccolo's right leg brought up a burst of energy and kicked towards Frisia, trying to make Frisia let go of his arm. But Frisia would not be hit by Piccolo so easily. He had noticed when Piccolo attacked, and at the moment when Piccolo's right leg kicked out, the hands on Piccolo's right arm suddenly swung to the ground. At the same time, Frisia's body also fell to the side of Piccolo, and just like that, Piccolo's long-awaited attack failed under Frisia's pull, and did not cause any harm to Frisia at all. Instead, his body was completely controlled by Frisia. Bang! Piccolo's back hit the hard ground hard, and rocks flew everywhere. He was trapped at the bottom of the pit. Frisia's anger was not so easy to stop. His right knee hit Piccolo hard and landed steadily on him. The powerful force made Piccolo's whole body sink a little more, and the surrounding land also cracked in all directions. Poof! Several balls of blood spurted out of Piccolo's mouth. Piccolo's body was seriously injured by Frisia's fierce attacks, and his eyes were full of bloodshot, as if they were about to pop out. If he could turn his body over, Piccolo's back would have been badly damaged, and blood would have seeped into the ground. It can be said that Piccolo has lost his ability to fight now, and can only let the enemy slaughter him. All right, just lie there. You are no match for me at all. As Frisia spoke, a dazzling energy bomb gathered in his hand, and he aimed his right hand at Piccolo. At this time, a trace of horror appeared on Piccolo's face. Who is not afraid of death? It's just that everyone's reaction before death is different. However, Piccolo's facial expression just changed again and again. And in the blink of an eye it returned to calm. He was no longer afraid of the energy bomb in Frisia's hand, and it seemed that he no longer cared about life or death. Shua! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a powerful green energy shot out from Sun Wukong's hand again. Humph! I knew you would do this again. A tall figure flashed by, and it was King Cold who stood in front of the finger light. He had been observing Sun Wukong's sneak attack for a long time. Frisia seemed to have known that King Cold would help him block Sun Wukong's sneak attack, and ignored it. But unexpectedly, as soon as King Cold touched the green energy wave, his whole body was penetrated, and he did not block the energy wave at all. What? How is this possible? How can it be so strong? King Cold endured the pain. What on earth is this? The green energy wave was extremely fast, and it passed through King Cold's body in a blink of an eye. Frisia was repelled by Goku before he was prepared, and the energy bombs gathered in his hands just now disappeared out of thin air. Frisia also noticed King Cold's situation, and he didn't dare to face this energy wave at all. Tisk, what energy wave? You are ignorant, this is my 6 Meridians divine sword. How is it? It works well. You are just pretending that you can block this with your body. Sun Wukong blew on the middle finger of his right hand and said disdainfully. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, if you want to pass this chapter, please leave some flowers. Comrades, what are you waiting for? Let me compete with you for monthly tickets, thank you very much. Get moving. Those who have money can support me with money, and those who don't can support me with their bodies. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all book friends will let me know. There will be more than 10 chapters on the first day of the book, and I hope the first order can be more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. There will be 8 chapters today and tomorrow, friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets, thank you very much. Chapter 60. Trunks flew to Frisia again, carried the seriously injured Piccolo back to Son Goku, and then faced Frisia. This time it was his turn to fight Frisia. Frisia, if you want revenge, you have to defeat the boy in front of you. After all, I am the boss now, and it is time for the situation to change. If you can't win, then I can't help you. Good luck to you. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, and that smug smile made Frisia hate it so much, but at this time he had to cheer up and face Trunks in front of him. Don't worry, I will kill him soon. No one can stop me from killing this time. Frisia sneered. Stop talking big, beat me first. I won't be merciful. Trunks said to Frisia with disdain, and his figure flashed, and he instantly leaped in front of Frisia. The difference in their fighting power is not big now. Frisia is much stronger than in the original work, and it is unlikely that Trunks can defeat him easily. Soon the two fought together, and the figures flashed very fast. Even Tien Shinyan's third eye could not see the movements of the two. At present, the only ones who can see the battle between Frisia and Trunks are Son Goku and King Cold. One smiled easily, and the other sneered, forming a very sharp contrast. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, and Trunks suddenly disappeared from the spot, attacking Frisia with lightning speed. Frisia immediately started. He began to attack quickly. Bang! 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 Punches came one after another, both of them used their full strength, and the power fluctuations that erupted at this moment were dozens of times that of Vegeta and Piccolo before. It's just that the level of their performance was equal, one attack and one defense. The offense and defense were appropriate, and every move was sharp. The sound of fighting rang out in the sky, and the whole earth was shaking continuously, making Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Krillin, and others change their faces. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in at all, and they couldn't help but understand the strength of Piccolo and Vegeta. Piccolo, who was rescued by Son Goku, looked at Frisia with a gloomy face at this moment. He didn't expect Frisia to be so strong, as if he was just teasing him just now. Damn it! Frisia is so strong. Pico was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, Trunks is stronger than Frisia, it's okay. Sun Wukong's words seemed to comfort Piccolo, and also comfort Taiz and Bulma. Trunks dived and rushed straight towards Frisia like a missile about to hit the target. The latter's face was stern, and a sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. "You're looking for death. Damn Saiyan monkey!" When the two were about to make contact, Frieza clenched his fist and slammed towards Trunks. "Retreat!" Trunks' face changed when he saw the weight of the opponent's iron fist. He reacted decisively and nimbly, avoiding Frieza's counterattack. He supported himself with his hands and did more than a dozen backflips. "Humph, Saiyan monkey, it's too late for you now, too late." A cold voice sounded in his ears. Frieza's dark red figure appeared in front of him, and Trunks' face changed slightly, surprised at the opponent's speed. Compared with the previous test, the power Frieza exerted now was completely different. At the critical moment, Trunks' eyes flashed, and he quickly adjusted his posture, crossed his arms tightly on his chest, and tried his best to prepare for Frieza's heavy blow. Bang! Like thunder, his body shook slightly, and a strong whirlwind radiated from the impact point to the surroundings, immediately rolling up strong winds and waves. Hiss! A weird smile climbed onto his face. Trunks shouted, turned his body over, and clawed at the ground with both hands. Boom boom, swished. 10 fingers poked into the ground, and 10 tiny holes were immediately grabbed out of the hard and heavy rock. At the same time, he turned his body sideways without stopping, stretched his feet straight, and kicked Frieza with all his strength. "You can't take it head on." Frieza's face changed, and it was too late to dodge. With a bang, the rock area of the grip turned into fine dust, and Frieza was hit hard in the chest, and the whole person was kicked high into the air by the huge force. "What a pleasure! What a pleasure!" Trunks laughed loudly, his heart surging. It was rare for him to fight so happily. The battle just now made his blood boil. The power displayed by Frieza was on par with his own. This gave him a rare experience. And this experience benefited him a lot. With a whoosh, Trunks was as fast as the wind and attacked Frieza again. Only the sound of bangs could be heard. Trunks' attacks hit the flesh, and for a while Frieza was beaten without any chance to fight back. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all the book friends will let me know. Starting from 8 updates today and tomorrow, friends who like it, don't a Euro trademark T forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. I bow to thank you all. More than 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. I hope the first order can be more than 800, I am infinitely grateful to all the book friends. 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 61. However, Sun Wukong could also see that although Trunks had the upper hand, it was not so easy to defeat Frieza. Frieza was indeed a genius of the Ice Demon clan. He did not have much combat experience in the past. He usually just used his stronger strength to crush his opponent. But at this moment, in the battle with Trunks, his combat power actually began to grow again. On the other hand, Trunks had fought against the weak and the strong in the future time and space, and had fought against the androids countless times. Naturally, he had a lot of combat experience. But his use of Chi was relatively rough. Although he was stronger than Frieza, he was not much better. It seems that their fight will not end so soon. Bulma, do you and Tais want to go into the spaceship to rest? It is boring to watch them fight. Sun Wukong said. He thought it was better to leave the fighting to men. Anyway, they had no fighting power and could not see the figures of the 2 people in the battle. He was also thinking about the 2 of them. No, I'll stay here. I don't know why, but I have a very familiar feeling towards this boy. Taisai shook her head stubbornly. Bulma, who was holding Son Goku's left hand, had already made her decision clear with her expression. Well, it's up to you. But I have to fight too, and end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. We have more troubles next. Sun Wukong shrugged, and then said to King Cold, hey, you followed Frisia to the earth, you didn't just come to see it. I think it's our turn now, how about you transform, otherwise I'll beat you to death, and you won't accept it. Wow, since you know my name, it seems that you are not an ordinary person. You must be the Monkey King who almost killed Frisia. Do you know the consequences of offending our Ice Demon clan? King Kurd stood up calmly and stared at the Monkey King in front of him. There was no emotion in his icy pupils, just like a high and mighty god who did not take a mere human being seriously. His voice was plain, but it made people feel a chill unconsciously, as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and they couldn't help shivering all over. Monkey King smiled indifferently, and a whirlwind rose from under his feet, dragging his body into the air and staying at the same height as King Kurd. King Kurd, since I dare to kill you, I must have something to rely on. To be honest, I don't take your little power seriously. In my eyes, you frozen demons are no different from clowns. Sun Wukong said sarcastically to King Kurd. Very good, very good. Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, you dare to do this to Frisia, and say such words to me, which shows that you are very brave. Perhaps you are ignorant and don't know how terrifying I am, but you will pay the price for your ignorance. King Cold's face became even colder, and a murderous aura burst out, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature to below freezing. Then he showed a hint of smile, with a dangerous breath like a poppy. Those who dared to speak to me like this in the past have all been sent to hell by me, and you are no exception. Sun Wukong shook his head, and the aura on his body burst out directly, suppressing King Cold's aura back. Not far behind him were Bulma and the two girls, so of course they had to be protected. It was your mistake that you failed to see the enemy's strength at first glance. It seems that you are destined to be a super supporting actor. Since you don't want to transform, then don't transform. You are really a qualified supporting actor. Sun Wukong smiled lightly, and after saying this, he raised his right hand and poked it through the air. In an instant, a blue light suddenly appeared, and then a brilliant flash of light cut through the void, aiming at the chest of the Kurdish king. Hey, what's going on? Looking at the brilliant blue light that suddenly appeared, the Kurdish king's face was stunned for a moment, and then a dangerous signal rose in his heart. He will die. The strong warning made the Kurdish king suddenly feel the taste of death. At the moment when the light fell, the Kurdish king's body flew up quickly, dodging the blue light of Sun Wukong by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! The blue light penetrated and directly hit the huge spaceship. The spaceship did not explode, but was split into two halves along with the space. Puff! Blood and flesh splattered, and bright red liquid fell from the sky like raindrops. Along with the blood, a large flesh-colored tail also fell. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday. I hope all the book friends will let me know. Starting from 8 updates today and tomorrow, friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. I bow to thank you all. More than 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. I hope the first order can be more than 800, I am infinitely grateful to all the book friends. 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 62. Ah! How is it possible? I clearly. The Kurdish king felt a pain and his face became distorted. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Kurd king roared in pain and violence. The opponent's attack was very strange. If he hadn't moved fast enough, he might have been cut in half by the opponent's blue light. Such a horror, even with the strong vitality of the Frozen clan, he would not be willing to die. Even if King Kurd normally has a combat power of 150 million, such combat power is still not enough for Sun Wukong. Before he could exert all his strength, he might have died. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, he might have been killed by the opponent. If that happened, his death would be too miserable. Dunima, quickly detect the opponent's combat power for me. King Kurd yelled in frustration. He became very impatient because he lost his tail. Fortunately, the tail of the frozen clan is like the tail of a gecko, and it can grow again as it transforms. Yes, King Kurd. The cosmic man who had just escaped a disaster responded in a hurry after receiving the order, and immediately ordered his subordinates to turn on the large energy detector on the planet. However, before Dunima could transmit the opponent's combat value, King Kurd began to prepare to transform. He knew that his normal state was no longer the opponent of the human opposite. It's too late. I asked you to transform just now, but you didn't. How can I let you transform so easily now? Even if I let you transform, you have to have fun. With a slight smile, Sun Wukong's body moved quickly, and a series of blurry afterimages formed a series of straight lines. Sun Wukong suddenly came in front of the Kurdish king, quickly stretched out his palm and grabbed the two horns on the top of the Kurdish king's head, and then pulled hard. The Kurdish king's face suddenly became panicked, but the palm as hard as steel held his horns tightly like an iron clamp, and he couldn't shake it off at all. With a clang, the black horn was suddenly broken into two sections by Sun Wukong's single hand, and the severe pain was transmitted to the brain through the nerves on the top of the head. Ah! I will kill you! The Kurdish king's eyes suddenly burst into tears and he roared in grief and anger. He was very angry with Sun Wukong. So strong. Is this Goku's progress? He hasn't transformed like Trunks yet, is he already so strong? Krillin was shocked to see that Goku hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan like Trunks yet, and his hair was still black. At least he had seen Goku like that on Namek, and now he didn't need to transform into a Super Saiyan to fight King Cold, and he was able to do it with ease. He immediately felt much calmer. Gohan's little face was full of excitement, and he clenched his little fists. Dad, come on! Pico and Tien Shinyan stared at Son Goku. As former rivals, they seemed to not be able to feel where Son Goku's limit was. They couldn't help but sigh together, feeling that the gap between them and Son Goku was getting wider and wider. But both of them were arrogant, especially Piccolo, who secretly vowed in his heart that he must catch up with Son Goku again. After breaking the Kurdish king's horns, Sun Wukong obviously felt that it was not enough, and then he beat the Kurdish king like a sandbag. All that could be heard was the continuous bang 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 sound of beatings in the air. The Kurdish king had no time to come to his senses, and he was beaten again, his eyes were dazzled, and his brain seemed to be a mess. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Sun Wukong's iron fist hit the Kurdish king's abdomen hard. The sound of breaking made the Kurdish king's bloodshot eyes bulge outward, his abdomen was hit with a dent, and his back was high. The white sand armor was completely shattered, covered with fine cracks. Oh, damn it! The Kurdish king who was knocked away wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had never been beaten like this before. He felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart while feeling grief and anger. But Sun Wukong didn't seem to have any intention of killing him at this time. Instead, he ravaged the Kurdish king more fiercely. With a crash, the Kurdish king's body suddenly flew out diagonally like an arrow shot out, scraping the ground. The strong force scraped up the thick layer of soil and dug a deep trench dozens of meters long. While knocking the Kurdish king away, Sun Wukong flashed even faster, whoosh, and suddenly appeared next to the Kurdish king again, flying parallel to the Kurdish king's body for a while. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all the book friends will let me know. Starting from 8 updates today and tomorrow, friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. I bow to thank you all. More than 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. I hope the first order can be more than 800, I am infinitely grateful to all the book friends. 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 63. Then he raised his foot and kicked upwards, kicking the Kurdish king high up like a football as if he were playing a soccer game. The violent energy once again poured into the Kurdish king's body, and the tremendous force acted instantly. Ah! The Kurdish king screamed and turned into a huge rocket that flew into the sky. It quickly accelerated to a very high speed. Because of its high speed, even the top of the rocket was glowing red. At this moment, the thin clouds were instantly pierced, turning into a series of ripples that seemed to be there and not there. Swish! Sun Wukong's figure had arrived outside the atmosphere at some point, and then he aimed at the oncoming red dot and raised his fist high. Get out of here! Bang! A heavy punch came down, and blood suddenly burst out from the Kurdish king's facial features. It fell like a meteor again. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the huge impact was like a nuclear explosion of tens of tons. The hard diamond-like star was hit by the huge force, and a dark and deep pit was directly penetrated. The splashing mud and sand radiated out in an instant. Whoosh, 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 the fine sand accelerated like a projectile, and everything along the way was punched with tiny holes. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a huge impact crater with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared. King Kurdish King! All the cosmic people were shocked. Quick, turn on the energy detector immediately to see how strong that guy is. In the distance, Dunima, who was in a state of shock, came to his senses and immediately gave instructions angrily. Yes, yes. The aliens below also came back to their senses, and they were busy operating the large equipment beside them. Looking at the vast land that had turned into scorched earth, Dunima felt unprecedented uneasiness in his heart. In just a blink of an eye, the great King Kurd in their eyes was severely ravaged by the other party. This was something he had never dared to imagine, and no one in the entire galaxy could do it. It was like a devoutly revered god was suddenly knocked off the altar. For the believers who were loyal to the gods, it was a devastating blow. Could it be that the ugly scion was really more terrifying than the King Kurd? No, no, the king is invincible in the universe. How can a mere scion compare to King Kurd? But everything in front of him made Dunima doubt again. So he urged his cosmic man in a stern voice, "It's not ready yet, turn on the energy detector quickly. Lord Dunima, it will be fine soon. Quick, check out the scion's fighting power." The electrons flashed a few times, and the energy of King Kurd and Sun Wukong, who were fighting in the distance, was displayed on the big screen. The scion's combat power is 500 million. The alien operating the energy detector suddenly felt his soul trembling, and his voice was shaking. 500 million. How could it be so high? Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Dunima didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. The combat power of our King Kurd is only 150 million. But this scion has reached 500 million. Dunima's eyes widened. The other cosmic people were similar. They were all stunned when they saw this incredible data. The scene fell into dead silence. After a long time, the chattering of discussions began to sound. And everyone's heart was filled with a feeling of frustration. "Come on, check the king's fighting power now!" Dunima shouted hurriedly. "Yes, let's see how powerful the king is." "Yes." So a technician quickly shifted the detection target, and soon a string of violently fluctuating data appeared on the big screen. It was a data that changed rapidly from low to high, which also meant that the combat effectiveness of the Kurdish king was constantly improving. 150 million. 200 million. 500 million. King Kurd's combat power rose rapidly like a rocket. He seized the opportunity to transform, so the speed of improvement was also very fast. In a blink of an eye, King Kurt's value had risen to more than 500 million, and it continued to rise. On the big screen, King Kurt's combat power was temporarily fixed at 500 million. This change only took 2 or 3 seconds. At this moment, all the cosmic people seemed to be riding a roller coaster, jumping from the bottom of the valley to the horizon in an instant, and the fluctuations in their hearts were intense. Great! The fighting power of King Kurt is 500 million. Now the Saiyan monkey is dead. King Kurt's subordinates cheered, because if King Kurt failed, they, the cosmic people, would be in trouble. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, and I want to pass this chapter, leave some flowers. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves 2 days in advance, this Thursday, I hope all the book friends will let me know. Starting from 8 updates today and tomorrow, friends who like it, don't forget to leave me some flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. I bow to thank you all. More than 10 updates on the first day of the shelves, I hope the first order can be more than 800, I am infinitely grateful to all the book friends. 10 updates on the first day of the shelves. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 64. He is indeed the king of Kurdish, so powerful that it makes people tremble. And he has not yet completed all the transformations, I am afraid he will be even stronger later. In the distant battlefield, Sun Wukong was suspended in mid-air, looking at the bottomless pit on the ground from afar, feeling the strong aura rising around him. He did not take action to stop it, but gave the Kurdish king time to exert his full strength. The king is almost done with his transformation. When a person falls from heaven to hell, what does it feel like? Sun Wukong licked his lips and thought, for the evil Frozen clan, simply ravaging them physically is not enough, he wants to destroy the Kurdish king from his whole body and mind. Under the deep cracked abyss, the Kurdish king was constantly transforming with a gloomy face. Because he was afraid that the other party would attack again, the Kurdish king took emergency transformation. The state of lifting the transformation was not complete, and a large part of the energy was not released. Don't worry. Take your time, I won't bother you this time, just transform with peace of mind. I don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan to deal with you. Sun Wukong shook his finger and ignored the king of Kurd. Damn it! Damn Saiyan, I won't let you go. If I had known, I should have let Frisia kill you all. With a loud shout, King Cold finally completed his transformation. At this moment, the rich energy created a scattered smoke, and when the energy dissipated, a taller figure appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sure enough, he can transform. I said this guy couldn't be that simple. But, hee. Looking at the tall body of the Kurdish king, Sun Wukong laughed. You, a Saiyan, actually gave me time to transform. I have to tell you that this will be your biggest mistake. The Kurdish king smiled evilly. Perhaps because of the powerful force in his body, his tone once again became calm and elegant, without the previous exasperation. Don't you need to continue transforming? This doesn't seem to be your full strength yet. Sun Wukong asked. It's enough to deal with a Saiyan monkey like you. King Kurd said confidently. You are so arrogant indeed. It seems that you, the Ice Clan, can never change this bad habit. Sun Wukong said, shaking his head. The same sentence also applies to the Saiyans. It seems that as long as they are powerful races in the Dragon Ball world, they all have this problem to a greater or lesser extent. King Kurd said nothing, but turned to his subordinates and said, Dunima, how much combat power does this Saiyan have? King Kurd floated in the sky with his hands folded across his chest. His manner was elegant and calm. The meaning of a strong man looking down on the common people could not be more obvious. At this time, he was as powerful as a god. King Kurd, that Saiyan's combat power is 500 million energy. 500 million? This is a huge number. No wonder I am not your opponent under normal circumstances. But you will soon pay the price for your stupidity. King Kurd rubbed his chin with his hand, his scarlet eyes opened, and a disgusting dark aura emanated from his body. Sun Wukong frowned. He didn't like the aura that King Kurd exuded. It's really a case of the top beam being crooked. No wonder Frisia is as shameless as you. Your clown-like performance is really disgusting. Forget it. I'm going to kill you in the end anyway, so I won't give you any time to perform. Sun Wukong said, preparing to take action. Really? Let me see how powerful you are. Don't think that just because you have a combat power of 500 million, you can be my opponent. King Kurd shouted, and the energy in his body continued to rise, because the conversation just now was enough for him to untie all the shackles on his body. Rumble, lightning and thunder. In the blink of an eye, up to 600 million energies were fully exerted, and the vast and cold breath instantly enveloped the entire planet. The originally dark blue sky suddenly became dark, and crystal arcs shuttled between the clouds, and then continued to strike straight down. The whole earth seemed to have entered the countdown to doomsday. In the distance, countless humans on earth began to panic. They didn't understand what terrible things had happened, and they walked out of the house, feeling extremely scared. Seeing that King Kurd had completely released his power, Sun Wukong was silent. After a while, he shouted, and his whole body immediately rose with a golden and terrible aura like burning. Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, the black hair turned golden, and a pair of dark eyes immediately turned into a calm green. There was no emotion in the calm pupils, and the calm green like the lake was full of coldness. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, I have to leave flowers after this chapter. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. I hope you will support it. I am infinitely grateful. On the first day of the shelf, there will be more than 10 updates. In order to be recommended, I hope that book friends can help me so that my first order can reach more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. On the first day of the shelf, 10 updates. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 65. As Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his fighting power also changed dramatically. Instantly, a more powerful change occurred, lightning flashed, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The majestic energy was like a mountain pressing directly on the body of the Kurdish king. At this moment, the Kurdish king felt uneasy again. How could the hair turn into gold? How could there be such a strong energy fluctuation? Is the Super Saiyan really that strong? King Kurd was shocked. At this time, the energy detector in the distance exploded directly. After a burst of black smoke, dozens of cosmic people were almost all killed. What? This is impossible. How much combat power does he have? How could this large detector explode? King Kurd and Frisia, who was in the battle, were all shocked. This large energy detector could detect a maximum combat power of 1 billion, but at this moment, Death Energy Beam. With a loud shout, King Kurd pushed forward with both palms, and suddenly countless red energy bullets shot out, like arrows with long tails, rushing towards Sun Wukong not far away. At the same time, King Kurd was also ready, his body turned into a stream of light, and flew towards outer space. Because most of the life forms in the universe cannot survive in a vacuum environment, as long as he enters space, his hope of survival will greatly increase. This is King Kurd's purpose. Frisia on the other side also began to look for opportunities to get rid of Trunks. He knew that this journey of revenge was a complete failure, and he had to continue to practice before he had a chance to take revenge. But Trunks also saw Frisia's plan, and his attack became more fierce, holding Frisia steadily, and he couldn't spare any attention to perform other actions. Damn it! How come there are other Super Saiyans? This is impossible. I should have killed them all back then. Damn you, kid. Frisia now regrets that he didn't kill those Saiyans back then. Now he can't save himself. Frisia, stop struggling in vain. Mr. Son Goku is so strong, you won't have a chance to escape. Trunks was very happy. Seeing such a powerful Son Goku, he was more confident in his goal. Wukong is so strong. He was able to force the opponent to flee, and it seems that this King Cold is stronger than Frisia. I really don't know how Wukong trained. Krillin said with some envy and frustration. Seeing his fellow disciples getting stronger and stronger, while he himself can't catch up, you can imagine how he feels. But the more depressed and unwilling are Tien Shinyan and Piccolo. They used to have a golden stage with Son Goku, but now they can only helplessly watch Son Goku getting stronger and stronger. It seems that it is time to merge with the god again. Only in this way can I become a super Namekian. I will not give up, Son Goku. Piccolo has already thought of how to continue to improve his strength. Originally, he did not want to merge with the god, but now the pressure brought by Son Goku is too great, so he had to move up the plan. On the other side, the Kurdish king finally escaped from outer space and was overjoyed. Damn Saiyan monkey, let's see what you can do to me this time. You don't have the talent to fight in a vacuum environment. No matter how strong you are, you can only watch me leave. King Kurd never thought that one day he would be so happy to escape from others. He probably never dreamed of escaping. You are so naive. I think you have no chance to take revenge. Let me send you to hell. Just when King Kurd thought he had escaped, a chilling voice somehow reached his ears. In fact, as long as the power is strong enough, many life forms can achieve some seemingly unreasonable things with their excellent ability to control the air. For example, in the original work, when Sun Wukong just set foot on Namek, he only touched Krillin's head to know what happened on Namek. Of course, we can also think that this was a mistake made by Akira Toriyama when he was drawing, but after Sun Wukong himself came to the Dragon Ball world, he combined his actual feelings and realized that in fact, Sun Wukong in the original work read the brainwave signal with his powerful sense of air. And now he is also transferring energy by manipulating the fluctuations of space, and then releasing energy to agitate the eardrum, so as to achieve the effect of transmitting sound to King Kurd's ears. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, I have to leave flowers after this chapter. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. I hope you will support it. I am infinitely grateful. On the first day of the shelf, there will be more than 10 updates. In order to be recommended, I hope that book friends can help me so that my first order can reach more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. On the first day of the shelf, 10 updates. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 66. This was actually created by him imitating the sound transmission over 1,000 miles in the martial arts world. Even in a vacuum world, sound can be transmitted. This is also an extension of his spatial ability in teleportation. Sure enough, when King Kurd suddenly heard his voice, his body suddenly froze, and then he turned back in disbelief, only to see the Super Saiyan shining with golden light floating easily not far from him. How is it possible, you can actually survive in a vacuum? The Kurdish king opened his mouth and could only express his surprise in a sporadic manner. Whoosh, a blurry afterimage flashed by, and when it reappeared, Sun Wukong was less than 1 meter away from the Kurdish king. The cold blue eyes made the Kurdish king feel a chill in his heart, and his body suddenly trembled, and a sense of fear surged from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a huge force came from the tail, and Sun Wukong grabbed the Kurdish king's tail and began to swing it left and right like a whip. Bang! 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 Countless hard meteorites in the space flew at high speed, collided violently with the Kurdish king's body, and were then smashed to pieces by this hard body. Some of the larger ones were directly broken into two halves, and the harder ones were beaten away. Because Sun Wukong even divided a part of his energy to strengthen the flying meteorites every time he swung the Kurdish king, so every time the Kurdish king smashed down, it was like being hit on a hard gold ore. Ah! Soon, the Kurdish king was beaten by Sun Wukong and screamed. Soon, his skin was bruised and his face was swollen. There were lumps all over his body, and blood was flowing from his nose and lips. Just like the previous normal state, the Kurdish king was ravaged without any ability to fight back. This time it was even worse. He was like an ant fighting a giant, and he was constantly abused. It actually broke free and flew away? This guy is really willing to give up. This is the second time his tail has been shortened. Haha. Sun Wukong looked at the purple-red figure that was ejected, and felt his hand lighten. He looked down and saw a huge tail still in his hand. The Kurdish king's tail, sacrificing the rook to save the king? Interesting. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and suddenly a red qigong wave rose up, turning the entire tail into ashes. After practicing the Nine Yang magic art, the qigong wave he emitted turned red, with some flames in it. Whoosh! Only a vague afterimage of Sun Wukong was left on the spot, and he flew towards the Kurdish king again. But, damn it! I have never been humiliated like this. I will definitely take revenge. King Kurd cursed in his heart, but his mouth was bitter. He was the king of the universe, but he was thrown around like a dead dog and constantly ravaged. In the past, he would only do this when dealing with those weak races. However, things have changed, and the Frozen Demon clan has fallen into such a situation. Damn Super Saiyan! Is what our ancestors said true? Super Saiyan is the nemesis of our clan? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Like the roar of a demon from the abyss. King Kurd's blood-red eyes were full of hatred. He swore that if he could escape this time, he would repay all the hatred. At the same time, he felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had asked Frisia to wipe out the roots, perhaps he would not have suffered today. No, this is all Frisia's fault. If he had killed all the Saiyan monkeys earlier and eliminated him before he woke up, there wouldn't be the current situation at all. The corners of King Kurd's mouth trembled, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. King of Kurd, where are you going? Why don't you just accept your death? You can't run away. Sun Wukong's nightmare-like voice sounded again. Oh no! How can he be so fast? King Kurd showed a trace of panic, ignoring the pain on his body, and quickly flew towards an asteroid belt surrounded by stars. As long as he hides in the asteroid belt, the opponent will not be able to find him. It is indeed possible to judge others by oneself. However, King Kurd did not know that his opponent actually had the ability to sense breath. Even if he hid at the edge of the universe, as long as Sun Wukong remembered his breath, he could find him at any time. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, I have to leave flowers after this chapter. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. I hope you will support it. I am infinitely grateful. On the first day of the shelf, there will be more than 10 updates. In order to be recommended, I hope that book friends can help me so that my first order can reach more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. On the first day of the shelf, 10 updates. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 67. A bright ray of light streaked across the dark starry sky. Looking at the asteroid belt getting closer and closer, the Kurdish king was overjoyed. He quickly hid behind an asteroid. Because he was facing away from the sun, it was extremely dark here. As long as he didn't emit a strong energy beam, Kurd was confident that no one could find him. Humph, now I am finally safe. I never thought that this great king would have such an embarrassing day. Don't be complacent. I must practice hard after returning. It only takes 2 years, no, only 1 year, and I can surpass him. That will be the time for my revenge. King Kurd clenched his fist and swore fiercely. This time he was really scared, and he was really determined to continue to practice well. The severe pain from the wound on the broken tail behind him made his whole face look hideous and distorted. The talents of the frozen demons are very good. Although King Kurd is not as good as the two brothers Frisia and Gula, as long as he is given a year, he believes that he can completely reach the level of Son Goku, and revenge will only be a matter of time. But how could he know that? Son Goku's combat power has reached 1.5 billion in normal state, and after transforming into a Super Saiyan, it has stably reached 75 billion, so King Kurd is still far behind, and even in 10 years, he may not be able to surpass Son Goku. What's more, the current Son Goku will only be stronger than before, and he has no chance at all. Just take advantage of the moment to be proud. This is the only chance you have. The Kurdish king said with hatred. But at this moment, an accident happened. I saw a series of colorful crystal clear light flashing by, like a thin cicada wing, sweeping over from thousands of kilometers away. Puff, puff. The meteorite space within a range of thousands of kilometers turned into dust bit by bit. The huge meteorites were not destroyed in the physical structure, but were split into two at the spatial level. The Kurdish king was also swept by these colorful lights. He looked at his chest in disbelief, looking at the dozens of holes in his chest like a machine gun. His body was instantly pierced into a sieve, leaving only dozens of wound holes. Scarlet blood spurted out, and the Kurdish king was almost broken into two by such an attack. You are so naive, do you think you can avoid me like this? Sun Wukong's voice came again. My body was actually penetrated. How? How is this possible? Did he find me? Or was it luck? Yes, it must be luck. I don't believe he can find me. The Kurdish king was stunned, and then a sharp pain came from his nerve endings. Hey, I found you. What? Don't hide anymore, it's so fun, let's play hide and seek together. Shangyang's sword. A cold and indifferent voice came, and Sun Wukong appeared in front of King Kurd with an expressionless face. He raised his hand, and a force that contained the power of destroying the world shot out, directly destroying Frisia's lower body from a distance of thousands of meters, without even leaving a cell. King Cold, your death has come. Give up, you don't have any chance. With the cold verdict, Sun Wukong took a look at this extremely eye-catching villain in the original Dragon Ball. It can be said that the character of King Cold is the most overrated. He was originally thought to be very strong, but was solved by Trunks in a few moves. If he hadn't let King Cold transform, no one would know his true strength, but the ending would still not change. Immediately, Sun Wukong's hands formed into a calyx shape, and at this moment a dense and terrifying aura suddenly began to gather in his hands, and soon generated a touch of red light. Under the influence of the powerful energy, the surrounding space began to become distorted. How could I die in the hands of a scion monkey like you? I won't accept this. The veins on King Kurd's head surged, his eyes were bloodshot, and blood spurted from the corners of his mouth. He tried to resist the person in front of him. Kamehameha! With Sun Wukong's loud shout, he pushed his hands forward, and a red Qigong wave suddenly shot out, rushing forward with a terrifying force like a broken bamboo. This king cannot die! The Kurdish king shouted loudly with a twisted voice. Death Jet! The blood-red energy sprayed out desperately, and a large area of dazzling energy began to surge with the Kurdish king as the center like a pot of boiling water. The pressure in the center suddenly increased, and a giant energy ball rose into the air, rushing forward with a surging momentum. P.S. Hey, I wrote this chapter, I started this chapter, I have to leave flowers after this chapter. Extra, extra, this book will be on the shelves after 12 o'clock tonight. I hope you will support it. I am infinitely grateful. On the first day of the shelf, there will be more than 10 updates. In order to be recommended, I hope that book friends can help me so that my first order can reach more than 800. I am infinitely grateful to all book friends. On the first day of the shelf, 10 updates. 10 updates. 10 updates. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 68. Boom, boom. The extremely violent energy moved like an electric snake, instantly penetrating the void. The two energies that were enough to destroy the world met in the asteroid belt in an instant. The scorching and chaotic energy immediately entangled together, destroying the originally balanced order in a very short time, and pushing all the meteorites far away. Puff! King Kurd's death jet was instantly defeated by the huge impact of Kamehameha. King Kurd's face was crazy, and he began to use all his strength, but it was still useless. On the other hand, Sun Wukong still had a calm face and looked relaxed and comfortable. Suddenly, the energy in his hand suddenly increased. In the face of King Kurd's horrified expression, the red energy swallowed him. A colorful explosion broke out in the asteroid belt full of meteorites. Everything was like the beginning of the world, falling into chaos and uncertainty. Done, you are destined to be just a bystander. Sun Wukong confirmed again and again that the Kurdish king was dead, and then he prepared to return to Earth. We should go back quickly. We can't fully exert our combat power in space. It seems that Scions still have many weaknesses. Only by becoming a god can these weaknesses be eliminated. At this time, Sun Wukong thought of becoming a god, becoming a Super Saiyan god, but in that case, the subsequent improvement in strength would be different. It can be said that there are 2 different ways of evolution, one is the Super Blue series, and the other is the Super Saiyan Bloodline series. The 2 roads made Sun Wukong a little difficult to choose. Forget it, I don't think about it for now. I haven't even reached the full power of Super 1 yet, so I'd better go back first. I'm not used to being here. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong immediately flew to the earth. When he returned to the ground, he found that Frisia had been cut into dozens of pieces by Trunks, and the battle was over long ago. Oh my god, it's over so soon. Frisia is too weak. It seems that Dr. Gero's computer has obtained Frisia's cells. What a pity. Forget it, let Cell come out, otherwise the plot will not be perfect. Cell, you should be able to help me break through to Super Saiyan 2. Maybe Gohan and the others can also break through to Super Saiyan 2 together. Cell is a very good trial stone. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia's mechanical body thoughtfully. Vegeta had also woken up at this time. He was worthy of being the Saiyan Prince. After waking up this time, Vegeta's combat power increased again, at least to 10 million. This made Sun Wukong wonder if his 9-yang magic skill could also improve the combat power of others, otherwise how could his combat power increase so much at once? Boy, can you tell me who you are now? Why are you here? Vegeta seemed to be arguing with Trunks, and asked him as soon as he woke up. Poor Trunks, facing his father, didn't dare to speak at all, and was timid and didn't say a word for a long time. Okay, Vegeta, don't push him. I want to talk to him, and you'll know what's going on later. Sun Wukong saw Trunks in trouble and hurried out to help him. Otherwise, with Vegeta's personality, he might really fight with Trunks, and then it would be a mess. Kakarot, do you know something? Why can't you tell me now? Vegeta was of course very upset with Son Goku's mysterious attitude. I've already told you later. Do you still want to know the secret of the Super Saiyan? Seeing that Vegeta was endless, Sun Wukong directly threw out the last resort. Sure enough, when Vegeta heard the secret of the Super Saiyan, he immediately stopped asking. In his heart, only the Super Saiyan was the most worthy of pursuit. Sun Wukong brought Trunks to a place hundreds of meters away from the crowd, and then said softly, I know you have a lot of questions, such as how do I know your name, right? Trunks stared at Sun Wukong and nodded seriously, yes, your current situation is a little different from what I know. No, not just a little, but a big difference. How do you know my name, and it seems that you also know where I came from? At this point, Trunks hesitated. From the future, right? You really know? But, this is impossible, right? How do you know this? Trunks was shocked. It's very simple. When I was on the planet Yidrit, the wise man there helped me predict some future events. I saw you from the future, and Frisia and the others would come to seek revenge. Even more, the wise man showed me the rebellion of the future androids, number 17 and no 18. Sun Wukong naturally couldn't say that he was a time traveler, so he could only blame everything on the mysterious wise man of Yidrit. Anyway, they couldn't ask him about it. Yes, I am indeed from the future world. There, androids kill and destroy the earth, and no one is their opponent. My father Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, were all killed, and after Piccolo died, the dragon of the earth also died, so no one can be resurrected. A few years ago, brother Son Gohan was also killed by them, and I am no match for them alone, so I want to go back to the past and find you, Mr. Son Goku, hoping that you can find the weakness of the androids so that I can destroy them. What? Trunks said was almost the same as in the original work, but the more he said this, the more surprised Son Goku was. What about me? I won't be killed by the androids, will I? Sun Wukong was shocked. Why didn't Trunks say anything about him? Did he really die of a viral heart disease like in the original novel? This is impossible. He is now practicing the 9-yang magic skill, and his body is very strong inside and out. It is impossible for him to have a heart attack like in the original novel. Could it be that time and space have reversed the changes that occurred after my appearance? Could it be that I was wiped out by the rules of time and space before that? Otherwise, I would not have had this viral heart disease again. Sun Wukong fell into deep thought. P.S. It's finally on the shelves. I hope the first order will exceed 800. I hope all book friends can help me. I'm infinitely grateful. 10 updates on the first day of the release. 10 updates. 10 updates. Chapter 69. Mr. Son Goku did not participate in the battle. You had a sudden viral heart attack before the androids appeared. Even the senzu beans are powerless against this kind of heart disease. And because your energy is too strong, even Shenlong can't cure your heart disease. Trunks said regretfully. He felt helpless that Son Goku could not appear. Otherwise, with his current combat power, such a situation would never happen in the future. No way, even the dragon can't do anything? I wanted to make a wish, asking the dragon to cure this heart disease. Sun Wukong was speechless. He thought of a story. A long time ago, there was a guy who practiced Iron Shirt and was invulnerable to swords and guns, but he still died. Because he had appendicitis, the doctor couldn't even cut his skin, and he died in pain. Could it be the same for me? The defense of the Vajra indestructible divine art is too strong, and the energy of the dragon cannot break my defense, so there is no way to heal me? Damn, this thing has both advantages and disadvantages. Sun Wukong couldn't do anything about this. He couldn't disperse the Vajra indestructible divine art. Besides, he didn't know if this was the reason, and he had traveled through time and space to Sun Wukong's body, so the possibility of viral heart disease was very high. Just as Sun Wukong was trying to find a way to eliminate the hidden danger of this heart disease. Trunks seemed to see Sun Wukong's doubts and said, Mr. Sun Wukong, please don't worry. Although the dragon cannot cure your heart disease, in the future time and space, we humans have developed a special medicine to cure viral heart disease. This is also the main reason why I returned to this time and space. I want to hand this to you so that you can get through this difficult time when you have a heart attack in 3 years. Only you can save the earth." After speaking, Trunks took out a small medicine bottle and handed it to Sun Wukong in person. His expression was very serious. This was his greatest hope. Is this a miracle drug? Will it work? Sun Wukong took the small medicine bottle and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had a hunch that this viral heart disease should be strengthened as his strength increased. At his level, his intuition was usually very accurate. So he could only make up his mind to find other ways while taking the miracle drug. Otherwise, he didn't die at the hands of others, but died of this heart disease. That would not be fun. Don't worry, I will keep it well. It's ready for a rainy day. How can I be missing in the wonderful future? Sun Wukong said seriously, this is related to his life. Then Mr. Son Goku, I am going to go back to the future and see you in 3 years. After Trunks handed the medicine to Son Goku, his mission was completed. He also met his father Vegeta and his mother Tais, and he was very satisfied. You don't want to say goodbye to Tais and Vegeta? No, my father is a very proud person, he will definitely want to continue to ask me about my affairs. I don't know how to answer him, so it's better to go back directly. Mr. Sun Wukong, please don't tell my parents the truth about me yet, I'm afraid that history will change because of it, and I won't exist anymore. Trunks stared at Tais deeply, and said reluctantly. Don't worry, you are one of the few Saiyans. I won't let you disappear. And I will give you a big surprise in the future. Wait. Sun Wukong smiled. Surprise. Trunks was stunned. Since it is a surprise, I certainly cannot tell you for the time being. You will know when you come here in 3 years. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously. Okay then. I'll be leaving first, you help me say goodbye to everyone, uncle-in-law. Trunks smiled mischievously, and then went to the spaceship in the distance. Son Goku also returned to where the crowd was, but Piccolo stared at him with a strange look on his face. Son Goku knew the special structure of the name Qians, and he did not hide his conversation with Trunks from Piccolo, but just told him to keep it secret for the time being. I know what to say, no need to make eye contact. Piccolo rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong in annoyance. He is not a person who does not know the importance of things. Kakarot, where is that guy? Sure enough, Vegeta wanted to continue asking Trunks. This father and son are really interesting. He has already left, didn't you see? Don't force him, you will understand when the time comes, now you have to break through the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong waved goodbye to Trunks in the time machine that was about to leave the Earth's atmosphere, and said to Vegeta seriously. Forget it, let him go this time, and I'll settle with him later. Damn it! Although he said so, for some reason Vegeta still waved at the time shuttle that Trunks was riding. Goodbye, handsome boy. Don't leave without saying goodbye next time. Tai-Sai screamed. Sister, can you be more reserved? Your Vegeta is going to be jealous. Hee hee. Bulma saw Tais dancing and waving her hands, and Vegeta on the side saw this and his face changed a little, and he put down his waving hand. Who cares about him? Hee hee, it's his fault that he's not as handsome as the little boy. Tais laughed evilly. Tisk, you're just a brat. Damn woman, I'm going to kill you. Vegeta turned his head away and ignored Tais and Bulma's teasing. In the sky, Trunks muttered to himself. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I will be back. I hope we can see you getting along well. Trunks' eyes were red. There was no one around, so he could release his inner emotions. Soon Trunks disappeared into the sky. However, everyone else thought that Trunks had left the Earth, only Goku and Piccolo knew that Trunks had returned to the future. However, Goku had learned instant teleportation, so he had some understanding of the fluctuations of space. Is this the fluctuation of time and space? It is indeed different from teleportation. The time law contained in it is quite profound. I must study it when I have the chance. P.S. It's finally on the shelves. I hope the first order will exceed 800. I hope all book friends can help me. I'm infinitely grateful. 10 updates on the first day of the release. 10 updates. 10 updates. Chapter 70. Sun Wukong suddenly became very interested in this kind of space-time law, but this kind of thing is currently only possessed by angels, and they don't know very profound things. Perhaps only the great priests and the dragon gods, or even the king of all, have such abilities. At this time, Piccolo began to help Sun Wukong explain what Trunks said just now. In the next 3 years, several androids will appear on the Earth. They are very powerful. They will kill and destroy the Earth. 3 years later, Goku died of a heart attack, and then we also died one by one at the hands of the androids. The Earth will be destroyed by these androids in the future, so we must practice harder in these 3 years. If you don't want to die, you'll just take care of yourself. I'm going to fight these androids to the death anyway, and I will definitely defeat them. Piccolo said coldly. He was upset about losing to Frieza this time, and vowed to kill all the androids in 3 years. What? According to you, Goku will not be able to participate in the battle with the androids in 3 years. No way. It's over. It's over now. Klin felt as if the world was coming to an end, and was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Goku is so strong, it's not like he has a heart disease. Can't senzu beans cure all injuries? We can ask Karin to get some senzu beans. We can even make a wish to Shenlong and ask him to cure Goku's heart disease. Yes, Shenlong can definitely do it. Let's go collect the Dragon Balls now. Yamcha immediately thought that making a wish to Shenlong was the best and most effective solution. It's useless. Goku's energy is too strong, senzu beans and Shenlong can't cure Goku at all. Tien Shinyan is naturally very familiar with the power of the earth Shenlong, and it is impossible to remove the heart disease virus in Sun Wukong. What should we do? Are we going to watch Goku die in 3 years? Krillin said worriedly. Son Gohan and Bulma beside him also grabbed Son Goku's arms nervously, looking worried. Don't worry too much. Trunks brought me some newly developed special medicine for viral heart disease. As long as I take it when the disease relapses in 3 years, I will recover soon. Sun Wukong touched Sun Wuhan's head and said softly. Then he gently stroked Bulma's long blue hair, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Yamcha, I want to tell you about what happened between me and Bulma. Sun Wukong felt the need to explain to Yamcha. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yamcha. I'm fine. In fact, from Bulma's attitude towards me over the past year, I knew there was no possibility between her and me. Until now, I'm still afraid of interacting with girls. If I continue like this, I'll delay Bulma. But now Goku, it's good that you've figured it out. Bulma has been waiting for you for many years, and I've always known it. Yamcha said sincerely. He really wasn't very interested in girls now, and the inertia of being afraid of beautiful women in his bones couldn't be eradicated, so he decided to focus on practicing hard in the future. Yamcha, I'm sorry. I only realized later that I liked Goku. So I'm sorry, I have decided to be with Goku. After saying that, Bulma snuggled in Goku's arms. Gohan didn't understand what this meant. He tilted his head and looked at Goku and Bulma, not knowing what they meant. Gohan, I will be your mother from now on, okay? Bulma took the opportunity to build a good relationship with Son Gohan and even took out some drinks for him. So what will happen to my current mother after Aunt Bulma becomes my mother? Little idiot, she is still your mother, but you now have 2 mothers who love you. Bulma patted Son Gohan's little head. No, 2 mothers force me to study, it's terrible. Thinking of this, Son Gohan's little head shook hurriedly. It seems that Chi-Chi left a very bad impression on him. It's okay, I will discuss this with your mother later, don't worry. She won't force you to study anymore, just do whatever you want. We are all Saiyans, there is no need to study to change our destiny. Son. Goku stroked Son Gohan's head and comforted him. This situation can be said to be largely caused by the original Son Goku. Although the spirit of the original Son Goku's pursuit of martial arts is worthy of admiration, it is too paranoid to ignore his family. So the current Son Goku has decided that he must not let this mistake continue to develop. He wants to change Son Gohan's destiny. In fact, being an excellent dad has a greater sense of superiority, provided that one has strong strength. Okay, I don't care about the relationship between you two, you can tell me how to break through the Super Saiyan. What are the other secrets? Vegeta was not interested in the things between Son Goku, Bulma, and Yamcha. He just wanted to know about the things related to breaking through the Super Saiyan. Hearing what Vegeta said, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, and others also began to prick up their ears and pay attention to Son Goku. But Son Goku didn't say anything, but looked around, and suddenly his fingers kept sending dozens of 6 Meridian's Divine Sword Chis around. Really, these nanoscale robots are so annoying, they are everywhere. As the voice fell, several explosions suddenly sounded around the crowd. What? Robots? These? Vegeta, Piccolo and the others were all worried and looked horrified. They had never expected something like this to happen. Alas, it's too late to remember. I guess the cells of Frieza and Vegeta have been collected by these robots, and the ones left behind are probably just monitoring us. I was delayed by Trunks' matter before, and I didn't think about this matter. It's a mistake. Forget it, if it weren't for this, how could Cell appear? I can't implement the hero saving the beauty later, so let Cell come out. Anyway, he is just a small dish, I still don't believe that I can't beat you like this. P.S. It's finally on the shelves. I hope the first order will exceed 800. I hope all book friends can help me. I'm infinitely grateful. 10 updates on the first day of the release. 10 updates. 10 updates. Chapter 71. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's mood improved again, and he temporarily put aside the matter of viral heart disease. These are the micro-nano robots made by Dr. Gero, the android creator that Trunks mentioned, and they are used to monitor us. Most people would not notice these robots, which are about the size of bees. I was just trying it out, but I didn't trademark expect there were so many around us. It seems that this Red Ribbon Army is really a scourge, and they are not dead yet. Sun Wukong found an excuse to get rid of Vegeta and others, because they didn't know the truth anyway. This was the truth that Cell told Piccolo in person 3 years later in the original work. At that time, Piccolo realized that there were already countless robots around him and others who were monitoring them. Damn the androids, in 3 years, I will destroy them myself. How dare you spy on me? Vegeta was furious. He was a proud Saiyan prince, but these scumbags were secretly offending him. He really wanted to destroy them all. Let's put all of this aside for now. Now let me tell you about the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is a unique transformation form of our fighting nation, the Saiyans. It is also the most powerful foundation for us to become the strongest in the universe. Moreover, among the Saiyans, only one legendary Super Saiyan appears every 1,000 years. I can't say whether this Super Saiyan is the same as my current situation. But from my experience of this transformation, to transform, the Saiyan must first be extremely angry, so as to burst out the strongest power in our body, so that we have a chance to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong transformed himself into a Super Saiyan, and then slowly said, "That's it? So simple." Vegeta was a little bit unbelievable, and so were Piccolo and the others. It seemed that everyone could do such an outburst. Nonsense, of course it's not that simple, I've already said that's the first condition. Listen to me first, there are still many key points here. Sun Wukong was speechless to these impatient guys. In fact, the first person to reach the level of Super Saiyan was not me. Super Saiyan is not just a legend. We Saiyans have the first generation of Super Saiyan God, Yamashi. This is what I know from the prediction of Yudrit, and not everyone can become a Super Saiyan by practicing and getting angry. To become a Super Saiyan, the Saiyan must first have a certain number of S cells in his body, and then use anger and other situations to explode and grow S cells to transform. In fact, all Saiyans have a little S cells in their bodies, but the number is not large, so many Saiyans cannot transform into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong said it slowly, but Vegeta and Son Gohan listened very carefully. However, S cells can also be increased in other ways, and the most important thing to increase S cells is to have a stable heart, but this is difficult for most Saiyans. Due to the influence of the environment, Saiyans are usually irritable. In comparison, the living environment on Earth is more suitable for increasing S cells in Saiyans than planet Vegeta, so after living on Earth for so long, I can break through to Super Saiyan faster than you. This is not just a matter of talent, Vegeta. If you want to break through to Super Saiyan, you must adapt to life on Earth. Otherwise, your chances of breaking through to Super Saiyan will be much lower. The most classic Super Saiyan has a combat power of more than 50 times the normal level. How much it can be used depends on our own accumulation under normal conditions. So, Gohan, you can't be lazy, you must practice well. After listening to Son Goku's words, Vegeta did not rush to ask questions, he fell into deep thought. He knew that what Son Goku said was actually true, because in the past year or so of living on Earth, Vegeta felt that his combat power had improved a lot faster. At first he didn't know why, but after Son Goku's explanation, Vegeta finally understood what was going on. Then Son Goku explained several stages of Super Saiyan 1, so that Vegeta and Son Gohan could avoid some detours. As for the latter, he had not achieved it, and it would not be convincing enough to say it, it depends on personal understanding. That's perfect, Vegeta can continue to live in my house. And my sister just happened to be back, so I can practice and solve this problem at the same time. Bulma took the opportunity to invite Vegeta to stay. She could see that there seemed to be some special connection between her sister and Vegeta, so she might as well make it a happy adult life. Then Vegeta should stay. Frieza is dead anyway. If you want to find androids, they have to wait 3 years. No one knows where they are now. Don't you want to fight with the strong? Here, you can compete with me. There will be so many strong opponents in 3 years. Sun Wukong said lightly. He couldn't let Vegeta leave. Once he left, Trunks would disappear. Tisk, who wants to spar with you? In my dictionary, there is only real fighting, and I will go all out every time. Come on, exposed girl, I'll take you back, you don't know the way, do you? Vegeta said, grabbing ties and flying towards Zidu. Well, everyone, work hard and practice. We'll see you in 3 years. Piccolo, do you want to join me? Gohan, I need your guidance, too. Piccolo didn't want to be with Son Goku at first. He hadn't reconciled with Son Goku yet. But as soon as he heard Gohan's name, he fell in love with him and had to agree to Son Goku's invitation. Then we will go back to Kame Island. I will continue to work harder in my training. See you in 3 years. Tien Shinyan, Krillin, Yamcha and others also said goodbye. They couldn't waste any time. In a blink of an eye, only Son Goku and Bulma were left. Piccolo and Son Gohan went home first. Come on, Bulma. I'll take you home first, and then I'll marry you. Then you'll be my woman. Sun Wukong smiled softly. Seeing Sun Wukong's smile, Bulma felt sweet and a little shy, and pinched Sun Wukong. You're dreaming. I won't agree unless you propose. If you want to hug me left and right, it depends on whether you can solve the problem between me and Kikai. P.S. Finally it's on the shelves. I hope the first order will exceed 800. I hope all the book friends can help me. I am infinitely grateful. 10 updates on the first day of the release. 10 updates. 10 updates. If the first order exceeds 800 before 10 p.m., I will add 2 more updates. Thank you all the book friends. Chapter 73. After he was free from worries, Goku began to train with Gohan, and Piccolo naturally joined him. Soon, half a year passed. Under Goku's guidance, Gohan grew rapidly and had already reached the level of Mimic Super Saiyan. As long as he worked harder, it would not be a problem to break through the Super Saiyan. Piccolo's growth was also very huge. He could fight the Mimic Super Saiyan Gohan on equal terms, which really made Goku marvel at the talent of the Namekian warrior. On the other hand, Goku also knew from Bulma's news that Vegeta had finally combined with Tais. Vegeta also reached the Mimic Super Saiyan state, and only needed one step to break through the Super Saiyan. More importantly, Tais was pregnant. Coincidentally, Vegeta named the child Trunks early on. At this time, Vegeta finally figured out why Goku said that he would understand everything when the time came. However, he was not too interested in this. His goal was to continue practicing. However, according to what Sun Wukong said, Vegeta would enjoy some life on Earth after practicing, and would go shopping with Taisai, acting like a gentle husband. In the past 6 months, Sun Wukong had hardly grown up, because he was a little uneasy. His 9-yang magic skill had reached the edge of a breakthrough to the 4th level, but this time he felt a poison in his body, and the location was exactly near his heart. This must be the source of the viral heart disease. The toxicity is so strong that it can even affect my combat effectiveness. My normal combat effectiveness should have dropped a lot. It is only 1.4 billion at most. No wonder Sun Wukong almost died in the original novel. Once the viral heart disease strikes, it is really too fast and can kill people in an instant. The reason why Sun Wukong was able to discover this virus in advance was because of the 9-yang magic art's true energy. The 9-yang magic art can originally dissolve all toxicity, and it can naturally quickly discover the virus in the body. It's just that he has only practiced to the 4th level now and cannot dissolve this virus. Now Sun Wukong can only slowly use the true energy of the 9-yang magic art to delay the outbreak of the virus. I don't know if his strength has increased too much compared to the original, so this virus actually has the possibility of breaking out in advance, and he knows that based on the current situation, the special medicine brought back by Trunks should not be very effective for him. However, he did not tell anyone about his physical condition. He just said that King Kai of the North wanted to ask him something, and then hurriedly left the earth, and Son Gohan's training was also handed over to Piccolo for guidance. There is no way. Now this is related to his life. If he doesn't eliminate this virus, he has no future at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong missed the system very much. Unfortunately, there has been no movement since the system was upgraded. I don't know when it will be good. Now he can only rely on himself. Goku, how come you have time to come to me? Aren't you busy practicing for the creation of artificial humans on Earth? Hey, there's something wrong with your body. What's going on? As soon as he teleported to the North Kai King's planet, the North Kai King with 2 long tentacles came to Son Goku. After a few words of greeting, he soon discovered that something was wrong with Son Goku. I have a viral heart disease and it's about to happen, so I can only run to King Kai's planet. Otherwise, if it gets out of control, I'll die and the earth will be blown up. Sun Wukong used most of his energy to suppress the virus, and he looked a little weak, but the huge energy emanating from his body still frightened King Kai. What? Explosion? Then you don't need to come to my place. Damn, it's so dangerous, Bobris, Gurgly, let's go away, Wukong is too dangerous. The North King said to his 2 pets. Sun Wukong ignored the trembling North King and others, and he quickly entered the state of inner vision. As the true energy of the nine-yang magic art continued to flow in the body, the virus near the heart seemed to sense the danger and became restless all of a sudden. It works. Great. I was afraid it wouldn't work. If it works, I won't be afraid it can't do anything to you. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. As long as there was hope, it would be fine. Although it was only the 4th level of the nine-yang magic skill, the qi was still effective in expelling the virus, but it was just slow. As the nine-yang qi approached, the strong virus began to retreat continuously, but it was like a ferocious beast, constantly issuing warnings while retreating. Soon, Sun Wukong felt that his body began to be in pain, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a pair of invisible hands, and it seemed that it would stop beating at any time. Damn, you're quite smart. You actually know how to use my heart to threaten me, but do you think you can threaten me? I must completely drive you out. In his previous life, Sun Wukong was a stubborn person. He would not offend others unless they offended him. But now that the virus wants to take his life, he naturally regards the virus as the biggest enemy. It's either you or me. He never thought that he would fail. He didn't believe that he couldn't even do anything about a mere virus. In this way, Sun Wukong entered into a tug-of-war with the heart virus. He sat cross-legged on King Kai's planet and didn't move. At this time, the heart virus seemed to know that it was in a critical moment, and it broke out in advance. The energy it possessed was no less than that of Sun Wukong himself. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, but it made him more determined to completely eliminate the virus. Soon, more than 2 years passed, and Sun Wukong had been staying on King Kai's planet during the time. King Kai of the North told Bulma and Chi-Chi on Earth that Goku was doing well and undergoing special training, so they didn't have to worry. On Earth, Vegeta finally broke through to Super Saiyan in the 2nd year, which made him very happy and he practiced harder. Although Gohan was a little later, he also broke through to Super Saiyan before the 3rd year, which made Piccolo feel relieved and he was more confident in dealing with the androids. P.S. On the first day of listing, I need to participate in the recommendation application tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book friends to support me so that I can have a chance to participate. I would like to bow and thank you all in advance. I will add more chapters today, more than 10 chapters, and try my best. Chapter 74. A few days later, the 3-year period arrived as scheduled. On an island 9 kilometers south of the city, the sun rose as usual, and the gentle sunlight penetrated the fog on the sea surface and reflected a colorful and beautiful scene. At this time, the Dragon Ball warriors also ended their 3-year training and almost all gathered on the island 9 kilometers south of the city. I didn't expect that you and Jiaozi have already arrived. Your fighting power has improved a lot. It seems that you feel a great threat to the androids. Krillin flew from a distance like a flash of light and saw several people standing on the top of the island from afar. You are not slow either. Jiaozi said with a smile. Soon, Piccolo, Son Gohan and others arrived, and then Yamcha also arrived. Vegeta came last, but his face was full of confidence. Gohan, hasn't your father Kakarot returned from King Kai yet? Forget it, I don't need him to show up this time. I can kill all these androids. How have you been training for the past 3 years? Don't lose the Saiyan race. Vegeta finally got over the loss he felt 3 years ago, and now he looks very proud. He hasn't come back yet, but Lord North Kai said some time ago that my father is fine and will be back soon. Son Gohan has great confidence in Son Goku. He doesn't believe that his omnipotent father will be defeated by a simple viral heart disease. I think, even if Son Goku can't come back, it's okay. With our strength, we are enough to deal with these androids. Pico is also full of confidence. It can be seen that he has made great progress in the past 3 years, but it is all thanks to the training method left by Son Goku. While teaching Son Gohan, Piccolo also practiced the method taught by Son Goku, and the effect is very significant. After a while, a flying vehicle landed on the island, and Taisai with long golden hair came down holding a child. "Hey, why is Miss Taisai here? This child, is Miss Taisai married?" Looking at the child in Taisai's arms curiously, Krillin asked curiously. "Taisai is Bulma's sister, and they met 3 years ago." "No, this child belongs to that guy Vegeta." Bulma, who was standing next to her, followed Tais down from the aircraft with dissatisfaction. What an abnormal combination this was! She couldn't understand what was wrong with her sister that she chose to have a child with Vegeta. Whenever she thought of this, Bulma felt dissatisfied with Vegeta. Her sister was a little old, but she looked like a girl in her 20s. This Vegeta lived with her sister and got her pregnant. The most outrageous thing was that they didn't even have a wedding. This made her feel very upset. "Hey, what's the little guy's name?" Klin teased the child, who opened his eyes and looked very serious. "His name is Trunks." "Trunks?" Krillin exclaimed when he heard the child's name. "Yes, I am also very surprised that his name is exactly the same as that of the boy 3 years ago. Maybe Vegeta hopes that this child will become such a powerful person when he grows up." Bulma and Krillin naturally don't know that the boy 3 years ago is the same as this child when he grows up. "Taisai, you and Bulma should take Trunks back first, it's too dangerous here." Krillin frowned and said to Bulma, "There are 2 women with no fighting power here, and a baby, it will really distract them." "Really, you should go back. Vegeta, you should persuade them too, after all, one is your wife and the other is your sister-in-law." Yamcha also persuaded. "It's okay, I'll just take a look and go back." Bulma smiled and waved her hand. "I also want to see what the boy said about the androids, so that I can be inspired to write." Taisai also laughed, or maybe she had confidence in Vegeta, and he would definitely protect her. "Don't worry, I'm here, who can hurt them?" As a Scion's wife, don't you have this little courage? As a Scion, Trunks should have received this kind of training since childhood. Vegeta said coldly. He felt that he was fully capable of protecting Tais. "Don't you think it's strange? It's already past 10 o'clock, but we haven't sensed any enemy presence yet." Tian Shinyan stood on the edge of the mountain, overlooking the prosperous town below. Maybe there are no androids at all. Although that guy came from the future. However, he also said that many accidents happened in this era, and many things are different. Could it be that there are no androids here at all? Yamcha spread his hands and said optimistically. "Don't be blindly optimistic," Tien Shinyan said cautiously. Because of the extraordinary strength of Son Goku, he has worked harder in recent years to practice, and his strength is several times stronger than in the original work. But because of this, Tien Shinyan understands the terribleness of powerful enemies. Since Trunks said that the androids can defeat Super Saiyan Vegeta and Son Gohan, they must be ready. By the way, that boy seemed to have said that androids are modified, so they don't have much aura. While everyone was still waiting, Piccolo's voice suddenly came. "If the android has no breath, that will be a problem." Tien Shinyan couldn't help but frown. "If I can't sense their presence, I can only judge with my eyes. Let's split up and search for them. Once we find them, let us know immediately," Piccolo said calmly, and then they whooshed and scattered to various places in the town. Seeing Piccolo and his men disperse to search for the androids, Bulma and Taisai sat on the rocks of the island board. After a few minutes, they saw that no one had returned, so they could only drive the aircraft back with disappointment. For the safety of Trunks in their arms, they decided to return home and wait. P.S. On the first day of listing, I need to apply for recommendation tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book friends to support me so that I can have a chance to participate. I bow to thank you all in advance. I will add more chapters today, more than 10 chapters, and I will fight. After the efforts of my comrades, the goal has been completed halfway. Thank you very much for the encouragement of all book friends. We still need to keep up the good work. I bow to thank you again. Chapter 75. There are several towns scattered on the islands near the southern city. The population is not large and scattered, so it is difficult to find androids among them. Not long after, Yamcha was ambushed by the androids. Fortunately, Piccolo arrived in time and saved him with senzu beans. The two androids that came into view were a shriveled old man with white beard and long hair, and a fat man with a bloated body and pointed horns on his head. On their hats were marked RR, that is the unique symbol of the Red Ribbon Army. They are the androids? They finally reveal their true colors. Piccolo was overjoyed, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and his aura increased rapidly. Vegeta sensed Piccolo's aura from afar, and knew that Piccolo had discovered the androids, so his whole body flashed and he rushed over at full speed. Are these two guys androids? Are they really that powerful? Krillin also arrived, but the androids he saw were a fat man and an old man. It was really hard to associate them with strong people with such a shabby image. Vegeta and Tien Shinyan also looked at them with suspicion. Although they didn't know the specific strength of the androids, according to Piccolo's previous description, the power of the androids was above that of Super Saiyans. But looking at their appearance, they really didn't look like them. No wonder they judge people by their appearance. If a real master looks like this, it is probably a perfect disguise. Can they kill me? Vegeta was very angry, because in Trunks' description, he died at the hands of these androids. Be careful. Pay attention to the palms of the two androids. There are strange devices there that will absorb our energy. I was attacked by them just now. Yamcha, who had already experienced danger once, said solemnly. Although the appearance of androids 19 and 20 was not very good, their strength was quite terrifying. There were devices on their palms that could absorb energy. Humph, then we just need to avoid their palms, there is nothing to worry about. Vegeta said coldly, with a look of disdain on his face, and suddenly roared, and his whole body immediately burst into golden light, as if transformed into a Super Saiyan. Die, you two monsters! Leave it to me! Then he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed directly to Android 19 and 20. In the stunned expressions of Android 19 and 20, he suddenly launched an attack. Oh my, Vegeta has actually become a Super Saiyan! Krillin exclaimed in surprise when he saw Vegeta's state. Not only that, it feels like Vegeta's energy is even stronger than Frieza's at that time. Tien Shinyan said with a look of surprise, then said seriously. I didn't expect Vegeta to reach this level. Gohan, you have to work harder and don't lose to him. Piccolo said seriously to Son Gohan beside him. Well, I will work hard, just like Uncle Piccolo and Daddy. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta's figure with excitement. As a Saiyan, he naturally had a strong fighting gene in his body, and he began to ignite as he looked at it. Tien Shinyan's face condensed, and he looked at Son Gohan thoughtfully, then continued to turn his gaze to Vegeta and the androids in battle. As Vegeta and the androids fought fiercely, rumbling explosions were heard incessantly, and dazzling lights flashed in the smoke. The entire island seemed to be sunk and shook violently. Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and androids 19 and 20, the two of them started fighting, but the situation was one-sided. At this moment, Vegeta laughed wildly, releasing the power of a Super Saiyan. He had been suppressed for too long. Now that his dream of becoming a Super Saiyan had come true, he needed to vent his anger with a ruthless attitude and defend his dignity as a Saiyan prince with the blood of his enemies. At this time, the arrogance of the Super Saiyan was also evident. With a roar, Vegeta fought 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. Bang! 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 The sky trembled, the air surged, large tracts of violent energy dissipated everywhere, and the earth rumbled. Vegeta's power has become stronger again, and he is actually beating the androids. I don't think the scene in the future will happen again. Krillin watched in amazement. Piccolo watched the battle and said gloomily, those two androids are not scary. What is difficult is their hands that can absorb energy. You see, as long as you avoid the opponent's hands, it is not difficult to destroy the androids. Krillin heard this and watched carefully. Sure enough, as long as you find the weakness of the androids, it is very simple to deal with them. At this time, Son Gohan couldn't help but want to take action. With a bang, he transformed into a Super Saiyan form and rushed up directly, sandwiched between Vegeta and the androids, and snatched Android 20 from Vegeta. Son Gohan, get out of here. You don't even need to join the fight, I can take care of these two in one go. Vegeta's face was grim, and he roared with a livid face. Uncle Vegeta, don't be like this, you still have an opponent, just let me have this one. Son Gohan's personality has changed a lot in recent years. Since he has Son Goku as his backer, he is no longer as well behaved as in the original work, and has become more belligerent. Asshole! Vegeta cursed, stepped into the air, and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was already next to Android 19. With a click, he grabbed Android 19's arm and twisted it hard, removing everything below the elbow. I let you suck it. Rubbish, without this, you are nothing. Vegeta said angrily, feeling a little pressured that Son Gohan could also transform into a Super Saiyan. I didn't expect Gohan to be so powerful that he could even transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, your teaching method is really good. Krillin was very excited. P.S. On the first day of listing, I need to apply for recommendation tomorrow. I sincerely ask all book friends to support me so that I can have a chance to participate. I bow to thank you all in advance. I will add more chapters today, more than 10 chapters, and I will fight. After the efforts of my comrades, the goal has been completed halfway. Thank you very much for the encouragement of all book friends. We still need to keep up the good work. I bow to thank you again.